Det viktigste med drifting, det dekka. Det eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Kildare i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med en vurdering av ikke bare hvor Kildare var da, men hvor de på vei. Det har spilt seg ut ganske bra, kan du si, hittil i sesongen.
Check this out.
Okay.
Right here in Mondello Park for Japfest, one of the biggest car events of the year. My own name is Adam Driver. I'm joined here down on track by the one, the only Pro 2 driver, Rad Don Burkett, while Mike Fitz is still up there in the tower. We're down here because we have a little surprise for you, don't we, Rad?
We sure do. We've got some very special prizes for you people in the crowd, but it is very dependent on who makes the most noise. So, when Adam calls out the prize, you need to scream your lungs out.
Before you do that, Mondello, I want to ask you one question. Are you having a good time today? I'm not convinced, Rad.
They're not having a good time down there. Grandstand 2. Are you having fun? No prizes for them.
Not convinced, not convinced. What about everybody out on the bank? Are you having a good time today?
Sandra in the purple top is having a great time. Go on, Sandra, wave your arms again. Good girl.
She's loving life. We've seen some incredible driving so far throughout qualifying, and we're about to get into the battle action of today, so make sure you grab the best seat. But before we do so, you might have the opportunity to get down on track yourself and experience what it's like to be in a pro-level drift car around this layout here in Mondello. We also have some very special IDS merch that we can give away to you, but we're only going to give it to you if you can make the most noise possible. So we want to find out what part of this track is most excited to get an opportunity to be out on track. Where should we go first, Rad?
I think we'll start with the main grandstand. Well, I see a few people waving their arms already. Make noise, make noise.
Ooh.
That's not bad now.
That's not too bad. How about Grandstand 2? Are you excited? Would you like a chance to be out on track? Make some noise! Oh, that's competition. That's a bit of competition.
Let's have a look and see what prizes we have. Let's have a look in this mystery box.
Let's have a look.
So the first one out is in fact for a passenger lap. So, who are you feeling?
Is it Grandstand 1 or Grandstand 2? Do not Grandstand 1 are getting this one.
I do have to say, for a passenger lap, you have to be over 18. I'm very sorry.
All right. I hope you have a good throw, Rad. Are we ready? Come on, make some noise if you want Rad to throw you the ball. Do we have a winner, Rad?
No fighting. No.
Do we have a winner?
They're scrapping over it there in the grandstand, but I think we have a winner.
No fighting, lads. No fighting.
It's Peaky Blinders. No fighting.
You missed a word there.
So, whoever won that passenger lap, your instructions are at 3 p.m. make your way to the IDS tent, and they will put on a helmet and a nappy.
I suppose we'll just go back. Or should we give out more?
Oh yeah, we can give out a few more.
Let's give out some more. Let's see what else is in this box of mystery prizes. What is this? We have an IDS t-shirt.
What size is it?
Depends.
I need an IDS t-shirt.
Extra small?
Yeah, throw it to me. No, you do it.
Are you doing this one?
No, I'm scared. So, an IDS t-shirt. Let's go up this way and see. How
about the people along the bank area? Would you like to win a t-shirt?
This man. Wait at the IDS tent for your IDS t-shirt, all right? Well done.
All right, we're going to have to speed things up now because battle action is starting very soon. Okay. We have 2 more passenger rides to give away. But I want to know what part of around here we should give it to.
I might go for a lap and see if there's someone over there. Hang on.
Do. Everyone on the bank over there, do you want to give a go driving around Mondello Park as a passenger in a pro-level car? They don't sound too excited, Rad. Slow down, you might fall off.
Nice!
Make some noise if you want Rad to throw you a passenger spin. I think he's found his culprits. The louder you scream, the more he'll throw it in your direction. It's like a game of rugby over there. We have 1 more passenger ride as well as 2 other t-shirts to give away. I'll wait for Rad to get back over here because we might give something to everyone down around the mobile one, I'd say. I bet you won't do, will you, Rad? Grandstand 2, do you want the opportunity to win a passenger ride around Mondello? They sound like they do. Rad, grab a passenger ride and run over there.
I think we need to speed this up. Yeah, no. What do we got here? T-shirt. Who wants a t-shirt? There you go. Make your way to the IDS tent for a t-shirt. Give away another passenger van there.
I'll head over to Grandstand 2 for that one.
Get the steps in.
Getting the steps in here, lad. You come to Mondello to watch drifting, watching 2 lads just walk around the track. Grandstand 2, you're sounding very quiet. I thought you wanted to go for a passenger spin. If I miss this throw, it's going to be very embarrassing.
Oh, you don't want a t-shirt.
Which side is louder, the left or the right? We're just going to throw this and hopefully someone catches it. Here we go. You wouldn't see a die like that in a game of rugby. So, Rad, I think that's all the prizes we have to give out. Mondello, one more time, make some noise. Make sure every driver up at the start line and down in the paddock area can hear you. We want to hear your excitement as we kick off battle action. Mondello, make some noise!
Well, they're gone quiet now that they've won all the prizes. Typical.
Absolutely. Just to say as well, everyone that got a pass spin, you have to be over 18 years of age. Bring some ID and meet us at the designated spot once. 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock at the
3 o'clock, we'll see you there. Mondello, one more time, make some noise. We're getting into battle action. Back to you in the tower, Mike.
Thank you very much, Adam. Fantastic stuff there, boys. And yeah, not envious of the poor people who have to do a passenger ride now, unfortunately. For them, like Red Don said there, a helmet and a nappy needed for the spins there. So fair play, lads, and all good crack here. So like the boys said, we are pretty much ready to rock for battle action here, guys, at IDS 2026 round 1 in Mondello here at Japfest. And once again, a fantastic crowd. We walked down the pits there to grab a bit of grub at half-time, and progress was slow due to the crowds here. Fantastic to see once again some of the best machinery as well, by the looks of it, around the paddock there. Some of the best machinery in Ireland on display. So we've had qualifying. We've had a very exciting qualifying, in fact, and a couple of surprises. John McCarthy just not make it in there, to much of the people online's dismay, just in 33rd position, but a huge qualifying session for the likes of Fionn Roach and Jakob Krzyzak as well, some of the championship hopefuls there. And Dylan Garvey as well, I met him in the pits. He said that he has an intermittent electrical issue. It's coming and going. He did get the second lap done at 0.8 bar boost is all the car is boosting to as well. So these cars would be running 1.5, 1.6 bar boost usually on the race fuel. At 0.8 bar is all he has. So the lads are working hard to try and find that, but the ECU is not finding any faults in the car. So it is a case of finding an intermittent electrical fault, which is the nightmare of any mechanic or whatever. So that means we're nearly ready to rock anyway, guys, for the top 32. We've got some interesting battles coming up. Just appeared exactly as I was saying it on the live stream here. Fionn Roach in first position squares off against Glyn McKillen in 32nd position. Once again, the higher qualifier does get some championship points if you're in the top 10, and also gets the advantage of having a theoretically easier battle bracket in the top 32, because you face off against a lower qualifying driver, and also the higher qualified driver always leads first, and the advantage being then that you know exactly how hard you have to chase in the chase run. So basically, if you qualify higher, you're always the lead driver. Then the chase driver, you will know how hard he chased you, or if he made mistakes, etc. Opening up the door for you to maybe not go so hard, and yeah, letting you know basically how hard you have to go. Okay, so the battle bracket consists of Fionn Roach versus Glyn McKillen. Martin Wonnacott then takes on Dave Garvey. Declan Byrne in 8th position will face off against Christopher O'Callaghan. That's going to be fireworks. Niall McInerney, Pro 2 driver, faces off against Dean Davey. In the Lions faces off against Johnny Flynn. Then it's Jack McWini against Jake Davey. Denny Devine against Lee McFadden. And Jason McInerney against Dean Byrne. Then on the right hand side, it is second place qualifier Jakob Krzyzak to face off against Dean Martin. Also going to be fireworks in that one. Dermot O'Connell from Mallow faces off against Leon Lynch. Ben Rogers takes on Adam Kelly. Dylan Garvey, championship hopeful, takes on Nicky Davey. Owen Magner takes on Justin Murphy. Alex Butler, up from Pro 2 last year, takes on Matt Smith. Stephen Halferty faces off against Matt Dern. In the last battle of the top 32 bracket, is Davin Leahy versus Daryl Barnett. So a stacked top 32 bracket here, guys, for the Irish Drift Series inaugural event of the year. Adam, you were down on track. You're back up here with us now. You might be a bit out of breath, but that looked like fun.
There's a bit of crack. Everyone here is a bit of crack, I suppose, and that is a stacked lineup that we have in front of us here, Mike, so we do.
Yeah, and so we want you guys to get involved as well from here on in, as well as the Japfest crowd is always very vocal and always super loud and appreciative of the drivers and having fun. And there is a possibility of a shower of rain as well around 3 o'clock, my weather app tells me, so let's see what happens there. That could throw a little bit of another spanner into the works in terms of the driving here, so let's see what happens. But guys, we're going to get you involved with the drivers. We're going to give the results right in front of you there, so be sure to get vocal and get cheering for your favourite drivers. And also, feel free to boo as well if you don't like some of the decisions by the judges and give out to them and all that. We're all for that.
Always open to a bit of criticism, so they are.
We're all for that,
Kieran
exactly,
Hines
yeah.
loves being given out to.
So get involved. We want to see the Japfest crowd absolutely giving it loads, guys, because we are ready to kick off here for battle action at round 1 of the Irish Drift Series 2026. It is Fionn Roach, top qualifier, former Drift Masters European Championship driver, against Glyn McKillen, who has just yesterday qualified for Pro Action, coming up through the top 4 of the Pro 2 competition in his Nissan 180SX with SR20 power. It is 800 brake horsepower versus 400 brake horsepower. 23 years of age versus 19, and it is very much, Adam, David versus Goliath here.
It absolutely is. Fionn Roach, a 23-year-old from County Cork, will be leading us in just a moment, and he's going to be chased down by the Pro 2 driver Glenn McKillen in his 180SX, pushing 400 brake horsepower all the way. He's built that in County Wicklow. So this is the start of the real action of today, the start of the real action of the 2026 Irish Drift Series. I cannot wait.
Glenn McKillen's car would have been a good pro car in 2007, to be honest. So we're just getting some information from the line here. Wow, so right, drama from the get-go here, guys, and it is not good news for Fionn Roach. Fionn Roach has no oil pressure in his 2JZ engine. He's being recovered off track and will, of course, activate a 5-minute rule. The lads will have 5 minutes to find oil pressure there in his 2JZ. Might not be rebuilding that engine in 5 minutes, but not sure exactly why he has no oil pressure. Could just be a faulty sensor, faulty gauge. That does happen the odd time, but you're never going to take the chance. You want to get a different gauge on that, crank it over, see if it's building any bit of oil pressure. So Fionn Roach, our championship hopeful, the man who had quite the night out last night, I believe, now has the dream qualifying session, but the nightmare start to his top 32. So he will get 5 minutes to fix his car once the car has either been have had the bonnet opened or that is jacked up safely. So they're not going to hurry the mechanics to jack it up. Once the car has been jacked up and is safely on the stands, they can then start the clock, or if they open the bonnet first, the clock starts. And if it's not back out of the pit box in 5 minutes, Fionn Roach is out of competition, meaning Glenn McKillen with his 400 horsepower SR will be into the top 16.
Absolutely wild. Glenn McKillen just about scraping himself to stay in the top 32, being in 32nd place. Could this be the miracle that he was hoping for? Hopefully not. Fionn Roach is really looking on par today. We saw him top qualifying with some unbelievable runs, but until that comes back to us after Fionn's 5-minute rule, we're moving on to our next battle.
We are indeed, Adam. So that would have been the biggest gap in terms of qualifying scores, first place versus 32nd place. Now we move on to the closest battle in terms of qualifying scores. It's Martin Wonnacott, who qualified in 16th, versus Dave Garvey, who qualified in 17th. So Martin Wonnacott over from the UK in the big JZX 100 chaser with the 2J, and Dave Garvey also with 2J power, but this time in his Sylvia. So a very close match in terms of engine and power output there, but maybe not so much in chassis. It's quite big chassis versus the mid-size Sylvia. So let's see what the guys can do there. And it's definitely not the start that Fionn Roach would have wanted here. He's getting actually recovered off track. Obviously that car cannot be started and cannot be driven, obviously, with no oil pressure. So these engines, Adam, it's possibly a good time to talk about them, and we'll get on to Drift Masters in a second as well, now that we have a chance before battle action starts. But these engines, you know, I work in Group D and unfortunately give sometimes quite the invoices to people sometimes for engine internals and things, but by the time these are built, if they're a very, very high spec 2J, if you go to the levels of like a stroker kit or whatever, you could be at 25 grand for just one of these engines easily. By the time you've got, you know, all the machining work done and paid somebody to build them. So you definitely don't want to be starting with no oil pressure and ruining that quite big investment. But you know, you don't have to spend that money either to have a pro car, but it definitely doesn't hurt, I will put it like that. So just mentioning European competition there as well, guys, before we get going. Obviously, if you're here watching this, you're interested in drifting, you're probably aware of the European series, but just in case you're not, or if you're watching online at home, bear in mind that we have several Irish competitors competing in the European Drift Series. That is Drift Masters, DMEC, the Drift Masters European Championship, to give it its full name. And all the lads have loaded up their cars. They're on the way to Rome at the moment, and they're taking part there on a ex-MotoGP track, I think. So big wide open track there, huge speed involved, I believe, on entry. Conor Falvey was telling me earlier on in briefing there, and it's going to be crazy. So get behind, you know, Dave there and the guys in Drift Games, and Conor Falvey. Harry Kerr is going to be there. I believe Dwayne is going to be there. Our own Alan Hines was to be there, but his car didn't come back from Oman in time, so he's doing this round in Mondello, and all the other guys as well, of course, the Shanahans, James Dean, like,
of course, Mike, and not to forget as well, last year's second place to overall champion of the Pro 1 series here, Harry Kerr.
Yeah,
Harry
I just
Kerr
mentioned Harry.
Yeah, into Drift Masters this year. And as we speak about Drift Masters, Mike, especially when you're here in Japfest after 20 years of this event running, talk to us about how, back in your day, how Ireland was the drift masters of drifting. The talent here.
Still my day, boy. No, yeah, it probably was. You're actually completely right. The Irish series in the early tins through the mid tins, and even towards the end of the tins, was pretty much the European series, because Drift Masters was there, it did exist, but to be honest, the domestic competition in Ireland was like at a far higher level. It used to be Drift GP and Drift All Stars before that, and there was like about 6 or 8 travelling drivers. James Dean, Nigel Colfer, those kind of guys used to travel around with the series, and the rest was like local wildcards in, you know, random countries. So yeah, the Irish series was the strongest in the world by a long, long way. So that's the way it was. But now the European series has definitely taken a huge step up in the last 5 years or so, 6 years, and become a absolutely top tier championship. So be sure to catch that next weekend. And Formula Drift, of course, is on the weekend after. Conor Shannon taking the win in that there. Of course, and Jack in third. So yeah, two weekends of big drifting coming up, but we're ready to rock. We've got a weekend of big drifting here in Ireland, guys. We are ready for battle action at last here at round 1 of IDS 2026, and it is Martin Wonnacott, the slightly higher qualifier, to lead us in. Dave Garvey now slots the S13 right in there with him. The judges will have asked to do exactly that, to pin the car from the get-go. Look at this from Garvey, just backs out a tiny bit now as he finds the pocket there. Wonnacott looks to have a lot of pace here in the S13. Martin Wonnacott in the big JZX just cannot get away from Garvey. The County Kilkenny man putting it to the door. Guys, round of applause for Dave Garvey and Martin Wonnacott, our first run of the day.
Absolutely outstanding stuff. Martin Wonnacott giving David Garvey every opportunity to get in the pocket right up in his door. Here on the live stream you can watch it. Wonnacott sent it in over the hill with loads of angle, and Garvey playing it safe to try to get in there, but making that dive up around zone 4 to get right in close and personal. Plenty of doors on that chaser to sit onto.
Yeah, exactly. You have your choice of doors, and if it is your first time, we were talking to a lot of people there who were just visiting Ireland, and they were asking if the drifting was back on this afternoon. It very much is, and if it's your first time watching, it might be confusing for the first couple of runs, but we will be explaining it and calling the runs as they go on. So keep your eyes pinned to the track. We'll be calling all the runs as they go on, and basically in that one, David Garvey, it's his job to mirror Martin Wonnacott. It's Martin Wonnacott's job to do the qualifying line, but it's Dave Garvey's job as the chase car to mirror Martin Wonnacott and do it as closely as humanly possible, and mirror everything that Martin Wonnacott is doing with as little or as much proximity as possible and a little gap as possible. So you switch them around, and now Dave Garvey is going to be the lead car. Martin Wonnacott has to mirror him as closely as possible, while Dave Garvey tries to do a perfect qualifying run. So let's see how it works this time. The Sylvia looks to have a lot of pace here, but Martin Wonnacott is right there still with him, maybe not quite to the same level that Garvey was. Not sure if Garvey missed the clip there, Adam, but let's see. Now Martin Wonnacott is right on the door here of Garvey as they swap it back and over. Quick transitions from both drivers. Wonnacott getting the big JZX turn, but you know what? The pace of the Sylvia here from Garvey just gets away from Wonnacott as they cross the line, and we'll get them right in front of you guys now for the results.
Incredible stuff, Mike. You can see as they both come in over the hill here, as we get to watch it back on the replay. Garvey sending in as hard as he can. He knows Wonnacott has pace, but he believes he has more. He wants to get away and push and get this in his pocket.
Yeah, so Martin Wonnacott all the way over from the UK, Dave Garvey from Kilkenny, the poor man, and almost ready to rock here with the judges. They're on a replay system here, of course, and they're wired into each other. Kieran Hines, Tom Murphy and Tomas Falvey, our 3 judges, if you've just joined us for Battle Action Online. So we're just still in deliberation here, and it is going to be definitely a tight run, and the judges have a replay, and they have, of course, communication with each other through the headset. So just waiting to confirm. So we can announce that it is Dave Garvey is the winner of this battle, books his place in the top 16. Martin Wonnacott travels over from the UK. Guys, round of applause for Martin Wonnacott travelling over from the UK. Doing a great run there in the chaser, but just caught out for a little bit of pace there in proximity.
Not like, I don't think he needs them tires, so he's trying to make sure he burns them off before he heads home. There's no second use on them as he fills Mondello with smoke. One more time, a round of applause for the 2 lads.
Well, we could see we've got two pairs of brothers driving, the two Garveys, and we've got the two Davies, and we could have a father versus son battle as well, because Nicky Davy is in the mix. So this is a family affair. Now, this is not going to be such a friendly affair, I think, because these are two hard pilots. It's Declan Byrne on the line versus Chris O'Callaghan, both in the Sylvia chassis. It's an S14 versus S13. And it is SR power versus 2JZ. Chris Callaghan with the SR22. The less, responsive engine, definitely with the big turbo setup. Declan Byrne here with all the style as well. You have to fancy Byrne here in terms of experience. But you know what? Chris Callaghan looked good in the second one of qualifying there, and he's very fast.
Do you know what you say? We should be betting on Declan Byrne here due to experience. But this is Declan Byrne's first ever competitive battle using them semi-slicks.
Declan Byrne? Oh, I don't know, Adam. Was he not driving last year?
I'm nearly sure so. I think he used 3 tyres. We're about to find out.
Oh,
Look at this. Declan Byrne sends it over the hill. The pace of him. Kieran Callaghan almost getting lost in the smoke, going into the gravel, trying to fix himself, and straightens up there as Declan Byrne still puts on unbelievable line, giving Chris every opportunity to close that gap. Chris struggling, he does it, but he makes a dive here now from zone 6. Declan Byrne just dropping the fire just about. Look at the aggression from Chris Callaghan as he tries to get up there with Declan Byrne. Insane stuff. You were not wrong when you said this is not going to be a family affair. This is aggression from these two lads.
Absolutely. I would be in fear of my life if I was leading in front of Chris Callaghan there. He was absolutely a raging bull there, kind of all over the track and just making huge dives here and there. I thought he was going to make contact a couple of times, but thankfully for Declan Byrne in that beautifully prepared Zinky S14 Sylvia, he didn't. And yeah, let's see what Declan Byrne can do now in the chase position. I think it's a huge advantage to Byrne because Chris was very messy, had a big straight in there as well and was kind of offline. So if Declan Byrne now, this is a perfect example of qualifying higher being the advantage. So Declan Byrne's spotter will be on the radio to him. He'll say, okay, Chris was all over the place behind you. He didn't have proximity. He had a big straight and you're at a 9-1 advantage here. So all you have to do here is not make a huge mistake and this battle is yours. That's the advantage of qualifying higher. So let's see if Declan Byrne uses that information or if he just does a Declan Byrne and goes for it.
I don't know, we're about to see as Chris Callaghan initiates over the hill. A lovely line from Chris Callaghan, but Declan Byrne is right there with him. Gap opens up, but Declan's going to make a dive here for zone 4. Chris Callaghan put down a lovely line here, just about dropping a tyre on zone 4. Declan Byrne right there on the rear bumper as they transition through 5 and into 6. A great run this time. Declan Byrne should be playing it safe, but he's not, as he's right on the door of Chris Callaghan as they cross the line. What an outstanding run.
Oh, the rounds of applause going up without even being asked for that one. The appreciation for Declan Byrne, very obvious there, guys, and thank you for that. And wow, what a chase there over the line from Dec Byrne. And I think we don't really have to have a big amount of deliberation for that one, but we will make it official here in a second as we get both drivers in front of the top grandstand here, the main grandstand in Mondello Park at this iconic event where history has been made so many times. And we can announce that it is indeed Declan Byrne is the winner and goes on to the top 16. Declan Byrne
outstanding
books his place in the top 16. And Christopher O'Callaghan bows out of competition. So Dec Byrne will face off against the winner of the next battle. And we're just waiting to hear back if there's any information on Fionn Roach from the pits, but we haven't heard anything yet. They might be trying to get that car jacked up safely so that they can get in underneath the engine as well and have a look. But
for sure, Mike. Well, speaking of our next battle, they're on the line. They're about to take off. It's Niall McInerney in his BMW E36 taking on Dean Davy.
Remember here, Adam. Sorry, I cut across you there, but remember, Niall McInerney looked like he was on road tyres here, Adam.
He sure does, and Dean Davy has the pace to get right up there and the experience. A very young and talented driver, so he is, but so is Niall McInerney as he absolutely fires up the 36 around the track here in round 1. And Dean Davy right there with him up on the door. Will he make contact across the line? No. Lovely stuff though, Mike.
Yeah, nearly contact there between both drivers, but just a little bit of a back out there at the end from Dean Davy to avoid the contact. But you know, I'm not sure exactly what tyres Niall is on. I didn't quite catch him there at half time, but he didn't look quite as fast as the rest of them in qualifying. But you know, there actually didn't seem to be a huge pace disadvantage here in this run.
That's for sure. Niall McInerney is going to have a lot of pressure on top of him right now. He knows Dean Davy was right there with him the whole way around, so he's going to have to return that favour and put down an unbelievable chase.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just heard here from Sean Healy, our track controller, that they are still working on Fionn Roach's car in the pits. They have about a minute left. That will be less by now even. So I'm not sure what they're doing for an oil pressure issue. They're going to try and, I presume, get a different sensor, a different gauge, maybe a mechanical gauge on that just to see exactly what's happening. But it's going to be Oh wait, we've just heard Fionn Roach is returning. He has used his 5-minute rule. Fionn Roach is returning to competition. Whatever they did, they fixed an oil pressure problem there. Hopefully it was just a sensor, but yeah, let's see. I'm not sure what exactly was going on, but they fixed it anyway. Fionn Roach is going to be back into competition, so we will see that battle as we swap them around now, and lead becomes chased. Niall McInerney now drops into the pocket, and Dean Davey will be the lead car. Now, the judges did say this morning in briefing Adam as we were waking up that they want to see both cars flicking in at the same time, so the lead car being right alongside the chase car, flicking into the pocket. And look at this, I take it back about Niall McInerney. He has the pace at him.
He sure does. Is he going to get lost in the smoke here as Dean Davey is completely filling the place with smoke? He doesn't. Dean Davey right on the edge. Niall McInerney just missing zone 4 there to keep the proximity.
Oh!
There goes Niall McInerney. Did he get lost in smoke? I'm not too sure. Dean Davey finishes out his run, put down an unreal line as usual. Is there an issue there with Niall McInerney? I can see his front wheels are bent. Did the tie rod snap or something?
You know what could have happened, Adam? There might have been tiny bit of contact, and he might have just snapped the tie rod, like you said there. So unfortunately, Niall McInerney looks like he's needing recovery here. Let's watch the replay. He comes in very shallow. He's offline there, and we can't see from that angle with the smoke, but there looked to be possibly contact. Now the judges will have a look here, and if it is a case that it was deemed to be the lead car's fault, if Dean Davey, you know, slowed up in a full throttle area or whatever unexpectedly, then it would be deemed Dean Davey's fault and Niall McInerney would go through. However, I didn't see that to be the case, to be very honest with you. It looked like he was on throttle, he had tyre smoke, and it looked like maybe Niall McInerney just kind of dived a little bit shallow, sacrificed 4 to get the proximity, and in the result then, or the result was actually just making contact with the back there of Davey's car. But we'll make that official in a second. Guys, round of applause there for Niall McInerney, all the way up from Pro 2 yesterday. Thank you very much.
Unbelievable driving by Niall all throughout.
He's fixing it. Oh, he's a fix. Look, it's fine again.
It is grand.
But yeah,
duct tape, no?
Niall McInerney. This is a dream weekend for anyone up from Pro 2. And speaking of up from Pro 2, this man made his way up very recently there, Dean Davey. But he's very much a pro driver now, guys. Good sportsmanship here from Dean Davey, coming down and seeing what happened. Shake of the hands, guys. Great sportsmanship. They'll have those pictures forever. And yeah, great to see the camaraderie alive and well in Irish drifting, as it always is. So let's see what the judges make of it there, just to make it official. Yeah, we can see that it is indeed. Dean Davey goes through to the top 16. And Niall McInerney bows out of competition with a broken tie rod by the looks of it in the BMW. Usually when a BMW and a Nissan collide, the Nissan is wrote off and the Beamer's fine, but a tie rod is a tie rod, I guess.
I suppose so. Unfortunately, such a minor thing, but unfortunately knocking Niall McInerney out of competition this time around. What we have the opportunity is we're going to go back once more time and give a huge shout out to all our sponsors that is making this weekend possible. So Lucky Day Competitions, all supplying great raffles to the people of Ireland and the UK. They actually have a stall down in the paddock showing off and showcasing some of the raffle prizes they have, such as the Drift Games S14 and the Skyline Drift Car, which you may have the opportunity of winning, as well as Red Bull Energy, who is powering us throughout this whole series, keeping us awake, alive and energized. As well to our other sponsors, Kenda Tires, Drift Mafia, Strom Wheels, JMD Tires and Service, Eugen Factory, Group D, Turn Tire Distribution, Max Flow, Exemplar, Exact Signs and Lexi Brake. Nearly stumbling on my words there, but there's such a great lineup of businesses, local and international, that have been helping out to power this series this year, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic sponsors that are making Irish drifting possible, as are all you guys here and everybody watching online as well. Of course, it all helps. And get in the comments, let us know where you're from. Drop a country emoji in there, drop your national flag in, let's see where you're from, and keep the comments coming and keep the entertaining conversations going there online. And once again, guys, if you're here in Mondello Park and you can manage to get a bit of phone coverage, unlike myself with the crowd here, I think the Vodafone network is going quite good, so if you can get coverage on that, feel free to watch the live stream, see the replays that we're seeing here, and keep on top of the action that way. So once again, thank you for supporting Irish drifting. Be sure to catch the rest of the rounds as well if you're in that locality, or even if you want to travel. As Adam ran through there earlier on, we have 5 more rounds to come this year in the Pro Series as well, and 4 more for the Pro 2 Championship. So it is going to be an action-packed series and an action-packed year as usual. You want to go through them there, Adam?
Absolutely. Once again, we're starting off this year's season this weekend here in Japfest, and then we're heading down to Watergrass Hill on the 4th and 5th of July, up north to Bishop's Court on the 1st, 2nd of August, 360 Motorsport in Kerry on the 29th and 30th of August,
the Pro 2 final on the 3rd and 4th of October, and our grand finale here back in Mondello on 31st of October and 1st of November. But enough about the future. We're talking about the present, Mike. We've got 2 drivers on the line about to set off.
Yeah, it is Johnny Flynn, the plumber from Mayo, against In the Lions, the Galway man, the mechanic. So it is an all-West battle here. In the Lions, remember that with that crazy qualifying run leading us in. 4th place qualifier, big gap opening up here to Johnny Flynn. Johnny Flynn is going to have to put foot to the floor. He tries to do and goes off. Unfortunately, no, there's going to be a collision here. Oh, Johnny Flynn.
What is going on? How's he back into it after that, Mike?
What happened
the Lions,
there?
The pace is insane. Johnny Flynn, not one bit bothered about what just happened, not one bit shook, and he's still there. That is insane stuff. What did Johnny Flynn just do?
I thought that we were going to have a Nissan sandwich there, to be honest. So In the Lions fires it in. Johnny Flynn goes way too shallow and then tries to get back on the power, which pushes him way off track. He gets back on track, almost crashes in. There was actually contact with In the Lions, so In the Lions maybe will want to check the back left of that car, make sure that his rear left wheel is still pointing in the direction that it was when he set off on this run. But yeah, it might be a 0 for Johnny Flynn, I would say, because he had all 4 wheels off track. If we were just to double check, yeah, he's all 4 off track, I think. So that's a 0 for Johnny Flynn.
Do you know what, Mike? Despite it being a 0, he deserves some sort of a prize for getting back in the game there.
Yeah.
Towards the second half of that run. How did he manage not to cause hassle?
Well, it was very close. The judges just watching here mightn't be 4 wheels off. Actually, no, with the slow-mo replay. Yeah, I think it's just about 4 wheels off there, so that should be a 0 by my book. But look, if In the Lions gets a 0 on this one, if In the does something silly in this, it will go to one more time, or it might just be a 9-1 if the judges reckon that Johnny just about had that front right still on track. So we'll have to see. But I think In the Lions is looking good for this one. Now, once again, as Kieran Hines yawns very loudly on the live stream there, he's very old now. He's very tired, but but yeah, always have to give Kieran a bit of a dig. It's customary, but yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is here that Inda is going to know now from his spotter that all he has to do is saunter around here.
He sure does, and is he going to just saunter around? It doesn't look like it. He's sending it in the door of Johnny Flynn. Oh, not the ideal line from either driver here. And the line still making a huge drive to get on Johnny door. He's returning the favour. He is knocking Johnny Flynn around his track. What is going on with these two? Johnny Flynn getting through the zone, putting down the line, and the Lions. What is going on inside his head? He's like, you hit me here, I'm going to hit you back.
Guys at the bottom bank there, on the bottom grandstand, can we hear a big cheer there for Johnny Flynn and In the Lions, giving you all the action right down there.
I don't know if we should leave these two cars stop beside each other and get out. I think they might start hitting each other or something. I think
to use the technical term, and Irish people will understand that, I think In the Lions got thick.
Well, as I saw the two boys driving by the tower there, they were looking across, giving each other the thumbs up. So this just shows the characters that is in this series.
Wow, so right, making it official. Guys, round of applause for Johnny Flynn and In the Lions playing rugby there on track.
Huge round of applause as two boys come over here and give each other a handshake. It just shows the sportsmanship within drifting.
Yeah. They're going to be having a chat there now and making the universal symbols of this happened and that happened and yeah, whatever. So great to get the drivers out of the cars here, and judges just still having a look at the replay here to make sure that it's they might be actually thinking here that Inda might have dropped a lot of wheels off track as well after hitting Johnny. So if the judges didn't deem Johnny Flynn to have that 0 on the first run, if they said that he put 3 wheels very well off, but the last wheel just remained on track, and they said that Inda dropped 2 wheels very deeply and hit Johnny quite severely, then they might be looking at this one. But no, it is In the Lions goes through, as we thought. In the Lions goes through, guys, to the top 16. Remember, we will have the top 16 parade here right in front of you guys, and we will be introducing and having a chat with the drivers, I believe. Time permitting.
We're going back to the line now.
Back to the line.
The second half of Fionn Roach. Oh, sorry, one more time of Fionn Roach.
No, neither. It was a 5-minute rule. The
it's not second half.
Well, it's not the second half. They never went yet. Fionn Roach called the 5-minute rule before they ever went.
Yes, so that's very true, actually. We're not back to our very first battle, so.
Yeah, it's our first battle, essentially. We're back to our first battle now, guys, which we can run. Fionn Roach with oil pressure issues. They are sorted in the pits amazingly in 5 minutes, whatever was the issue there, to lead in Glenn McKillen. So watch this. Remember what Fionn Roach did this morning in qualifying. Watch this entry from the Mallow man. Big gap opening up as we expected. The 800 brake horsepower monster 2JZ GT86 of Fionn Roach looking like $1 million out there. Glenn McKillen trying to cut the track here and doing whatever he can in order to make up that proximity, but the judges will not award him for any proximity which he gains here by cutting the track. Remember that the chase car has to be online if a gap opens up and he wants to make up that proximity again and get rewarded for it. So a big gap opening up there, pretty much as we expected, Adam. It's a Pro 2 car against one of the top pro cars and a Drift Masters former driver here, so that's no surprise. But as we always say here, and people are probably sick of me saying this, but it's very true, Fionn Roach is a great driver and he'll be able to do this, but there's very obviously quite a speed difference in these two cars, yeah?
Absolutely.
So Fionn Roach is going to have to maintain drift, come in over the hill here, and he's going to have to gauge how much of a gap to leave Glenn McKillen to enter into the track. And then when he does eventually and inevitably catch him, he's going to have to then get on the left foot brake, slow down that absolute monster 800 horsepower GT86 and not absolutely plough Glenn McKillen off the track, basically giving away any advantage that he gained. So this is all about cleverness here from Fionn Roach and car control.
It absolutely does. It looks like everything's facing towards Fionn Roach at the moment, but we're about to find out how it goes. It's Glenn McKillen leading us in over the hill here, and Fionn Roach chasing him down, not giving him much space. He's right there with him though, and he's handling it. Look at this, Glenn McKillen goes a bit too deep into zone 2, just about making 3, and Fionn Roach holding off here before going for 4.
Yeah.
Small bit of a straight there from Fionn Roach.
Yeah, Fionn Roach is in trouble here slightly, guys. He has the proximity, but he's been quite messy. He probably should have left Glenn up the track a little bit more, but now he's finding the pocket a little bit better. Now he's into formation. That's exactly what the judges want to see, and the fantastic drone images there on the live stream. Such a fantastic view there that we get to see those two cars in action. So the judges have a look at this now. Fionn dropped the wheel on the inside, then on transition he pops out of the smoke, and he doesn't lose drift, but he sacrifices the start of 4 completely in order to find the door there of Glenn McKillen. So a big mistake there from Fionn Roach. Is it enough to make up the deficit in the first battle? I'm not so sure, but it's enough. So we'll just double check that one with the judges, and I do believe we have a result. Yeah, so guys, round of applause for Fionn Roach and Glenn McKillen. Glenn coming up from yesterday, and we can announce going through to the top 16. It is indeed Fionn Roach goes through to the top 16. The Mallow man taking the win, and having a great weekend overall between last night and today, I'm sure.
He sure is taking full advantage of every opportunity he's getting. I'd say he's feeling a lot more fresh now anyways, for sure, and he's looking great out on track. So hopefully he doesn't have any more oil pressure issues and that car keeps running for himself today, because he could see himself on the podium. But enough about them two. We're going back to the start line once again. We have our next battle. We have last year's Pro 2 champion Jake Davey taking on Jack McWini.
Okay, so Jack McWini on the line, the higher qualifier versus Jake Davey. Leaving the line, in fact, as they're both into the Japfest layout here. Quick initiation there from both. Lovely there from the lead car, but oh, there's a problem here, unfortunately, for young Davey.
There sure is. Jake Davey just seems to be going for a bit of a stroll behind Jack. Jack finishes off his run, putting out a great line as always. Jake Davey not looking happy in that car, hitting his hand off the wheel, obviously not in a great form after what just happened. I'm not too sure if he came in and over anticipated the pace or something, but Jack McWini finished out that run. Everything looking towards Jack McWini at the moment. Yeah, we're just going to try to get word there from the start line as to exactly what happened with Jake Davey there. These young lads will know each other very well at this stage. They've come up through this Pro 2 championship together, and now they are driving together in Pro and looking very much like they belong here, to be honest. But Jake Davey there, I thought we saw a couple of car issues in qualifying as well, didn't we? In the first lap he was struggling a little bit, the Pro 2 champion of last year. Guys, if you want to see entertainment, go back and watch the Pro 2 final from Watergrass Hill last year, 2025. Honestly, if you like drifting, just watch the last 45 minutes of that event. You will be absolutely blown away. It went down to the last run of the last battle between Jake Davey on track now and Danny Devine, who we will see in a while, and it was absolutely crazy stuff. So we're just hearing here that Jake Davey is actually out of competition. We'll try to bring you exactly why, but Jake Davey is actually out of competition. That 180SX has shut down, and that is unfortunately all she wrote for Jake Davey. He has called it there. So Jack McWini Very unfortunate for the young Jake Davey in his first event of the season, as well as his first time competing in the Pro 1 Championship.
His proper pro debut, yeah. He did compete in it, of course, a good few times last year when he made his way up from the Pro 2. But yeah, definitely his first pro outright outing, not ending the way he would have wanted. But that is how the cookie crumbles, and that is drifting. I'm sure he'll be back stronger for round 2. So, speaking of Danny Devine, we are moving on to the local man here in his 180SX, I believe, and he is taking on Lee McFadden in the next battle, if I'm not mistaken.
He sure is, but I'm just after getting word into my ear here about Jake Davey. It's gearbox issues that's after knocking him out of competition. Very unfortunate for the young man from Carrick Karting. I hope to see by round 2 he's back out and driving as he usually does. Yeah,
so we'll just make sure here Jack McWini will just have to initiate to show that he can actually drift. Yeah, he has done that. He might elect to do a full run just for the entertainment purposes and also to get some practice in, of course. Every run you get a little bit more dialed in. He wants to put on a show for you guys as well. So the Northern Irishman here, to the delight of Cedric and Co here, putting on a show. Lovely run there, and yeah, definitely showing that he can drift the track is Jack McWini. So that is him through to the top 16, and now we can move it back to the line as we see Danny Devine in the burnout box, getting rid of that mold gel from the rear tires and pushing his front tires around the place there a little bit just to get rid of the little marbles that build up on them and getting some heat into the fronts as well. Now Lee McFadden has been absolutely plagued with car problems all weekend. The man from the very tip top of County Donegal with the RB28 powered 180SX fitted a lot of extra electrical stuff. His alternator couldn't keep up with the load demand of that, and unfortunately for him got very, very little practice. It does look like he has a fully functioning car and he is a top driver, so you know this is a little bit of experience versus the hunger of Danny Devine, then experience on Lee McFadden's side. But has he got a healthy car? We'll have to see as they leave the line. Danny Devine is actually the higher qualifier here by a long stretch of the way as well, qualifying in 5th. So Lee McFadden now chases him and goes very shallow at him.
He sure does go very shallow. It's nearly taking away zone 2 as Daniel Devine puts out a great line as he always does. But Lee McFadden has taken every opportunity to get right in the pocket. It's 180 on here, out on track. Daniel Devine right into zone 6. Lee McFadden quite shallow on it, but there with him the whole way across the line. What an outstanding run, filling Mondello Park with smoke.
Yeah, the crease law man there absolutely on the door of Danny Devine, and putting on a great show here for the public in Mondello Park, and we're loving it here ourselves. So the Kildare man doing a good job there in the lead position. But let's see what happens in the second half of the run here as they go back to the line. Of course, keeping the tire scrub there. If you watch Lee McFadden now waving and over back like F1 style down, he's cleaning off his front tires there. He's keeping a little bit of heat in them because you really do need the fronts a little bit hot as well, especially around clip 2 there because the back loads up so much. And these cars are running absolutely crazy grip as well, guys. They accelerate when they're sideways. They're not just going sideways, but they are pushing forward. So when you really hunker down, come down through that dip there into clip 2, the rear tires, those 265 semi-slicks, absolutely bite into the tarmac and it tries to push the front into the air, and you've got very little steering, so very important to have your front tires scrubbed and hot as well. So we swapped them around, and it is Lee McFadden this time to lead us in. It is Donegal versus Kildare, and it is Danny Devine in the chase position.
It sure is. Lee McFadden in, heads over the hill. Oh, what's going on with Daniel Devine and even Lee McFadden? What?
Yeah, was there a flag? I'm presuming there's a flag there because both drivers pulled out there.
Must be something we're missing here, Mike, I'd say.
Well, Dave Egan has joined us in the tour. He looks absolutely flabbergasted. Perplexed. He looks absolutely perplexed, so he does. So we're going to see what exactly happened there.
Well, looking at Daniel Devine, I can see him here from the pits. It looks like he's making his way
back to the pits.
Straight back to the pits, yeah, as we can just about see him from the tower here.
We're waiting for some information here on this one. We might grab a word from Dave Egan. He's a man of few words, but we might get a couple out of him there in a while. We'll see. We'll have to see.
I think I know where Danny's gone.
Where's Danny gone?
Down to Lucky Day 10 to buy a ticket.
Is that what happened? It happened yesterday as well, didn't it?
A few of the drivers have been doing it recently, yeah. They head down, they just buy a ticket and make sure, and then they grab a can of Red Bull as well to make sure they're refreshed.
It's a low odds draw, and they said in case the tickets are sold out, I'm gonna.
They heard they're going low, so you have to run down there fast and get them.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's a new one for you. Now pulling out of the battle, so we're going to bring you information on that one as soon as we get it. So Sean Healy here, our track controller, has no information as of yet. A mad one there, not sure exactly what happened, but we'll bring it to you as soon as we know. So it is down to, for now anyway, the last battle on our top 16 left-hand side. It is Jason McInerney from Clare, the higher qualifier, to lead in Dean Byrne. Dean Byrne usually a good man for the qualifying there, but maybe not so much this time. 855 brake horsepower under the bonnet of the 180SX of Byrne here. Crazy power for a domestic championship. That's Drift Masters, that's FD levels of power almost. So
crazy power for sure, and it's a massive difference compared to what we can see under the bonnet of Dean's car.
Yeah,
well, only 530 brake horsepower.
Yeah, in McInerney's car, yeah, exactly. So McInerney's still with a 2J, but obviously you can keep pumping the parts and the boost into them, and yeah, see what they do. But often the 560 horsepower car is a little bit sharper. The turbos tend to be a bit smaller. You don't have the leg. It doesn't require the big turbo needs a lot of spooling up, and it needs a lot of build behind it to make it sharp and responsive. You can make them sharp, but quite often the lower horsepower 2J is a little bit easier to drive, if not quite as fast, obviously. So let's see what happens here. So we're just waiting to hear, guys, if you see a delay here, it's just because we are waiting to hear exactly what happened in the last battle. A bit of a new one to us as well. Both drivers failing to initiate there, and let's see exactly what happened and get official word from our track controller here, Sean Healy, and he is speaking with head judge Kieran Hines. So an unusual one here as well, lads. Dave Egan, once again a man of few words, is ready to give us a few words in a while once we have a break in the action. So we're just waiting to hear official word here from Sean Healy. Okay, so guys, we are hearing the official line is both drivers had mechanicals. So the, again, official word is Danny Devine zeroed first. Lee McFadden then shut it down. And luckily for Lee McFadden, Danny Devine had shut it down before Lee McFadden did. Therefore, the win of the second run went to Lee McFadden, who powered on soon after, for a while after Danny Devine shut it down. So Lee McFadden takes that battle, is the official word. But we're we're back in.
Jason McInerney leading in. Dean Byrne, as Dean Byrne tries pushing in. Look at this dive from Dean Byrne to get right up on the door of McInerney in his E36. He drives around, gets through, so 4 pushing right out to the transitions into 5 and up against the water, 5 to the backside, they go. Dean Byrne taking a bit more of a shallower approach, but it's only because he's staying on the door of McInerney and he was right there pushing him across the line.
Yeah, great stuff there from McInerney and Byrne, as we expected. And remember, guys, this is only top 32 action here so far at IDS Round 1 2026 at Japfest in Mondello Park. This iconic circuit playing host to some of the best battles in drift history here. And we are being treated to great action already in the top 32. Remember, it is going to get tighter, faster, and everything is going to amp up in the top 16 downwards. It always does, and today is going to be no different. There might be a little hint of rain as well. Nothing to make you get the umbrellas out, but it might be enough to just maybe mix up the track conditions a little bit here. So we're just going to make everything official there. Once we get the second run done, and yeah, still a mad one there that both drivers with Devine and McFadden shut down like seconds apart, but
seconds apart, but things facing towards.
Yeah. Danny Devine shutting it down first. Them's the rules. Lee McFadden continued for a couple of seconds after Devine, and therefore he won that one. So yeah, we swapped them around anyway. Now the fast car, Dean Byrne with the 855 brake horsepower, is here on the line. Gamesmanship here, just watch it there.
Jason McInerney trying to skip the line a little bit there, maybe get ahead.
If you can see there from the main grandstand, if you can see the tops of the cars there down at the start line or wherever you are in the grandstand, look at this from McInerney. He's getting the whole shot here on board. He knows that he's down on horsepower, so he's getting the jump off the line, and it works for him. He is right on the door here, and he's gone shallow. He's right on the door. Byrne loses it a little bit as he goes onto the inside there, clip 2. Now Byrne goes very wide. McInerney's looking for the door as a result. Wow, great drifting here from both drivers. Huge angle from Byrne. Oh, Byrne. Oh, safe. Wow, Dean Byrne snaps the car onto huge angle. McInerney left with nowhere to go. I thought he was going to get T-boned by the wall there. He will have absolutely driven the brake pedal out through the bulkhead of that car. And that was a moment, Adam. You look speechless.
Speechless for right. McInerney was not holding back there one bit. He was trying to get right up in the door of Dean despite the power difference. And unfortunately, that did not work out for him. Nearly heading himself straight first into the wall here in front of us.
Yeah.
Give a round of applause for both drivers getting out of their cars there at the moment. Unbelievable driving.
Great stuff there from both drivers. McInerney absolutely, I think he is thanking whatever he can thank there for that one, because Byrne snapped the car onto angle and did actually maintain drift perfectly well, but possibly left McInerney nowhere to go. I'm not sure which way the judges are going to see this one, because there was quite a lot of angle involved, and unexpected angle at that. It is said in briefing not to pile on loads of angle at 5 for this exact reason. So we are hearing the official word. Yes, indeed, Jason McInerney is the winner, and the defining factor there being, of course, Dean Byrne piling on the angle and leaving McInerney nowhere to go and almost ending up in the wall, and that is exactly what the judges said not to do in briefing.
That's for sure, Mike. I'm not too sure if the drivers have heard yet. A bit of confusion with our marshals down on track, but it is McInerney taking the win on that one. Unfortunately, that's the last we'll see of Dean Byrne for today, but we're going to move on to our next battle now, where we can see the Pro 2 winner from Pro 2 years ago, Jakob the Paddy Christrack, taking on Dean Martin. Yes, Dean Martin, the singer that's behind That's More. Maybe not, but it is Dean Martin, and he's there and he's ready to close the gap and get right up on Jakob's door. Jakob's looking so strong this weekend, but will Dean Martin be able to do it in that borrowed car?
Well, we're going to find out, because it is 830 brake horsepower versus 800 brake horsepower. There is over 1600 horsepower coming down the track as we speak, flicking it in to clip 1 and 2 here in Mondello Park. Look at this from Kuba. Beautiful line there through the first corner. Dean Byrne. Oh! Dean Byrne gets the front tyre off and hits his own headlight and breaks some of the car there by his own front tyre. Not even his own front tyre. It's actually Nathan Corcoran's front tyre. And Dean Byrne is going to have some splaining to do.
That's for sure, Mike. I didn't actually even watch Jakob finish out that run. I was stuck on watching Zone 2 there. I started seeing car parts flying all over the place. I was confused until I saw Dean spinning there after the initiation into Zone 4.
Yeah,
and parts flying everywhere all over the track. We can watch the replay here live on the stream.
It's not unusual to see a rear tyre coming off, but a front tyre is unusual. But Dean there just dropping the car in. Well, you know what? It actually came off after the transition, so it wasn't that he dropped off or anything, it just came off the rim.
Not too sure. Was there a pump trainer previously, or is it just running really low pressures for whatever reason?
I don't know why you'd be running that low on the front, to be honest, but it just looked like it came off the rim, and then it hit Nathan's own car there, unfortunately.
It's quite entertaining watching it on the stream, isn't it?
It was entertaining, but not if you own the car.
That's for true.
I'm sure Dean, what was I going to say? Sorry, Dean Martin, is going to put the hand in the pocket for that one, because that was a bit crazy. But while we are recovering it, we do have Dave Egan up here on track, and do you know what? Again, a man of few words. It's hard to get a sentence out of him at times, but we'll try and coax a couple of words out of him. Dave Egan.
Hello, Mike.
Welcome to the tower. You've never been up here before.
No, it's very high.
It's very high and very daunting.
Yeah, no, I came up here for a view because I miss it. Cracking day in Mondello Park, packed again, and just amazing to see so many cool car culture people coming together. Pits, amazing cars on track, and it's really fun for me to come back. I watch all the IDS events when I'm here or away on live stream, which is amazing as well, but it's also a lot of new talent coming through, and you start picking your favorites earlier on, and it's great to see the next generation stepping up. And I actually think if you were to wind back 10 years, this driving we're seeing now is so much higher level than we were watching 10 years ago.
I would agree, yeah.
And it's almost normal for the Irish now to be door to door and coming in that flat over the hill, so amazing to watch. And as I said, nice to be here, a little bit more relaxed this weekend.
Yeah.
to just check
You won't
out.
be that relaxed next weekend.
No, we won't be more relaxed next weekend. But this is just, for me, it's always, this is what started me in drifting, was Irish drifting, and I watch every event, Pro 2.
City West 2010.
Yeah, I watch every single event. I'm just always watching the new, the youngsters coming through. A lot of talent this year, especially in the Pro 2 classes. And as I said today, obviously, if you've got a packed Japfest and it's not raining or windy in Mondello and it's smoke in the air, what more do you want?
Exactly, Dave, exactly. It's great to have you here, and all the guys. You've got some fantastic cars on there. We saw that in SX. We were absolutely drooling there last night after it pulled in. Absolutely crazy stuff in DFD. So massive well done to you guys for churning out project after project after project so fast and to such a high level. Absolutely crazy stuff that you're doing for the scene. Now I want to just touch really quickly as we get Nathan's car recovered on your own program. I do believe you were up here testing the Supra a couple of days ago with Darren and the guys from Group D.
Yeah, on Thursday we took a gamble. We either spend the whole off season testing the car and trying to get better in it, or we rip it all apart and see if Darren McNamara can figure it out, and I can confirm that he definitely has.
Okay, I heard that you were happy.
Unbelievable, like a different car. We were hitting 12 psi on 285 Velinos over the hill here for a couple of laps on Thursday. Never felt the car as good. I always felt there was just we never knew what we were trying to achieve, and then Darren in his crazy Rubik's Cube mind decided to rip it all apart, and in his own words, he didn't even know himself. It was all theory, but it came true. So really excited to drive it next weekend. Would have loved to drive it here this weekend, only it's already in Spain at the moment on the way to Italy. So unfortunately, but I will say that I have bought another pro car that I will be doing the rest of IDS in.
Oh, brilliant! That is brilliant news.
Not too dissimilar to that car. So
excellent.
Something interesting as well for Irish drifting. So I can't wait to get back on the grid, because again, I'm just looking at the talent out here. If you want to be good anywhere in the world, this is where you need to prove it. And up against these guys every couple of weeks will definitely sharpen my tools for sure.
Fantastic. And you're flying out to Rome so in a couple of days time and competing in Drift Masters next weekend.
Yeah, Wednesday we're heading out to Rome. I have done the least amount of driving I think of anyone on the grid, but I have a very good car now, and of course we're there to have an adventure, have a challenge, and just basically try and survive as usual. But this year at least we have a car that's ready to fight, so I'm really pumped for it. And I said, nice way to kick off IDS this weekend as well, with you guys doing a great job in the tower, by the way, because I know how tough this job this is. But we have a great crowd here today. If we wind this up to the top 16, it'll be a very memorable one, I think.
Well, Dave, we look forward to seeing you next weekend. We wish you all the best. I'm sure I can speak on behalf of everyone in Ireland for that. Guys, be sure to check out Dave and all the guys on Red Bull TV. Check out Drift Masters, and Dave, all the best to you.
Thank you, Mike. I said I'm in a good position now to watch the action unfold, and I hope everyone's having a good time out there.
Well done, Dave. Rightio, back over to you, Adam, and we are ready back to the line, I do believe.
We sure are on the line. We can see Dermot O'Connell and Leon Lynch. That 180 SX is coming up again. Or sorry, S14 is coming up that AE 86 as the 86, but driven by Dermot O'Connell, is about to lead us in over the hill. SR powered. Look at this. Looks absolutely fantastic. He comes out lovely line, but Leon Lynch is right there with him at 11-0. S14 making the dive up on the door through zone 4 here. Bit of a pace difference in these two cars, Mike. So there is Dermot O'Connell piloting it as best he can up against the wall. Josh Robson just about, but Leon Lynch is right on the door. Look at this, pushing Dermot across the line. Insane stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff there across the line. All action here in IDS, and it's great to see it, as Dave said. And I know why you got confused there, Adam. You know, you've got an S14 on the line with a 180 SX front in it. Then you've got a twin cam, which is what we got a twin cam.
Seeing things there.
An AE 86, which is colloquially known in Ireland as a twin cam, with an SR20 under the bonnet. True, of course, they're in the hands of Dermot O'Connell. So I understand why you're getting a little bit of confusion there.
That justifies that wrong call by me, at least. Thank God. I was
does.
looking at it, I was like, that's not a Silvia.
Yeah, it's a S14.1, I believe they call it. So definitely can be a bit confusing with all the fronts you can put on the Silvias, and fellas are putting complete S15 kits in on S14s and things, making them an S14.9 like Kuba's car. And you've got Sil 80s, you've got 1Vias, you've got strawberry faces, which are a S15 fronted 180, and called the strawberry face because Ichi and Go, which is 1.5, is the Japanese for strawberry. Then they call it a 1.5 face. Ichigo strawberry. That's absolutely useless trivia for you for the pub quiz, which you'll never be asked. So there you go, Adam.
Probably never know, but enough about that. Anyways, the two drivers are back on the line, ready. We can see they're about to head over the hill here, as we can see the S14 leading us in by Leon Lynch.
Oh, look at this from Dermot O'Connell, not giving a split inch there to Leon Lynch. and it is a big smoke screen coming off the back of the Silvia. Huge dive from O'Connell. Look at this, just backs out of it, then hits the brakes at the last moment before the collision. O'Connell doing everything in his power here, bringing all the aggression from the chase position. Is it going to be enough? Because I'll tell you one thing, Lynch was every bit as aggressive himself in the chase, and they crossed the line with O'Connell locking up the front wheels on the left foot brake and everything. Great stuff there from both drivers. Guys at the bottom grandstand, be sure to give them a round of applause there as they pass you. And all the aggression there from both drivers. Justin, this is only top 32, Adam.
I was just thinking that, Mike, looking at the aggression from all drivers on the grid already so far. Give them a round of applause here as they come in front of grandstand 1. 2 insanely talented people, 2 incredibly looking cars as well, as we wait for our judges to make their decision and see who'll be making their way into the top 16 today.
Yeah, I think they're going to be looking at the replays of this one a little bit. There was a big straight in there, actually, speaking of replay, from O'Connell at clip 2, so he's definitely going to be marked down a lot for that one. I think maybe Dearman might have been a little bit messy in the chase position the more I look back at it, but he definitely also had the aggression, gets really bang on into the pocket, but just goes a little bit tight there. Maybe doesn't completely straighten, but he's very close to it too. So, you know, I think the judges are going to be keeping watching that one, and it might be the defining moment of this battle. So we'll know in a couple of seconds. 114.9, Dave Egan says. Who knows? And it's got an S15 back on it as well, actually, to make things even more confusing.
That's why I'm looking at my notes right here as I look at it. An S14 with a 180 SX front.
Yeah, you just got to look at the
S15 rear.
You got to look at the quarter panel window.
It's a bit of a Frankenstein of a car, isn't it?
And we do have a result as we get lost in all the Sylvias there. It is Diarmuid O'Connell actually gets the win there, so Diarmuid getting the win. Kieran Hines, you know, we do have the option of going to you guys for a couple of explanations. So, a couple of mistakes from both drivers there. Why did you call it in favour of Diarmuid O'Connell?
1-2, 1-2. I suppose you have to look at the 2 runs. The first run, the only issue we really saw with the first run was with Diarmuid O'Connell coming out of zone 4. He kind of angles up. And it kind of caught the chase a little bit, but then the chase car wasn't really close enough to be massively affected by that. It all really comes back to the second run. And the second run with the lead car, with Leon coming in, he comes in, his line looks pretty good coming in, but he comes in very tight too. In fact, when we looked back on the drone replay, it shows his driver's side, or his right front wheel was actually in over the curb. Now, Diarmuid obviously is doing what I asked him to do in briefing. He's on the door, so he gets led in, and he's led in even deeper into that drop off, and he has a little bit of a straighten because of it. So we've blamed the lead car for that. That kind of drops Diarmuid out of the battle for the rest of the run. He's thereabouts near the end again, but he does lose the opportunity to be on the door through zone 4, and we feel that was all down to Leon's line coming into clip 2.
Very well explained there. Thank you, Kieran Hines. So the lead car there just closing the door on the chase car, I guess. And that is the result that it leaves us with. As we move along, it is Adam Kelly versus Ben Rogers. Ben Rogers leaving the line first as the higher qualifier. Adam Kelly in the Skyline, struggling a little bit in qualifying, but getting it into the show. Looking a little bit better here now, the chase position, as he makes the dive with the big Skyline. Can he stop it? He absolutely can, and maintains angle. Look at the left foot braking there from Kelly. Great car control as he made the dive onto Rogers, or big angle from Rogers as he comes around 5. Not big enough to cause an issue though. Kelly cuts the track a small bit there and sacrifices 6 in order to get back on the door, but does that, and does a good run there, but maybe sacrificed the last zone to get on the door there, Adam.
He sure did, Mike. Speaking of a good run, did you see Ben Rogers out there? The way he went around the track with all the pace, trying to get away and open up proximity away from Adam Kelly, hitting every zone exactly how the judges want to see, but Adam Kelly was putting the pressure on, trying to close that proximity and get in the pocket. But
yeah, Kelly dropping off at 5 there as well, if you spotted it.
I was just about to say, Ben Rogers, as he came in there to 6, lovely angle, lovely line, keeping all wheels in the zone. Adam Kelly has going to have a lot to push away from here on the second run.
Yeah, the Waterford man there with a couple of mistakes. Did bring the aggression and had a nice entry there, but maybe a couple of mistakes just creeping in there for the second half as we swap them around now. Lead becomes chase, and Adam Kelly will be the lead driver here. Ben Rogers now will have the radio in the car, and he will know that he is probably at, I would say, at least a good 7-3 advantage there. Maybe 7-3 would be a good call on that one. Maybe a weak 8-2 even, but 7-3 at least, and he knows now that he just has to be tidy here, and he will book his place in the main part of the show, the top 16.
That's for sure, Mike, as Adam Kelly leads us in this time in a 2JZ powered Nissa and Skyline, making a huge weight transfer to come over the hill on the line. Ben Rogers trying to close that proximity. Adam Kelly has the speed, but he drops the tyre after zone 3 going into the dirt. This helps out Ben Rogers to close that proximity again right there with him. Two cars transition here right in front of the tower through the zone in front of the grandstand. Ben Rogers right there putting it on the door as they cross the line. This is going to be a tight one, Mike.
Yeah, I would agree. But Ben Rogers there, just doing Ben Rogers things. Let's have a look at it again here in the replay. As Adam just drops the wheel there on the outside of 3. Ben Rogers on that very wide line for the chase position, and just letting a little bit of a gap back there. Intelligent chasing there from Rogers. Kelly doing everything right in the lead position, leaving the door open, but Rogers then just hanging back, taking no chances and crossing the line. And I think this is just an intelligent chase here from Rogers. Guys, round of applause for Adam Kelly and Ben Rogers. And thank you very much. And once again, the action will be heating up for sure. The top 16 very soon. Just waiting for the judges to drop in, and it does indeed. Ben Rogers goes through to the top 16 as expected, and Adam Kelly there with a great lead run on the second one, but just bowing out of competition. The Waterford man back for round 2 for sure. But Ben Rogers, 700 brake horsepower actually in that S14 with RB power, and he'll be delighted with that one now, booking his place, keeping his championship hopes alive. Might be a dark horse for this championship, Adam.
Very true, Mike, but we're going to move on to our next battle. It's going to be Dylan Garvey facing off against Nicky Davey. Two very talented drivers. Nicky Davey being the father of both Dean Davey and Jake Davey. He has a strong team around him.
He does, but remember here, guys, we favour Dylan Garvey and possibly Jakub Krysiak as joint favourites for this championship this season. Now, anything can change, but remember, Dylan Garvey barely getting into the show. That car has electrical issues. They still didn't know what it was at lunchtime, and it's only running at 0.8 bar of boost. Once again, these cars which run lean race fuel, the top JZ cars and RB cars, they will be running absolute lean race fuel. It's not mixed with pump fuel or anything. It just, here you go, have the best of the best. It might be E85 ethanol, or it could be some of the Sunoco stuff there, race fuel, and or whatever brand, and they can push the boost like way up because the engines aren't going to get detonation on that level of fuel because the octane rating is so high. So basically these cars normally would be running 1.67 bar of boost pressure. Therefore he is down half of his boost pressure, Dylan Garvey is. So a limping Dylan Garvey here, despite his talent, might be under pressure here against Nicky Davey with the RB power. Let's see how it pans out.
Absolutely, as we can see here, Dylan Garvey leading us in over the hill. Despite having electrical issues earlier on, everything seems to be working for him. Nicky Davey, quite far apart, making a dive up onto the door here now. Around Mobile 1, zone 4, they transition through 5 and into 6. Nicky Davey does not seem to have the pace to stay there with Garvey. Garvey looking unreal as he fills the place with smoke. Nicky Davey looking like he's under pressure throughout that.
Yeah, well, we'll have to have a word there with Dylan Garvey. Not looking like he has any issues that time for sure. Possible that they found it there after lunch, but he did say that the ECU was just shutting down at times, throwing up no error codes, nothing, no diagnostics helping him there, but maybe they found an issue. But intermittent electrical faults are the worst of the worst to try to find, because they only show up when you really don't want them to, and it is very hard then to exactly catch what's causing them. But he said that they were changing all the earth, cleaning all the earths in that car and everything, making sure that there wasn't a bad earth or whatever causing that electrical fault. So hopefully they have that car back up and running, because Dylan Garvey, once again, guys, not sure if you heard it in qualifying, he did 4 events last year, came back after a couple of years out. He did a bit of Drift Masters, didn't have the reliability with his RB, came back in Ireland with a JZ a couple of years later and absolutely blitzed the field. The Kilkenny man winning 3 out of 4 events which he competed in, which is an absolutely unheard of record with the level of talent that we have in this country that you have to get through. He beat Harry Kerr and Dwayne McKeever on the way, both Drift Masters drivers, so crazy level of talent. Now Nicky Davies in the lead position. Let's see what Garvey can do in the chase.
That's for sure. Dylan Garvey usually comes here and takes over, but is Nicky Davey going to put a stop to that? Nicky Davey making a huge flick over the hill here, putting out an unreal run so far, getting right deep into the zone. It's a bit of a drag with the handbrake to get into zone 4, and Dylan Garvey is right on the door. Dylan is not holding back, right on his bumper as they transition in front of the tower here. Nicky Davey right on online, but Dylan Garvey is right there with him the whole way across. Dylan Garvey's car is such high spec and looking insane out there as they just about come off track after that. Neither of the lads holding back.
I think I was doing heavy breathing there, laughing into my microphone, because Dylan Garvey, there is absolutely nothing wrong with him in that run anyway. We'll try and find out more for you guys, but maybe going a tiny bit shallow into zone 4 there. But apart from that, textbook chasing there from the Kilkenny man. Nicky Davey in the Carrick Karting self-sponsored Sylvia there, DS15, doing a good job, but maybe not enough. Be sure as well to head up to Nicky Davies' place, guys, and support them. They do a lot for this sport, fielding 3 cars, Carrick Karting in Carrick and Shannon. Guys, big round of applause for Nicky Davey and Dylan Garvey. Thank you very much, guys, once again. And 2 drivers out of the cars, and we are just going to wait for the judges' scores to drop in and get on screen for the live stream.
A very close one between both drivers, both making a few small mistakes, Mike, but a result has come in. It's Dylan Garvey making his way into the top 16. A round of applause one more time for both drivers. Outstanding stuff. That's the last we'll see of Nicky Davey, but that's not the last we'll hear of the Davies, because his 2 sons are still on the grid at the moment.
Well, one is on the grid. Remember, I think we've lost
Jake.
We lost Jake, yeah, so it's just 1 Davey left out of 3 now. So we move it along to the line. We're back down to the start line, and it should be Owen Magner in the Driftburger 180SX versus Justin Murphy in the very, very local E36 BMW with 1 J power. So it is SR22. 650 horsepower. That's wrong. It actually made more on the dyno with the last pull. It did over 700. Owen told me yesterday. So crazy power. Versus the 2J E36 this time of Justin Murphy. So Justin there going for an engine swap, and the local man qualifying highly yesterday and winning the event. So very, very on form. Does he have the pace here with the semi-slick tyres? Owen Magner in the Driftburger 180SX leads us in.
Look at this, Mike, there, not holding back. Justin Murphy doing exactly what Justin Murphy usually does, and hard charges to get right up on the door of young Owen Magner. Owen Magner looking very stylish in that Driftburger 180SX, and he puts it around the track in the exact way the judges want to see him do so. Justin Murphy just got a bit shallow there on zone 6, but they crossed the line. The proximity opened up towards the last part of that run, Mike, and Justin Murphy looks so aggressive at the start. Owen Magner's going to have a lot to live up to on this.
Yeah, absolutely. So very, very good chase there. Look at Owen Magner's smoke absolutely billowing from the back of the 180SX, but Murphy dropping straight into the pocket then, maybe not on that outside line. Magner then putting foot to floor and getting away a little bit as we approach 6. You might be wondering what Driftburger is as well, guys. It's an interesting name, that's for sure, but it is basically, it's a new food brand that is going to be launching in Ireland, and the launch is on May the 16th. So the first full paddock setup will be a drift burger van with a team presence and a full drift atmosphere, and it's basically food and drifting combined. So be sure to keep an eye out for that one at the Irish Drift Nationals, which will be launching on May the 16th and 17th in Roach Green Tipperary Raceway, where we will have 40 of the best drivers in the country also taking part on a standalone one-day event to crown the Irish Nationals champion. So that is an interesting one for sure. Now Owen Magner swinging the Driftburger 180SX around, and lead will become chased. Justin Murphy to lead us in this time, airing out his car, getting the tyre smoke out with doing the old door open and close there to pull a bit of tyre smoke and heat out of the car. And we're ready to rock. Kevin, our start line marshal, gives them the get-go, and Justin Murphy and Owen Magner leave the line. Let's see what happens.
Here they go, Justin Murphy sending it in over here. Look at the angle from Justin Murphy. Can Owen Magner match it as he gets lost in the smoke? I'd say, no, look, where did Owen Magner come out if he's right on the door of Justin Murphy? Bit shallow on zone 4, but he's right there with him, matching the pace absolutely perfectly as they transition right up against the wall. This is not separable, Mike, as we can see Owen Magner stepping on the left foot brake there, across the line and everything. The aggression from both these drivers is insane.
You gotta love this layout of Mondello, especially, you know, since they put in this new section of tarmac in the middle here. Gee, what is it now? Is it probably nearly a decade ago now at this stage, to be honest? Probably more, because my time perception has gone absolutely weird since 2020. I think everyone's is, but it's probably roughly 10 years, and it's been such a great addition because you can get that proximity across the line. You know, we used to finish under the bridge before, but now we get that crazy proximity. And guys, if you want to show your appreciation for that proximity there for Justin Murphy and Owen Magner,
Justin Murphy winning outright yesterday in the Pro 2 Championship.
Getting a fresh haircut for the weekend as well.
Did he?
Yeah.
It looks fairly fresh.
Looking fresh there on the line.
Can he keep his winning streak going though and win and get a podium spot here in the pros? Because it looks like he has the possibility of doing it. Justin Murphy takes the win. A huge round of applause. The Pro 2 driver knocking out Owen Magner. Very unfortunate. We'll see Owen Magner again, I'm sure, in the next couple of rounds. But Justin Murphy really deserves.
Yeah.
That's what I came up with here.
So guys, just about to make that one official there. The graphic popped up there just a little bit prematurely. The judge is actually still discussing that one there. Just a bit of a jumping the gun there, I think, on the live stream graphic, which was announced there. So Justin Murphy, we have just announced as the winner, but the judges were still actually discussing it. We went off the live stream.
Sure, well, I was getting awfully excited about Justin Murphy there. I looked at the live stream and
we might be bringing him back.
Might not be right.
Well, if Justin Murphy wins it, we can leave it as it is, and if not, we'll have to bring him back and maybe give Owen Magner an apology there. But the judges just watching the replay here, very very close run between both drivers, and just making sure that all of that is correct. We might even be going one more time. We've not had a one more time yet, but of course guys, if you're not familiar with drifting, if the judges cannot split the drivers, it is possible to send them one more time. If they can't split them again, you can send them one more time again, but then they must come to a decision. So a maximum of 3 battles per pair of drivers is what you have, and the judges have to decide. But usually one more time does decide it. And judges still watching this one. It's not official yet.
It's a lot tighter than we may have thought, Mike, as well. So the judges look like 3 confused puppies, we always say, watching back on the replay system to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, so just waiting once again. The judges on the replay system here, watching an incident here between Murphy and Magner. So yeah, sorry about that one, guys. Just a premature graphic there on the screen, and we called it, but the judge's decision is final, and we're just waiting to make it official. And yeah, just as we are waiting there, once again, we touched on Formula Drift Atlanta there. That'll be on in 2 weeks' time, guys. If you fancy more drift action, we'll see the Shanahans and, of course, the one and only James Dean, who we saw out on track there with his RX-7. And I do believe we will be seeing again quite soon with the passenger spins. So
I think we actually have a result in that last call, Mike. So we're about to find out.
So we're just confirming this. So we are in receipt of a confirmation here, guys, and it is actually between Justin Murphy and Owen Magner. It is a one more time between Justin Murphy and Owen Magner, so apologies for calling the wrong result there, but it is Justin Murphy and Owen Magner to go one more time. So we'll get to see the Kildare and Cork fellas face off against each other again. And
I got so excited about thinking about
premature celebration by Murphy there.
Absolutely, but he's going to have to go out there and give it his everything. But we'll talk about that very shortly. We have 2 drivers on the line right now. It's Alex Butler and Matt Smith coming over the hill. Alex Butler leading us in his E46. Huge angle as he kicks it all the way through into zone 3. Matt trying to push right up on the door and close that proximity. Alex Butler looking a small bit shallow on zone 4 there. He transitions into 5, and Matt Smith is trying to find the door of that E46. They rub it off the wall in front of the grandstand. We can hear the anti-lag in Matt Smith's car. Look, sounds absolutely insane. Another great run by these drivers.
Yes, so just was getting confirmation there as well that we are going back to the Jakob Krzyzak and Dean Martin second half of the run. If you remember, Dean Martin's front tyre debeating there from Nathan Corcoran's car. So we will be going back to that one as well soon. Just getting confirmation of that there. And yeah, ready to rock with the second half of this battle. Young Alex Butler as well from County Louth, you know, coming up through the ranks, was in the mix for the Pro 2 Championship last year, didn't quite make it in the end. I do believe, once again, touching on that final of Pro 2 last year, that I think it was 7 or 8 drivers could actually win the championship if they had taken the event win and the cards, you know, fell their way. But Alex Butler ended up 3rd in the championship, if memory serves me correctly, and yeah, a fantastic final, but didn't quite take the championship. But he's here in the Pro class now as a result of that high Pro 2 Championship finish, and he's ready to rock.
He sure is. Two other lads are ready to rock right now. It's Matt Smith and Alex Bullard. They come over the hill. Matt Smith sending it in with huge angle through 1, 2 and 3. Alex Bullard is getting a small bit lost in the smoke, but making that dive up onto the door through 4 here. Matt Smith putting down a lovely line right out to the edge of the track. Matt Smith transitions onto the wall, rubbing that rear bumper of that PS13, but Alex Butler is right there with him, closing that gap, pushing him across the line.
Yeah, big aggression there from both drivers as they cross the line, and Mondello getting covered in tyre smoke here, which is what we love to see. And let's see what the judges make of this one, as I'm sure Owen Magner and Justin Murphy are getting their cars ready for the one more time. Once again, guys, this is only top 32 action. We will be going into top 16, grade 8, final 4, and the finals outright later on, of course, here in Mondello Park. We should be on the podium for about 4:45 or 4:45, sorry, if everything goes to plan. And be sure to stick around, because those battles get absolutely crazy at that stage of the afternoon. So just waiting for this one to drop in.
As we can see, our judges still looking it over, marking down their scores, waiting for the official answer on this one.
Yeah, so it is Matt Smith takes the win. Matt Smith takes the win, and Alex Butler gets out of competition. The UK driver taking the win there, and doing it for the UK guys, for the visiting drivers. So Matt Smith moves his way into the top 16. Alex Butler bowing out of competition in his first outright pro, but we will be seeing him coming back from strength to strength, I'm sure. Now we move it along to the second run of this battle. It was Dean Martin versus Jakub Krzyzak, and Dean Martin, remember, debeating there just at zone 3, really strange there, zone 4, and no idea what happened to the front tyre there, but he's back on track at least.
Not too sure, Mike, but it looks like that tyre is back on the car and he's ready to send it over the hill, and he sure does. Jakub Krzyzak following him in. Oh, more issues for Dean Martin as he goes off into the grass in the centre of the track. Jakub Krzyzak finishing out his run, filling every zone, filling the place with smoke. I'm not too sure what has happened for Dean Martin in that borrowed car. Maybe some mechanical issues. Jakub Krzyzak putting on a show as he always does. Dean Martin, I'm really not too sure what happened there, Mike. So he came through 2 and just into 3. He looks so strong as we watch the replay here.
Yeah, understeer. Yeah, it just looks like he's understeer. Not sure if the front geometry of that car is perfect or what's happening after the last one there, but yeah, definitely looks like he had front issues there somehow, and all going wrong for Dean Martin. The borrowed car not working out for him this weekend, but he did qualify, got it into the show at least, and Nathan Corcoran, well done for loading that pride and joy of yours to a madman like Dean Martin. And Jakub Krzyzak definitely will be going through in that one. The man, Paddy Krzyzak, we're calling him at this stage. The
sure is.
Polish native, but an adopted Irishman, going through to the top 16, keeping his championship hopes alive. So I am seeing here in the battle bracket that if Jakub Krzyzak and Dylan Garvey win their next battles each, which is not a foregone conclusion by any means, then they will be looking at meeting each other in the grade 8, I believe. Yeah, pretty much. So Jakub Krzyzak will face off against Dermot O'Connell, and Ben Rogers will face off against Dylan Garvey. So that is going to be an interesting side of that bracket on the right hand side.
It sure will, Mike. As we move back to the line, 2 drivers lined up ready to go. It's the one and only Stephen Halfty and Matt Darren, 2 drivers driving BMWs, aggressive drivers, so this will be quite an entertaining one. Here we go, Stephen Halftree leaving us in that wagon E36, followed and chased down by Matt Darren, the greatest beard drifting in that coupe E36. Look at him as they come over the hill, a small bit of a wobble there from Darren. A lot of proximity opening up, not too sure what's happened for Darren there. Straightens up his wheels to try close proximity driving on, but Stephen Halftree just carries on as he does. Through 5 and into 6, Matt Darren finds the door, but is it too late? Has he already straightened up and caused mistakes? He pushes him across the line. I think it might be too late for Matt Darren, Mike.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I saw Matt Darren there in understeer around the first corner on the drone shot, but we'll have another look here. Of course we'll have a look. So watch this from Matt Darren. Initiates. Let's see. Yeah, it's very hard to see with the tyre smoke there, but it looks like he got caught very badly on the inside of the track. Yeah, just kind of loses drift for a second, but nothing too serious. I mean, it's a huge mistake, but it's not a 0, I would say. Might be quite close to it, but yeah. Let's see what happens in the second one. But Stephen Halford is Mr. Consistent. Apart from his first qualifying run this morning, Adam, not that consistent, to be honest. He scored like a 25, I think, or something. But apart from that, he's a safe pair of hands, so you would really fancy him to take battle this time. But you know what, guys, it is top 32. Bear in mind, the top 16 always gets closer. The battles ramp up, like, absolutely. The intensity gets more and more, and the drivers who are in the top 16 have all come in after winning a battle already. So the battles tend to get a lot closer and a lot more intense. So once again, be sure to stay tuned for that as soon as we get into top 16 action. And we're knocking out these top 32s quite quickly. Matt Darren now leads us in his angel-eyed E36 BMW, the bearded one behind the wheel. And this thing has a big V8 in it with a big old blower on it.
It sure does, Mike. Matt Darren is a great pilot, a great character, both inside and outside the car, so he also puts on a show. Struggling quite a bit by the looks of it with these semi-slicks out on track this weekend. So hopefully all things work out for him right now as he comes into his battle in the top 32. Matt Darren leading us in, chased down by Stephen Hafferty. Is BMW on BMW, E36 on E36. Coupe versus wagon as Matt Darren sends it in. Loads of smoke out of the back of the car, looking a lot stronger. Lots of angle through zone 4 there. And Stephen Hafferty almost shuts it down.
Hafferty's in big trouble as well. This one's not.
Mistakes on both sides now. Matt Darren finishing out his run, looking very strong. Stephen Hafferty doing everything he can, cutting the track to get across the line. And look at this. Tyre fire underneath Matt Darren's car. Not the first time this weekend.
Yeah, this one's not done yet. I thought that Stephen Halferty was just going to do, you know, Stephen Halferty things and just play the intelligent role behind Matt Darren. But did he get lost in the tyre smoke? I'm not so sure. He just popped out of the smoke, added on lots of angle and seemed to just back out of it. Now, when we see him reappearing from the smoke, he's in totally the wrong part of the track and might be in a bit of trouble here. So the judges not having an easy run here. And you know what? He totally misses outer zone 6 as well. Matt Darren doing a good job in the lead position. Guys, round of applause there from Matt Darren and Steve Halferty. Both drivers pinning the BMWs as hard as they could come down the track, pulling gears up the straight and flicking them in here over the Mondello hill. And look at this. Watch Halferty here now. He just... maybe we might get it. Stephen, what happened? Throw the hands up. What happened, Stephen? Just throw the hands up. Yeah, exactly. Don't know.
Just trying up for a hug, I think.
Yeah, just having a hug. Just a bit of bromance there.
I didn't think it was possible. It looks like Matt Darren got taller since last year.
Yeah.
He's grown up.
It's just the beard got longer. It just makes him look taller.
Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Is he checked underneath the bonnet?
Yeah. Hopefully it's tyre smoke, but it might be breathing a little bit as well there, I'd say. So yeah, definitely can get a smell of oil up here as well. So yeah, not sure if that's a good thing at all, but. It's a catch can, yeah, we're hearing it's just a catch can. So we do have a result, I believe, if I see Kieran Hines writing down something on the piece of paper. It usually means a result, and it is indeed. Matt Darren goes through to the top 16, and Stephen Halferty bows out in top 32 action. But, you know, it's an unusual one for Halferty, guys. But round of applause for Matt again.
As he's on top of that E36. Always putting on a show for the crowd. One more time, give both drivers a big round of applause.
Well, that is it for Stephen Halferty. A very, very consistent driver and a man with championship hopes, but it's not to be for him this time. Now we move it along. We're nearly finished with the top 32, guys. It is Davin Leahy and Daryl Barnett for our last battle in the top 32. Davin Leahy with the GT86 with the V8 LS engine in it, an LS7 in fact, a relatively modern LS there with 600 horsepower, versus Daryl Barnett with his newly built BMW, an M246, fantastic looking car. Now Leahy fires in the GT86 over the hill. Barnett is nowhere to be seen in on initiation, at least. Now look at but Leahy debeads. Low tire pressure, definitely an issue there. Leahy debeads. Is he going to finish the run? He doesn't, so Leahy shuts it down. These drivers running super low rear tyre pressures in order to get that grip and to essentially make the tyre run kind of flat on the track to increase the contact patch and let the tyre squirm around, find the grip. And you know what? Leahy just taking it a step too far that time maybe. Beads the tyre there on the inside, and that is going to be a 0 for Davin Leahy, as you know what, Daryl Barnett will be delighted with that, because
I'm sure he will, Mike. I was actually watching him there just as they came into zone 4. It looked like something red glowing inside of young Leahy's wheel as he went around. Next thing the tyre actually popped off DBing, so I'm not too sure what caused that.
Well, as I said,
was it the low pressures? Was it heat?
It would have been low pressures, Adam. Yeah, the unloaded tyre then just got pulled off the rim, and yeah, just Davin Leahy trying everything in the book to be fast, and it was working. because he was a long way there from Daryl Barnett. He was definitely pulling out a gap, but unfortunately he flew a little bit too close to the sun there and ran the pressures a bit too low, and as a result paid the price there. And unfortunately for him, he'll be on a big fat 0 after that one, opting to get recovered off track so that he doesn't wreck that wheel. So that leaves us with the option of going with a 5-minute rule for Devon Leahy. This is the last battle of the bracket, so we will be faced with Devon Leahy fixing that car. It's the last battle of the top 32, which means that we will have one more run in the top 32, and then we will be into top 16 action after we see some IRX Irish Rallycross buggies, and I do believe the passenger rides.
We sure will. So everyone that collected one of those squishy balls with the little bands down on track when myself and Rad went down, you have the opportunity to go on a passenger ride, so make sure you're ready for that very shortly. If you're not already headed down, make sure you are now, as well as anyone that picked up one of the ones that has a t-shirt band on it. That means you can head to the Irish Drift Series tent and pick yourself up a free t-shirt from our wide range of stylish new merch for this year. I just want to give a huge shout out to everyone watching in on the stream. There's over 1,200 people tuning in at the present moment, which is quite insane, on top of the 16, if not more, 1,000 people that are here in attendance today, Mike.
Absolutely, Adam. Yeah, it is a fantastic attendance here as always in Mondello Park. Once again, guys, very appreciative of that, and let's continue to grow this fantastic Irish car scene into something that the world recognises, as it already does, to be honest. So fantastic to see everybody here enjoying the action and enjoying the show here in Mondello Park. So just speaking with the production crew there, and yeah, we do have a one more time on the line, of course. So it is going to be the one more time between Magner and Justin Murphy. Incorrectly announcing Justin Murphy as the winner earlier, but we're going to see him go one more time as Devon Leahy gets his tyres back on the rim. Now on Magner flicks us in, goes a little bit tight on the inside at 2 there. Justin Murphy also with a tight line, but Murphy now making the huge dive. Look at this, down right on the door of Magner as they enter turn 2. Both cars now flicking it back onto the wall. Beautiful line there from Magner, grazing the back of the 180SX off the wall, using his SR20 and all the horsepowers there, the 700 of them, I believe, under the bonnet of that SR. And yeah, popping a wheelie as well on the way in there.
Absolutely, I was just about to say the aggression coming in for Magner there, thinking he lost it last time around, really put some fire underneath his seat and sent him out here with some aggression. But Justin Murphy flies it up there. He's determined to get back on that line and get this battle sorted and over with, so he can hopefully take the home to win in real time this time.
Well, we swapped them around, and as I mentioned, Devon Leahy will be getting a tyre back on the rim. He still has a chance of a one more time in this battle if he can force Daryl Barnett into a 0, but it is a big ask for sure, because Daryl Barnett is very experienced at this stage and knows exactly what he has to do. But we have this battle to finish off first. It's still all to play for here between Owen Magner and Justin Murphy in the BMW. One man from Cork, the other man from Kildare, and let's see what Magner can now do in the chase position after a really good run there from Murphy in his chase. Look at this from Magner, guys. If you can see it there if you can see the start line, Magner is hanging back here a good bit. The start line marshal telling him to come up to the line a bit now. Maybe that 180 is heating or something. He seems to be just trundling back to the line and delaying it there. Might be wanting to get the water temps down a little bit more here, but they are ready to rock. So Kevin, our start line marshal, he'll make eye contact with both drivers, make sure that the gear is engaged, that all is good to go, so that there's no jump starts or whatever. He'll get the thumbs up from both. He will give them the thumbs up, and then he tells them, off you go, boys, basically. So let's see now if he does that, making sure that Owen Magner is good to go. Yeah, and I'm just hearing from Sean Healy as well now. He's in communication with the start line marshal, as we see Justin Murphy once again airing out the car there, opening the door. He points to them both, tells them go. So Owen Magner leaves the line first, trying to get the whole shot up the straight here with all those horsepowers. Justin Murphy is just right alongside him. Magner flicks it in right alongside Murphy. Look at this, guys. Magner absolutely on the door. Murphy makes a huge dive, backs out of it, then hits the brakes in the 180 before he makes contact. He's going to have to find the quarter panel of the E36 again. It's a big one. It's got a pendant kit on it. He will find it for sure. Look at this Magner now, left foot braking. Wow, what a run from both drivers.
I am so happy this went one more time. Look at the aggression from young Owen Magner right on the door of Justin Murphy the whole way around there. It's like copy and paste on his run because he was right there with him, duplicating every single thing he done. Justin Murphy's going to know that because he was right there knocking on the door throughout every zone.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree there. And once again, guys, we're going to be ramping up the energy for the top 16. We're going to get the crowd involved even more. So Owen Magner is out of the car. Justin Murphy, they'll be able to hear you cheering from his home place, to be honest, and he is getting off his safety gear there as we see the tyre smoke still coming out his little hatch window there out of the car. So guys, round of applause for Owen Magner there first of all anyway. And Justin Murphy, I think he's watching TikToks or something in the car there, and we can announce going through to the top 16. It's actually Owen Magner goes through to the top 16. The Corkman doing a great job there. Justin Murphy.
Do not, that was so entertaining. I'd nearly see him go one more time.
Yeah, remember guys, Justin Murphy is a Pro 2 driver. He won the Pro 2 round yesterday, came up through that, qualified in Pro, and took it to Owen Magner, pushed the Pro driver to one more time, and that is how you do it. And he will be after a dream weekend, Justin Murphy. The big long trip home now for him. And yeah, Owen Magner going into the top 16 to face off against Matt Darren. So as we wait for Devin Leahy to get back on track, I'm sure they're just going to change a wheel on that car. Our top 16 looks like it's going to be Fionn Roach versus David Garvey, Declan Byrne versus Dean Davey. In the Lions is going to take on Jack McWini, and it's going to be Lee McFadden against Jason McInerney by my reckoning. That is the left-hand side of the bracket. Adam, you're jumping in with info there?
I sure am. As we're waiting for our next competitive driver to head out on track, we have another little treat for you. We're going to see the one and only James Dean hitting the track once again in his stunning RX-7 with a passenger ride for a very special person. So he'll be coming out over the hill here, sending it in and putting on some entertainment for everyone.
Yeah, I believe James doing a bit of charity work for the Make-A-Wish Foundation this weekend.
He sure is, giving someone the opportunity of a lifetime to be out on this track, especially with probably one of the best, if not the best, driver in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. What an opportunity, and yeah, definitely in a very, very special car as well. The PPRE 4-rotor, and you know, I think those Bear engines can be. I'm not going to put a figure on it, but it's not good. It's not good, but super reliable engine. Actually, James tells me. He has, I'm not sure if he's pulling my leg here, because I used to change plugs in my rotary like every round, if not every day, the turbo one, but this naturally aspirated 4-rotor, he said, is on the same set of spark plugs since he built it. It is just super, super reliable. Now, Mazda won the Le Mans 24 Hours with one in 1991 as well, so who knows, maybe 4-rotor's the way to go for reliability. But anyway, James Dean's 4-rotor is going to treat our ears once again, and the best in the world here, ready to rock, guys. We're probably not going to make a call on this one. We're just going to stay quiet, Adam, and let this car do the talking. This amazing 4-rotor build in the hands of the Corkman. I just said to Sean Healy, our track controller, earlier as we got some food, we walked into Rose Green in 2006 and saw James drifting in a Sierra estate in the middle of the track, and what a journey he's been on, and what an ambassador he's been for this sport in our country ever since. So it's a pleasure to get to see him out here on track, and yeah, definitely doing it for a good cause.
Absolutely, that's a fact. We're not going to speak over this one because this car sounds amazing and does enough talking for itself, but as James goes around the track with his very special passenger, make sure everybody both on the banks, in the grandstands, to give him a huge round of applause as they go by.
Absolutely, and be sure as well, guys, if you're taking any videos, feel free to tag the Irish Drift Series and follow us on the various socials there, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, etc. And feel free to tag us there, and the guys might reshare your videos even, who knows. So we're going to let the car do the talking, guys. Here comes James Dean for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Get the phones out, this one's going to be special. Yeah, round of applause, guys, as James makes his way around the track before drifting it. Just show your appreciation there, doing it for a great cause.
Mondello Park, give a huge round of applause to James Dean and his very special passenger, literally making dreams come true out on track in that stunning rotary powered RX-7. Insane stuff, once in a lifetime kind of experience that his passengers experienced in there. But that's not all for the action. We're going straight back to the line now as our drivers are getting ready for their next battle. It's Darrell Barnett and Davin Leahy going again.
Just getting my eardrums sorted there again after James. I think he silenced it a little bit though since the last time. Maybe I think Mondello might have got involved. So probably for the better with that naturally aspirated, without even turbos to quieten it down, that rotary there. Absolutely crazy. So great, absolutely great there to see James out on track doing it for a fantastic cause, and well done. Always such a great guy. So, like you said, this is the second half of the last battle, guys, of the top 32. We're going to have a bit of a treat as well in terms of the passenger runs and a couple of IRX buggies out on track before we get into the top 16 parade, and then we are getting into the main show, really whittling it down to the top drivers in the country. So it is Davin Leahy currently on a 0 after a D-beat versus the very experienced Darrell Barnett. So let's see what happens here. It's going to be very difficult for Davin Leahy to force Barnett here, the lead position, into anything, you know, to bring this one back. But let's see what happens.
He sure is, and Barnett is going to know he's safe here. He knows he just has to put down a solid lead run and just let Davin Leahy do the talking in the chase position. Despite what happens here, Davin Leahy's going to have to really put on a hard show to take this home with him.
Yeah, absolutely. So Davin Leahy with huge gearbox issues coming into the weekend. Looks like he has that sorted, and it looks like the rain is staying off here, thankfully, in Mondello Park as we get into the last run of the top 32. But look at this from Leahy. It's all he can do here is put huge pressure on Barnett. He's doing exactly that. Massive aggression from the young Waterford man. Look at this. He's almost passing out Barnett in order to force the Ulsterman into a mistake, but it's not going to work. Darrell Barnett is around with a decade and a bit in Irish drifting, and he is a cool, calm and collected customer, and they cross the line, guys. Round of applause for Darrell Barnett and
cool,
Davin Leahy.
Collected, Mike. That definitely wasn't our explanation for Davin Leahy. Did you see how he was driving out there on his bumper for every transition, right there with him throughout every single zone? Insane stuff from Davin Leahy. I think he even put on stickers since he went in.
He might have got a few sponsors on the car there since he went in. Exactly. Guys, thank you so much for your appreciation all afternoon here. We're going to take it up to another level in the top 16. So for our final result of this top 32, we're just going to make this one official with the judges.
Give them a round of applause as they get out of the car, guys. Two insanely talented drivers, especially Davin Leahy after that chase run.
Yeah, and we're going to be getting lots of shouts out from the grandstand, and we can confirm indeed it is Darrell Barnett goes through to the top 16. That is rounding out our top 16. Davin Leahy bows out early. Another man hoping to take this championship, leaving the competition early, but we'll see him back, I'm sure, much stronger for round 2. And we're back to the line now with James. I believe it looks like he's probably going to do a full bore run this time.
Absolutely, this is going to be an entertaining one. So you're getting shown this magical experience one more time as a RX-7 rotary powered, sounding unbelievable, comes over the hill.
Yes, so let's hear it here now. Absolutely opening its lungs. And the FD-RX-7, of course, such an iconic chassis as well, and increasing in value year on year. You could pick one up maybe 10, 12 years ago for, honestly, €8,000 would have picked up an average one. And we're ready to rock for James Dean here in the FD with 2 extra rotors and the turbo taken off. So 600 brake horsepower with the sharpest throttle response you're ever going to see. So we're just hearing now that it is actually the buggies are actually ready to come out here for a split second. Not James Dean, even though he is on the line. So it is the buggies that are going to be going out. So we're just going to get the names of the drivers there and a little bit of spec. These things are the IRX buggies. Look at this and look at the speed, guys. Absolutely crazy stuff here. Three-wheeling around the first corner here, and if you want to catch this action, be sure to keep an eye on the Mondello Park website, and you can catch this action live with these guys actually racing. And yeah, absolutely crazy stuff. Remember, July the 18th and 19th in Mondello, the European Rallycross Championship returns to Ireland. And out on track at the moment we have Niall Gorey, Scott McGarry, Paul Nolan, James Dalton and Luke Kidd putting on a show for us here. Absolutely nut stuff. These things with motorbike engines, GSXR, Suzuki 750 engines and 1000cc engines in the back of these, of course, and crazy power to weight ratios. They're very, very light, 335 kgs approx. And these things do 0 to 60 in about 2.4 seconds for the very fast ones, as a couple of the lads leave the track there. So 2.5 seconds 0 to 60 time. GSXR 750 and 1000 engines, and they look like a lot of fun. So once again, guys, be sure to catch the Irish Rallycross Championship, and the European Rallycross Championship returns to Ireland here, landing in Mondello Park, July the 18th and 19th. So get that into the calendar, European level events in Rallycross. So we are ready to rock for James now after that very entertaining side quest.
Very entertaining. So was. I saw some of them going around early on 2 wheels there around zone 4. Absolutely wild stuff to see.
Yeah, I fancy one of those things, man.
I'd say it'd be some crack to drive around.
I'd love a crack at one of those. No, Rallycross and one of those things. That's a bit of me.
Speed and acceleration, I could say, is absolutely wild.
That's a bit of me, yeah. So, right, with all the build up to James Dean, we were scuppered for that one, but now I do believe that he is ready to go. We didn't realise that the buggies were waiting there on the side. I was too transfixed on James's beautiful Falcon Livered FD on the line there, I think, as everybody else was as well, with the big, I think it's a BN blister kit on that car as well. So fantastic stuff there from James, and yeah, I do think we are almost ready to go. Absolutely, guys. So we're going to get some trackside mics ready to rock for this one. Going to hear the 4-rotor. Hopefully pick it up through the commentators' microphones. Yeah, we are ready to rock here as James Dean leaves the line. Listen to this, guys at home. People in Mondello, you are going to hear it all in the flesh, but we're going to bring it to you through our microphones. For James Dean, doing it for the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Complete second nature to that man. The precision on his driving, watching him go around the place in that car, no matter what he hops into, he can just make it his own.
Yeah, done the reverse layout in a Mondello as well, and just sneak the gear, up he goes, up over the hills. They love it, absolutely love it. What a man he is, what a man. So yeah, absolutely, guys. So we are ready to rock for a couple of passenger spins as well. Now the unlucky people, they got the helmets, and as Red Don said, they got the nappies as well thrown on, and we do have a couple of passenger spins coming up as well before we get into top 16 action outright and get into our top 16 parade. So just going to get the names of the drivers that are doing well. I don't have to get this name, it's Red Don, who you saw out on track there with his fantastic motorcycle as well. This was the guy throwing the toys into the crowd there. So this was the actual guy giving out the prizes earlier on, Red Don Burkett.
Crazy stuff. So he sends it around, competing yesterday in the Pro 2 Championship as well. Unfortunately not qualifying, so the car is still in good nick and well able to do so. But Rad, knowing him very well, he's definitely delighted to get the opportunity to head out there on track. I saw him, we were walking back in from being out there and giving out the prize, and he was like, I bet I could do this. I'll put on a bit of a show for everyone. And look at him, he's trying to copy James Dean. Putting on, doing rings, lad.
Didn't get quite as far.
Yeah.
Look at the black lines that James left up near the tyres, absolutely. That's crazy work. But Red Don Burkett doing it for the passenger ride, great stuff there. as we let the drivers get their cars ready for top 16. And yeah, we're going to have Alex Williams as well, and Dean Dillon as well, I do believe, doing the passenger spin. So a couple of the Pro 2 guys from yesterday.
What an experience to get out and track in front of 16,000 people, Mike. Make sure you do.
That person is delighted, absolutely, with it.
Make sure you do get to all the rounds this year for the Irish Drift Series, because we'll be doing many more passenger rides as well as many more giveaways and events and attractions such as this with demos and so on. You can see one of the random people that we got to throw a little ball at in the crowd. Weren't expecting it today. Get an opportunity to do this. Incredible stuff.
So that was Dean Dillon. I do believe Alex Williams is waiting in the wings now to do a passenger ride as well, as we just get ourselves ready for top 16 parade. Yeah, what a beautiful car as well. Just take time. This is a Pro 2 car, guys. Remember that it's the level of build in Irish drifting has gone absolutely crazy. This is a Pro 2 car. Just look at this car. And the lucky passenger getting the ride of a lifetime now in the passenger seat of Alex's beautiful S14. So that is our 3 passenger rides done, guys. So we've had the buggies, we've had the James Deans, we've had the passenger rides. All that leaves now is the all-important top 16. So according as we grid the cars here, guys, and get them ready for the parade, just give us a couple of minutes time and we will be back in action here with the Irish Drift Series Round 1 2026 here in Mondello Park for Japfest. Thank you once again, guys, for being in attendance here and on the live stream. So we are ready to rock in just a minute or two's time, I do believe, with the top 16 parade.
Check this out.
Okay. Have said they had so much fun out there getting to really wreck it and throw it around the place, not in a competitive way, and just having a bit of fun. Do they want to go again? So give them a big round of applause. The Irish Rallycross Championship Pro drivers are heading out once again in their very high-powered, low-weight buggies. This is going to be an entertaining one. So incredible stuff. Give them a round of applause. That's the Irish Rallycross Championship, which you can see live here in Mondello Park, as well as the European Championship that is coming back to Ireland. Very entertaining to watch, as you can see them high-paced cards. We're getting our drivers ready. We're about to head into the top 16 parade of round 1 here in Japfest for the Irish Drift Series 2026. We're just going to give them just a moment to get ready, set up to go, and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Check this out.
Okay.
I look good.
Okay. On the street and I got my swag on. Okay. Get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay. Triple back. King of legacy, too ruthless, too transcend. This is how we do.
16 action here at IDS. Round 1, 2026, and it's been a long afternoon, but you know what? Yes, guys, and we are back for round 1, top 16 action here at IDS 2026. And it's been a long afternoon so far, Adam. We've had a drama-filled top 32, but you know what? We're going to get into the main part of the show now. The top 16 is ready to rock. The top 16 drivers in Ireland, top 16 drivers in the country currently competing in domestic competition are ready to rock here and come out on track for your entertainment here, guys, in Mondello Park. Hopefully you're all having a great evening, just as we are. You've got your merch, that you've seen all the cars at the show, and that you are now in your seats ready for the main part of the show at the Irish Drift Series.
We sure are, Mike. These drivers have put everything, their heart, soul, sweat and tears into these cars throughout the off-season, working really hard to make sure they're ready to put on a show throughout this series this year. We hope that everybody here in attendance today is having the best time possible, so as these drivers come by, we want to see you use every bit of energy you have to raise their energy. Scream, shout, stomp your feet, make as much noise as possible as our top 16 parade 2026 round 1 here in Japfest. Mondello Park is making their way slowly over the hill. Mondello, as soon as you see them, make some noise.
Yeah, and they are in a battle grid formation as well, guys, so we should see Fionn Roach facing off against Dave Garvey, etc. The gamesmanship starts at this point as well. The lads will be lined up with each other and they'll be playing a little bit of mind games already and maybe squeezing each other off the track or that kind of thing. So guys, once again, this is the cream of the crop. This is Irish drifting, this is Japfest, and this is IDS round 1 2026. Here are your top 16.
Start making some noise, Mondello. Make as much noise as possible. Scream, shout, stomp your feet for our top 16!
inhaled enough tire smoke today already, Adam.
That's for sure, Mike. You can't even see everyone over in the banks at the moment with all the smoke that's coming here. But we're about to enter top 16. This is what we've been waiting throughout the whole winter for. This is what everyone's been anticipating. This is what these 16 drivers have been hoping for. We're about to get closer and closer to that final. The energy, the momentum, the determination is going up a notch from here on until we reach Podium later this evening. Yep. This is going to be insane.
About an hour and a half's time we're going to be on the podium, that is for sure. And you know what, guys, this championship can change lives. We have Harry Kerr from Ballymoney now heading out to Italy to compete in the Drift Masters European Championship due to his second place finish in this exact championship last year. This championship made James Dean, the Shanahans, Darren McNamara, Dwayne McKeever, keep going, keep naming names. It absolutely made all these drivers. It can change lives, and someone on this grid could be on a path to absolute greatness internationally, who knows. So we are almost ready to rock here with Fionn Roach to lead us out as our first place qualifier against David Garvey, who qualified in 17th position, looking good in his S13. But before we do that, guys, we want to get the crowd involved. We want to get you guys making some noise, ready for the top 16. So everybody across the way, all around the corner on the bank, everybody across the way, let's hear you make some noise. No, those guys are loud.
They're loud, mate. But I think I know a crowd that might just be louder.
Right.
And it's my friends over here in Grandstand 1. Grandstand 1, you made loads of noise when I was out on track. Are you excited for top 16? Make some noise! Think I got you there, Mike.
Might have. And lastly, then, all the guys down here in Grandstand 2, down at the bottom corner. Let's hear you. Make some noise!
Everyone's sounding very
We're
excited.
hearing
All together,
air horns and everything.
Mondello, everyone on the banks in all the grandstands. Everyone all together one time. Make some noise!
That's the stuff, Mondello. We're sorry, we're just channeling our inner Dave Egan there. I can't even get my words out. I'm so
Exactly
excited.
where I learned that. Every time I say make some noise, I'm hearing Dave Egan. I remember being in the grandstands watching it myself, and now I'm here doing it. It's great.
I can't even get out my words then. Right, guys, so look, we are just drift fans just like you, and we're enjoying this massively as well. So Fionn Roach is on the line now, just having a look into that car. I see the door open, and we are ready to rock here with the gridding system, I think, is ready to go as well. So I don't see Dave Garvey on the line, but Sean Healy's nodding to me here very reassuringly, so I'm sure that all is okay. He's kind of shaking his head now, so I don't know, I'm getting mixed signals. But anyway, we'll have a battle soon enough, I'm sure.
That's for sure. Fionn Roach topping qualifying this morning with 2 unbelievable runs all around the 90 marks.
He topped the dance floor last night as well.
He sure did.
Yeah, topping qualifying, top of the dance floor. But you know what? He's going to be top of the podium if he keeps going the way he's going here, because he's looking absolutely unstoppable in this GT86 so far. Now let's see what he can do in this run as he warms his tyres now. Look, gets the rear spinning up there, does a standing burnout for a second. Dave Garvey also getting the donuts in there, warming those rear tyres. And it's interesting as well at Japfest, you'll always see even people down along the down towards the start line watching the burnouts down there and stuff. It's interesting to see the dynamic between the drivers and stuff. So such crazy machinery, you know, we're spoiled for choice here in Ireland, and we do have a fantastic car scene and some great car builders, but I mean, just look at what's there. It's a Toyota GT86 with a big 2J in it. It's a Silvia with a big 2J in it. And we take no notice of it. It's crazy stuff. There's 1,600 horsepower right there.
That's for sure, Mike. And that's not the only thing that's great out here. I want to give a huge shout out to all the media teams as well that are here this weekend capturing great content. We wouldn't see it online without them. But the action is about to kick off. We're back to the line. It's Fionn Roach taking on Dylan Garvey. Fionn Roach, top qualifying. David Garvey, sorry. Taking on Fionn, as Fionn is about to lead us in over the hill in his GT86, 800 brake horsepower, only 22 years of age, Drift Masters driver, competing in the IDS, or Irish Drift Championship, several years ago, making his way up through the ranks, and here we go.
Yeah, we are ready to rock. So Fionn Roach, the higher qualifier, leads us in over the hill, flicks it to the right, flicks it back to the left. Look at this massive angle from Roach as he enters the Japfest layout here. Dave Garvey does right there when it pops out of the smoke, almost overtakes Roach. What is Garvey doing here? This is absolutely crazy stuff, but this is exactly what we want to see.
For sure, Mike, look at Fionn Roach, he's showing his talents here. But Dave Garvey is running the whole way, pushing across the line. This is top 16, this is insane.
Wow, I thought for sure Dave Garvey was going to make his nose part of that GT86 there. When he popped out of the smoke just coming into 4, what a crazy dive. And he just about managed to get on the anchors there and slow it down a bit. Now he stopped on track here. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, because I think he's in a good position after that aggression. And we're going to have a bit of a word here with our marshals just to relay up what exactly is happening. But that S13 is stricken, calling a 5-minute rule. So Dave Garvey calling a 5-minute rule. We did mention yesterday, Adam, in Pro 2 action that you know, on the podium we said that it was a very trouble-free day for the first round. Now, Dave Garvey didn't rebuild a lot of that car in the winter, I believe, but a lot of cars that are on the grid are fully rebuilt over the winter. And at the first round, it is not uncommon to see the mechanical issues rearing their head, as those teething problems still tend to be in the system.
That's for sure, Mike. He got that car fully rebuilt back for the 2025 season. Only doing light refreshments as well before coming into 2026.
I love a light refreshment myself.
Just a light refreshment. He's out on track today, hoping that everything goes all well. But now it seems to be that he's having some mechanical issues, quite possibly, and will have to head in, take his 5-minute rule, and come back out. One thing for anybody that doesn't know as well, so these drivers have 5 minutes anytime, and like Mike explained earlier on about how they have the opportunity to fix their car. But once they get to the final 4, they have a second opportunity of taking a 5-minute rule.
Yeah, of course. So in the event of a mechanical issue which needs fixing, they can call a 5-minute rule. Again, the car gets to the pits, and once it's jacked up safely, or once the bonnet is opened, the 5 minutes starts. Then they have 5 minutes in which to exit their pit box, and of course they don't have to be back to the line within the 5 minutes, because that would be dangerous, because they'd be racing through the pits with kids around the place and everything. That's a bad idea. But it stops once they leave their pit box. So basically they have one 5 minute rule per event, but if they get to the final 4, they unlock another one in order to, the cars are put through torture at that stage. They're all extremely hot, they're tired after the day, and it's not uncommon to see another mechanical to pop up in the final 4, so they do unlock a second one. Now I'm sure we'll be gridding the next battle bracket while we wait for Dave Garver to get recovered, which will indeed be Declan Byrne versus Dean Davey, if my sheet here is to be believed.
It sure so is, Mike, and this is going to be a very exciting one. These are two drivers that have come up from the Pro 2 category last year. Declan Byrne, we saw him out on track earlier on. Such a hard charger, never holds back, and he's loving these grippy semi-slick tyres. Dean Davey, always on top as well, part of the Davey family. The only Davey that we still have left on the grid as well, and he's well capable of putting it up to Declan Byrne. I'm sure they've met each other in competition tables throughout last season as well.
Yeah, well, Declan Byrne, I do see an event win in him if everything goes his way, and he can keep, match his aggression with the consistency and keep the solid runs going in. I think he has it in him to take an event win someday here. As we just see Dave Garvey getting recovered there now, the Kilkenny man, with 59 North wheels there on the door, and the GD of Group D as well, coming down annoying me there at work sometimes, so he is. But no, I always love seeing Dave come. A gentleman of the sport, absolutely, and a man in the sport a long time. An ex-judge here in IDS as well, of course, and jumps in and out of the driver's seat and the judge's seat quite regularly. So we get Dave recovered off track, guys. You can give him a round of applause. He passes you up there, because this thing costs a lot of money and it's currently broken. So thank you very much, guys, and we move it along to our second battle of the top 16, guys. The action comes pretty thick and fast from this point onwards, and it is Declan Byrne versus Dean Davey. It is S14 versus 180 SX, and it is 600 horsepower versus 700 brake horsepower. Now, interestingly enough, Declan Byrne is 30 years of age, Dean Davey 20 years of age, so you know what, no, it's a bit of youth versus experience here again.
I suppose it is, Mike. Both drivers competing last year, working very hard and charging very hard every time they're out on track. So it's going to be an interesting one to watch these two. Declan Byrne will be leading us in the first run, chased down by young Dean Davey.
Yeah, well, Declan Byrne qualifying in 8th position then, and still has the advantage now of running first, knowing how hard to push in the reverse fixture. And he does indeed leave the line. Declan Byrne leads us in for the second battle of the top 16 in IDS Round 1 2026. And it's a beautiful entry from the silver S14, but look at this popping out of the smoke on the other side. It's Dean Davey looking for the quarter panel there of Byrne. Look at this now. Dean Davey turns the screw, does find the quarter panel, and they cross the line. It's a good run from both drivers. Solid chase there, but a really good lead.
Unbelievable lead from Declan Byrne. You couldn't expect any less from him. As we watch the replay here, Dean Davies with him the whole way, just going a small bit shallow there for zone 4, not really getting into himself, but Declan Byrne fulfills it absolutely beautifully as they transition then into 5 and up against the wall in front of the grandstand, just rubbing it. Insane stuff by both drivers, but Declan Byrne is going to have to return that favour, and I'm sure so he will, probably even a bit more aggressive than he should. He's always a hard charger, stood out to us many a times last year, now in the Pro 1 category, same as Dean Davey. This is going to be interesting.
It is indeed, yeah. Looking forward to seeing the return fixture, as we said. And Declan Byrne, the one thing with him is he has no chill. Like, even if he has to just like potter around the track, do a handy safety one, he just doesn't know how to do it.
No chill at all.
He's absolutely flat out or nothing.
But he is really chill about how he acts as well. He is such a calm, cool, collected person, but you would not tell that from his driving.
Yeah, he's a cool customer, that is for sure. So let's see what he has as we swap them around now. The guys, of course, getting a bit of cooling into those cars. They're going to be delaying it as long as they can in order to get the water temps down. But and speaking of which, Declan Byrne is coming up here. So a cool down lap, yeah, just was saying it there. Declan Byrne getting a cool down lap. So once again, these cars running very high horsepower. High horsepower means a lot of heat, and that heat has to be dissipated. So Declan Byrne just getting high water temps there and that will mean that he needs a lap to cool it down to get the JZ back within operating temperature. And these ECUs in these cars as well could be very easily fitted with or set with a safety cutout. So if the oil pressure drops below a certain level, or if the boost goes above a certain level, or the water temps indeed hit a certain level, the ECU can automatically cut the car if you left your tuner set it. So you don't want that in the middle of a run, that's for sure. Declan Byrne opting to take the cool down lap, and we are ready to rock, I do believe.
We sure are. Both drivers are on the line, ready to go. Dean Davey already waiting, anticipating what he's going to do here, and they take off. They're ready to come over the hill. Mondello, get your eyes on track. Dean Davey leads over in his 180SX, initiates massive angle. Look at this contact already, drama!
Full throttle front.
I told you Declan Byrne was not going to hold back. Yeah. Such a hard charger.
No chill.
Just a bit too much.
Yeah, I knew it. Full throttle there from Declan Byrne all the way. No. This is where the judges earned their crust. What happened here exactly? Did Declan Byrne come in like a steam train? But did Dean Davey slow down a little bit? It looked like Davey washed a little bit wide there, small bit, and that he was going to miss too, and maybe Byrne just made the dive in on the inside. So I'm not exactly sure what's after happening here, but the judges will have multiple angles, and this will be a run-defining incident, because of course the first run didn't have a 10-0 or whatever, so this will define the result whichever direction the judges decide to go. So I'm not sure, guys, you guys over there at clip 2 will have had the absolute best view of that one. Who thinks that Declan Byrne should go through? Very little Declan Byrne fans over there. Who thinks that Dean Davey should go through? The Dean Davey fan club just happens to be on the bank over there, of course. So yeah, so
for entertainment purposes though, Declan Byrne would be nice to see back out on track again later. He's such a hard charger, despite the drama he may cause like this.
Well, you know, they're making our life hard here, because there's a big stop in the action right at the start of the top 16 after we hyped it up. But you know what, you're going to have that, especially at round 1, and we're never going to shy away from an old incident like that, a bit of a talking point. And it's up to the judges here now just to see exactly what happened. Once again, the crowd there at zone 2 having an absolute bird's eye view. Not sure if Byrne just made a big dive in there, or if Dean was going very, very wide and kind of caused the issue. So both cars a little bit worse for wear after that run, but just double checking now if Dick can drive the car off track, or does it have to be recovered. The recovery truck has gone back in though, Adam, isn't it?
He sure is. I'd say he's earned his money today out many a time.
Right, so I'm definitely going to be going to Kieran Hines for an explanation on this one. Again, it is going to be a run-defining call. If you're hearing a lot of noise there through the live stream, it is because Declan Byrne's exhaust is tearing across the track there. I was wondering what the noise was, but yeah, Declan Byrne's car a little bit stricken. Not too bad, it's still going under its own steam. And the judge is watching the replays endlessly here just to make sure that they're in agreement as to what happened. Once again, Kieran Hines, Tom Murphy and Tomas Falvey are rigged up to each other's headsets in constant communication with each other. They have the ability to watch replays from multiple angles, and they are doing exactly that right now, having a chat about what exactly happened and the best call to make.
That's for sure, Mike. Watching back on a replay here, as we can see once again on the live stream, Dean Davey initiates all at the correct time and so on, but quite wide going into zone 2 there. Declan Byrne was full commitment though. He was not holding back. But I mean, maybe should have been prepared for
I was just
Dean to go wide, you know.
Just
as
going
much
to say
as it's entertainment value and all this kind of stuff, he should have been prepared for Dean to be where he was.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have much time to react, to be fair. It happened very soon after initiation, and the cars are so hooked up these days that you don't have a lot of adjustability in terms of getting on the throttle. You're committed to that one line on that corner, because just as they drop down right there, again, they grip up. I've said it 15 times already, but they grip up so much there, and you can't really adjust a lot of them unless you give it a dab at the handbrake. Now, if Byrne did decide to like lose a little bit of pace there, dab the handbrake and maybe just maintain his angle it would have been a good thing to do, because he would have definitely came away with the advantage. But just as the judges make up their minds here, guys, on the live stream, we're just going to go to an ad for a minute there. Let the judges make up their minds, and we will be back with you as soon as we have a decision.
Check this out.
Okay.
I look good.
Okay. On the street and I got my swag on. Okay. Get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay. Triple back.
King of legacy, too ruthless, too transcend.
This is how we do.
Check this out.
Okay.
I look good.
Okay. On the street and I got my swag on. Okay. Get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay. Triple back.
King of legacy, too ruthless, too transcend.
This is how we do.
Very important one as well. We just have heard that there is a missing child. Chloe Kiley is there is a missing child, and her dad is waiting for her at the base of the Mondello Tower. So that is a Chloe Kiley, a missing child. Her dad is waiting for her at the base of the Mondello Tower. So if you see any child there that it looks a little bit lost, be sure to get her to her dad at the base of the Mondello Tower. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I was told that Chloe is about 14 years of age. So moving it on to the judges here, back in action here at IDS, and we do have a result. Kieran Hines, you were in deliberation a little while, and we're just going to give the official result first. And we do have confirmation that it is Declan Byrne is the winner of this battle, guys. Declan Byrne goes through, and Dean Davey bows out of competition in the top 16. Kieran Hines, you were deliberating about that one a long time. Can you fill us in, please, on why you came to this decision, please?
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, look, the main issue here, just turning this down, sorry. One of the main issues here really is the amount of deceleration that Dean did on initiation. So, on initiation, there's always a natural amount of deceleration as you initiate, but it's never marked as a decel zone because we don't want drivers to know, to feel that it's a decel and they can actually slow up. If we allowed that, we would have lots of accidents on initiation, and guys would be able to say, "Well, I'm allowed to decel." So you're not allowed to decelerate, but when a car initiates, it naturally decelerates by a certain amount. Now, initiating on the handbrake is allowed, not the preferred. We prefer guys to initiate on the clutch kick or weight transfer, but handbrake is allowed. A long drag of the handbrake, though, in qualifying, for instance, a long drag of the handbrake could cost you 15-20 points. A long drag of the handbrake on initiation in front of a chase car is difficult for the chase car to deal with. And in the briefing, I had said, it's the onus is on the lead driver to make a predictable initiation. The initiation should be predictable by the lead driver. How else is the chase driver to be able to do what we're asking him to do, which is be on the door through clip 1, 2 to 3? It's the most difficult part of the track. The track is designed; those form white little lines in the middle of the track. They're all there to make space for the chase driver to be able on the door going into clip 2. What seems to have happened here is Dean is initiated. Now, either he came in too fast and had to decelerate quite a long time before coming into clip 2. So he's actually on the handbrake right down as far as the dotted lines, and that's a long way past the first clip. Declan is doing what we asked him. He's taken that risk of diving onto the door to be on the door through the first corner. But he finds himself chasing a car that's decelerating at the point where it should now be on throttle and should be actually powering through the corner. That deceleration, he wasn't able to deal with it. He's on the handbrake as well. He has the wheels locked up. He's trying to slow up, and he makes contact. It's a really difficult one, and we looked at it over and over and over again. It was marginal, but we did feel that it was probably very difficult for the chase car to deal with that very, very long drag of the handbrake that Dean had done in front of him. So we leaned on Dean being at fault for the contact, excessive deceleration on an area where he should really have been on throttle.
Well, thank you very much, Kieran Hines. It was a big call and explained there in great detail. Thank you so much. So nobody on the live stream can be giving out now after that one. So basically, Declan Byrne taking the win. So we move it along to our next battle in the top 16, guys. We're back in action after a messy start. It is In the Lions leaving the line as the higher qualifier versus Jack McWini. 2 hard charges. Look at this from In the Lions, flicking the 180 in over the hill here at Japfest. Love to see it, and look at the dive from McWini. Pure Jack McWini style. Absolutely sending it onto the door of the 180 SX of In the Lions. Now the ball is here. Lines it right on the wall. Scrapes the back of the 180 on the wall. But look at McWini. He is literally pushing In the Lions across the track, and after quite a lull in the action, that is how we want to come back.
Absolutely, the lads have ramped it straight back up with the energy. In the Lions non-stop all in. The pace he's initiating that, going through 1, 2, 3 and then slowing down again to 4. He's doing an insane job showing his experience and showing his talent. Jack McWini was right there with him. Did you see him cross the line? Right there on the door.
Literally watch the replay, watch him pushing him across the line from here on now. Absolutely brilliant stuff. So guys, if you're liking what you're seeing, once again, be sure to follow Irish Drift series on all the available socials, and keep up to date there. You can watch the live stream of the events, or get down to them or up to them wherever you may be, and check it out live. And your attendance is hugely appreciated. Let's keep growing this sport, and let's keep Ireland at the forefront of world drifting. And once again, your support is massively appreciated. So we're ready to rock with the second half of this battle. No heating issues for either of these guys as of yet, thankfully. So let's see now. In the Lions is going to know all about that one, because he'll have felt a few nudges across the line there from Jack McWini. So let's see what In the Lions can do in the chase. But McWini always flicks it in big style here over the hill. Does it once again. Lions is on the inside line.
He sure is. He's exactly where the judge wants him. Oh, look at his dive. Does he say no contact made right there around zone 4? Jack McWini right there. Into zone 6. It's from the back of the track. And the Lions struggling to keep that car at angle. But the aggression from him is insane.
Wait, I'm just thinking there, didn't In the Lions come back after getting hit in his last battle and hit whoever hit him, if we remember correctly as well? Didn't he do that? Against like Johnny Flynn, didn't he? So
is he having a few issues keeping that car at angle or something?
I think he just has anger issues. He was a really
Quite
quiet
possibly,
guy.
yeah.
He might be just angry inside the car. Really nice guy outside the car, but in the lines, cooling down the car there now. Maybe cooling himself down, possibly. Who knows? But definitely doing a aggressive job there in the chase position. But I think he lost angle. The back of it seemed to just hook up, lost drift. Guys, let's hear it for Jack McWini there out of the car. Absolutely crazy, man. Oh, what a man. And yeah. Cedric will be celebrating this one on the sidelines, I'm sure. In the lines as well, guys, bringing the entertainment. Let's hear it for In the Lions bringing the entertainment. Is it the man from Maharafelt or is it the Galway? I was going to say the Galway girl, that'd be insulting. It's the Galway man. It is, though, it is the Maharafelt man. Jack McWini takes the win. In the Lions there, bringing out all the stops, but just a bit too aggressive maybe, unfortunately. So Jack McWini books his place in the Great 8.
That's for sure. I'm looking forward to see End of Lions back again throughout the season. His fast-paced driving and aggressive chasing is very, very entertaining. We'll be seeing Jack McWini again very, very soon. As Enda does a few rings for us here, putting on a show, sticking his hand out the window. Give him a big round of applause. We'll see him again in round 2. Then we're going to say Jack McWini is back out again in the Great 8.
Well, I have a bit of drama to report once again, guys. So if you remember correctly, David Garvey had a great battle with Fionn Roach at the first battle, but DB did. It was actually DB that stopped him after that battle. So Dave Garvey didn't use his 5-minute rule, got a tyre back on the rim, or got a new wheel on the car and came back out. Then went into the burnout box, having not learned his lesson and running massively low pressures again. David Garvey DB'd it in the burnout box.
Way.
Yeah, the tyres aren't going to be hot yet. He probably DB'd it early. When you get heat into the tyres, the pressure goes up, seals it on the rim a bit better. So Dave Garvey may be using kind of wide wheels on the back. I think he might be on 10.5 J's on the back of that car, I'm not sure.
That's for sure, but Fionn Roach has to prove to us he can still get into drift to get the points on this one. Look at him sending over on the exact perfect line over the hill here in Mondello, showing why he's a Drift Master spec driver in through every single zone. Absolutely perfect. Fionn Roach driving incredibly insane today, putting on a show for us right up against the wall here. A young man from County Cork, insane driving by him today.
Yeah, dabbles in a bit of DJing like myself and yourself, Adam, and also dabbles in a bit of dance floor mastery as well there. Good man on the dance floor now.
I've seen him posting a few grooves before, right?
He's a good man on the drift car and a good man on the dance floor is our Fionn Roach, and he's into the Great 8 there. So David Garvey, once again, I think he's using quite wide rear wheels. You want to be on a 9.5 or 10J maximum for a 265 back tyre, which is what we're using here. So that is Dave Garvey out of competition. Fionn Roach goes through. Now we move it back to the line, and it is the one and only man from Creeslaw. It is Lee McFadden all the way down from Donegal to face off against the man up from Clare. It is Jason McInerney in the lead line. So the E36 will take on the 180SX. It is Jay-Z versus RB, and it is Clare versus Donegal.
It sure is. Two drivers looking outstanding, making their way all the way through here to our top 16, and are about to take off to fight for a spot in the Great 8. Lee McFadden in the chase position, chasing down Jason McInerney in his BMW E36. They come over the hill. Here they go. Look at the angle as they initiate. Lee McFadden not holding back one bit at all. McInerney setting it right in a bit of a drag and a handbrake there to get probably in the zone.
Did you see the spring from McFadden there on the dive? He sprung forward. Look at this now once again for McFadden right on the door, McInerney. And guys, make some noise for Lee McFadden and Jason McInerney. Absolutely fantastic battle there. Wow, great entertainment here, and you know, I love watching it as well from down at Grandstand too. That angle there that you get, or anywhere down around that corner, around the bank, you can see the cars really dropping down into clip 2 there and coming back up in full throttle. It's such an iconic venue, such an iconic track, great layout, and we're being treated in between breaks. We're being treated to some great drifting here today.
That's for sure. Lee McFadden looking really fast there in the chase position.
Did have a big mistake at 2 though and missed 3.
He did a small bit of a straight there before 4 as well. We couldn't see that from here in the tower with all the smoke, but
remember, this guy had very little practice, electrical issues, alternator not able to run all the stuff in the car, no time to replumb it or no time to get the fans situation sorted. Of course, these cars needing very strong alternators because you're running while you're not running, you know, aircon and lights usually and stuff. They are running quite big fans, power steering pumps, big fuel pumps, electric water pumps, etc. So yeah, a lot of electrical draw there. So ready to rock for the second half of the battle. Very little practice coming into the weekend for McFadden, but he's looking okay-ish. But we might be seeing Jason McInerney at an advantage.
He's looking very strong right now in his lead
big
position.
dive. look at the speed from McInerney.
Huge speed, just a bit shallow there on zone 4. McInerney on 3 wheels in the chase position.
Oh, pushing.
Insane stuff. McInerney not holding back one bit.
Was that after the finish line? I don't even know anymore. This is exactly what we want to see. We want to be laughing. We want to be just in awe of the carnage happening in front of us, and that is what is happening right here at Japfest.
Just watch the replay here, Mike, on the live stream. You'll see McInerney's front left wheel rising up into the air just before they cross the line. Look at this.
Wow, and he literally pushes McFadden across there, and they cross the finish line the right way and spins in. Guys, make some noise for what a battle. Lee McFadden and Jason McInerney.
Look at the two lads out of the car having a laugh.
What were you at, man? He's saying, what were you at? What are you doing?
As much as we say it's great, though, McInerney does look like he dropped wheels on the last zone.
I know, don't tell the judges, because they're after giving the win to Jason McInerney. He books his place in the Grade 8. The Clareman beating Lee McFadden. So Jason McInerney books his place in the Grade 8 in his E36. And that is a great result for him. He will be delighted after coming up from the Pro 2 class relatively recently. So Lee McFadden bows out of competition. I'm sure we're going to see a few rings done. Listen to this RB scream, because if I know Lee McFadden, and I know Lee McFadden, he's going to absolutely rev the brains out of this thing. Yep.
The sound of an RB on limiter is insane.
It is indeed. It is indeed. So Jason McInerney goes through. Moving us straight across really quickly to the right-hand side of our bracket already. So Jakob Krzyzak Kuba, or Paddy Krzyzak as we call him because he's so Irish, versus Diarmuid O'Connell. It is Wexford versus Cork, and it is Big 2 JZ Power versus SR20, but the A86 is a very light chassis. Diarmuid O'Connell is a very aggressive driver.
He sure is. We have enough aggression now to keep up with Jakob Krzyzak for more than double the horsepower.
Oh.
No, he can't. He's shutting it down there.
Diarmuid O'Connell has a problem.
He get lost in the smoke, I'm not too sure. But Jakob Krzyzak makes it straight into the Grade 8. Right looks well, no, sorry, not yet. Getting a 10-2 towards him on this one. They'll have to do the second part of the run. All the pressure straight on Diarmuid here for this.
Yeah, the Turbotech sponsored S14.9 there, and great initiation there for Kuba. Minimal correction. Did a little bit of a correction after 2, okay, but at that stage then Diarmuid O'Connell has shut it down, unfortunately for him. Looks like no fault of Kuba's. Strong wheels on the car there as well, and Group D ourselves, and many more sponsors coming on board there with Kuba, as well as Diarmuid as well, of course, the self-employed O'Connell automotive mechanic from Mallow.
Bit of drama here, Mike. Something doesn't look right for Jakob, taking it very slow here.
Well, we
Maybe
said it
he's just
earlier.
chatting.
He might be chatting to the spotters, yeah. We said it earlier, actually. Kuba actually had a big suspension issue in practice there and came back out with a fixed coilover. So Diarmuid is calling a 5-minute rule. So power steering issues for Diarmuid O'Connell. So lack of power steering there for Diarmuid O'Connell, making him pretty much lose steering. These cars running big front grip, and if you lose power steering on a steering rack which is designed to have power steering, then you ain't turning those wheels anyway quickly, I can tell you that much. So yeah, Diarmuid O'Connell having power steering issues, and that will mean that we will line up our next battle and get back to this one. So Kuba had a big advantage, remember that one, guys, and we'll move it on, and it should be Ben Rogers on the line next versus Dylan Garvey. So Ben Rogers looking very good, very, very composed, no big issues by him. And Dylan Garvey once again coming through and looking a lot better, seemingly having no mechanical issues now in the top 32 into the top 16. So I might just try and get a bit of confirmation on that one for you guys at home and in the crowd here in Mondello, but we will know that in a second after we get our start line marshal in communication with him. And Dylan Garvey, once again, we are tipping him to possibly be the guy to beat in this series, just based on the way that he's been driving like a man possessed since he came back.
That is for sure. A lot of aggression and a lot of talent with that driver, so I'm sure we could be quite a high possibility of seeing him making a podium later on.
Absolutely, absolutely. So just going to ask our start line, our head marshal here, sorry, Sean Healy, to maybe just get some info about Dylan Garvey to see if that car is now actually perfect, if they found the gremlins which he had in qualifying, or if he's still battling them possibly. So he was at 0.8 bar of boost, I think maximum is what he was hitting in that. So we'll try and get a little bit of info just back up to you guys to see if he has a perfectly healthy car, or if he's doing what he's doing with a half boosting, potentially shutting down a car. That's the technical term.
Very technical term, so it is. Once again, when we have this little break here, I just want to give a huge shout out to our two main sponsors, Lucky Day Competitions and Red Bull Energy. They are what is the driving force behind the Irish Drift Series, our live stream and all the facilities we're putting on here for you throughout the event. So a huge thank you for them for supporting Irish drifting and helping us keep this show on the road.
Yeah, and once again, guys, feel free to tag the Irish Drift Series with any videos that you're uploading onto the gram or whatever it may be, and it all helps to spread the word and to grow the community. We all love this sport, and it's been a home for all of us, so let's keep growing it. So Diarmuid O'Connell, we've just gotten word, has called that he is out of competition. Diarmuid O'Connell is out in the AE86, which means that Kuba moves on to the Great 8. Jakub Krysiak continues his championship charge. Now a man who wants to stop him is on the line here. There's two guys that want to stop him actually. Two of these guys, we could have a dark horse with Ben Rogers for this championship this year. Dylan Garvey, definitely, I would say, the man with the target on his back based on his performances. So let's see what happens here. We're still waiting to get info on Dylan Garvey's car health, but he's looking pretty good based on his top 32 performance. So we're ready to rock. Start line marshal makes eye contact, gives them both the thumbs up, and we are go for this battle in the top 16 between Ben Rogers and Dylan Garvey. Ben Rogers, the higher qualifier, flicks in his S14 over the hill here, but Dylan Garvey is right in the pocket with him, and now we'll look for the door. There he does. He finds it. He's right on the door now. Ben Rogers matching him angle for angle. Now switches it back, transitions at exactly the same time, takes that inside line, which is entitled to being right on the door, and absolutely textbook chasing from Dylan Garvey.
That's for sure, but it's an absolute 10 out of 10 style entry and run here from Ben Rogers, as we can see on a replay, hitting every zone where he needs to be hit, getting right deep in there on zone 4 as well. But the chase driver was right there with him throughout the whole way.
He was. Now, if I was to be super critical of Garvey, he might have just cut the track a little bit at 4, and he's a little bit shallow there as well, all the way around 6. I think he cut the track slightly just to get on the door. I mean, we all do it, everybody does it, but the judges ideally want you to see you on that line, the correct line, and maybe just a slight deviation off it. So a bit of a cut there. Still think that Garvey put up a very good chase there, but unfortunately, like Ben Rogers, he's just unlucky here. He would want to make it a long way into this competition, because Gordon and the guys there, they've put a lot of work into this car, and it's tip top, and it really is, and his driving is tip top. It's just unfortunate to meet a world level driver at this stage in the top 16. But you know what, like you said, Adam, he did a great lead there. He's still very much in this fight.
That's for sure. You say a world level driver, which is exactly what Dylan Garvey is, who's about to lead us in over the hill. But Ben Rogers has the capabilities of being one of those two. Look at this as Garvey enters over the hill. Huge angle, and Rogers is right there with it.
Wow!
Edge. What a transition.
Oh, wow.
Bumper.
This one is not over yet, guys. Ben Rogers is bringing the fight here in the top 16. Look at this from Ben Rogers. He is right on the wheel of Dylan Garvey as they push each other around the track and across the line. Adam, what just happened?
I am gobsmacked, Mike. What just went on there? Ben Rogers really just pulled it out of the bag and put down an unreal chase run, doing exactly what you said as well, getting it into all the zones. Maybe just a small bit shot there on 4 at the start, but get back in there.
That's possibly a one more time, to be honest. It's absolutely,
I want to see that
if not a win for Rogers.
I want to see that one more time if it does so. What an insane one. Who thinks Garvey should take that one home? Ooh, not much reaction there.
Okay.
What about Ben Rogers? Who thinks Ben Rogers should get that? Oh,
yeah, I think
Ben Rogers really getting it there.
Yeah, we've been bigging up Garvey, and people love the underdog, don't they? But look, I'll take the other side for a second. Who thinks Dylan Garvey should get that? Oh, not a lot of support for the Wexford.
And what about Ben Rogers?
Oh, the Ben Rogers. Look, they're all there alongside the bridge. You know who they are.
Yeah, true. He's being well followed. I'd say the family's just
that's
there.
where all the crews hang out. So
probably the same amount of people as Ben Rogers' crowds is fairly loud.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think Dylan Garvey is like his support crew are in the pits beating tires. So. Yeah, so Dylan looking great there, but Ben Rogers is bringing the fight. I tipped him as a bit of a dark horse for this championship, guys, and that is exactly why he's looking very, very, very good. And if you have phone coverage up here with this crowd in Mondello, guys, get out the phones there, watch the replays of this. It is absolutely astounding to see it from the drone footage here as well. And I know you had a bird's eye real life view there just a couple of minutes ago, but yeah, it's one of those that you're not going to get sick of seeing. That is a battle worthy of Drift Masters. Easily.
Oh, for a fact. I wonder what them two lads are talking about down there.
The weather.
I'd say, yeah, probably. They probably
the weather.
not even drifting. You go for points there, kind of thing, you know. Something like that. I'm not too sure. But I'd say even between the two of them, they don't know who won.
Yeah, that was.
They honestly could not say.
That was tip-top drifting in terms of lead and chase. I mean, possibly even Bin was a little bit better line-wise in the chase and had really good proximity, but maybe Garvey just had this sheer last little bit of aggression until the end where Bin actually had equal amounts of aggression and proximity. So long deliberation here by the judges. They are writing down stuff here though. Tom Murphy's looking very stressed there in the middle. We'll see.
Just natural face, I think.
So yeah, maybe he's just naturally stressed. So we do have a result, I believe. And guys, the result is dropping in, and I can announce that going through to the Great 8, it's Ben Rogers goes through to the Great 8.
Insane stuff, and so well deserved.
So well deserved, keeping this championship wide open. Not sure if Dylan Garvey's car is full health yet, but Ben Rogers goes through to the Great 8, and that is a big scalp out of this championship for him, because you know what, we're all tipping Dylan Garvey to just walk this championship, but it's not so, because Irish drifting has depth and depth of talent, and that is proof of it.
That is for sure. Garvey is definitely a name we will all get to know and love over the next coming years and seasons within drifting, as you see him filling the place with smoke. Insane stuff in that beautiful freshly built Sylvia. As we're about to move on to our next battle of the Grey 8 now, we're moving fairly fast through this one, Mike.
We are indeed, we're moving quickly, and just to go back to that one quickly, I would believe that it was just over the line there in the chase position was the Kieran Hines. Do you want to have a quick word on it, or?
Obviously very close. Overall, we felt that Ben just had better proximity, more consistent proximity, and the only fault that we found with Ben's run, which nearly brought it to one more time, was between clip initiation and through clip 1 to 2. He was a small little bit wide up the dotted lines on the way in there, but that shouldn't have impacted Dylan. Dylan gave him a nicer corner through the first part, I think. But then with Dylan chasing Ben on the transition, he transitioned a tiny bit early and fell a little bit to the inside. And I think from there on, he was always a tiny bit out of step. Very little in it, but...
Yeah, absolutely, Kieran. That is a great explanation, and we actually caught the same thing ourselves just about. So it's going to be a big, that's a big corner for the championship in this battle bracket. The top right corner contains Kuba, Ben Rogers and Dylan Garvey's. But we're ready to rock here. It is Owen Magner now out on track against Matt Smith.
It sure is Owen Magner having to go one more time with Justin Murphy not so long ago. And look at this, he came out flying on his second battle. Leading the rear bumpers on that stunning 180S, and even Matt Smith struggling just to keep up with the pace of young Owen Magner.
Yeah, young Owen Magner is on a charge, that's for sure. Look at him cocking a wheel there, almost wheeling the 180SX. Bit of a correction there, and did drop a wheel on the inside. Looking like he's using huge grip in the back. There's new BC Racing coilovers gone into that Sylvia chassis, 180SX chassis over the winter there, and takes off his back bumper around the wall. Look, he's squatting the rear of the car, and it just looks like it's just going so fast. So yeah, well set up there. Maybe difficult to drive for Owen because it looks like it just wants to go forward all the time, but yeah, definitely working in his favour in terms of sheer enough pace, Adam.
That is for sure. We saw him come back out in his one more time last time and put on an unbelievable chase run. So are we going to see that again now when they swap places? And Matt,
well, the one thing, Adam, with having a car dialed in so tight, what we call it in drifting terms, like that, it doesn't have a lot of adjustability. It's really fast, but you can't float it around. You know, if you have a car set up loose, which not a lot of grip, you can hit the throttle and then you can adjust yourself like out to clip 3, for instance. Okay, so when you have a very tightly set up car with a lot of grip in the chase position, everything has to be absolutely perfect for it to work, because if you have to adjust or you're caught in the pocket a little bit, it can result in a straighten so easily.
I can imagine so, Mike. And Owen Magner building up his experience throughout the year, so I'm sure he'll be able to manage this one. Matt Smith looking insane in that S13 as well. It's S13 on S13. I think they're about to take off from the line as Kevin R Line marshal sends them off. Here they come.
Adam runs out of gas at this stage of the evening. I think we all do from the adrenaline. Look at this stuff. A Magner, beautiful flick in there from Smith. Right on in. Magner once again drops way onto the inside of the track. He's way offline here, but can he get on the door and make up for it with proximity? It sure looks like he's very much trying here. That's now flicking right onto the wall here. Mondello to the outside there until the end from Matt Smith, where he came away, and Owen Magner pushes him across the line.
Owen Magner done exactly what I expected Owen Magner to do. Push Matt Smith straight across that line with so much aggression. You can see Matt Smith kind of went a bit wide there on zone 2, but getting straight back onto the line for 4. Owen Magner was with him the whole way through though. Yeah, just a little bit messy at times from Magner in terms of line, but very good aggression wise. So let's see what happens with the Driftburger 180SX guys, and they're both out of the cars. Top grandstand, can we hear your appreciation please for Owen Magner and Matt Smith? Hope you're all having a good time, guys, as we are here in the tower here at IDS Round 1, and we can announce going through to the Grade 8. It is indeed Owen Magner, the mellow man, progresses to the Grade 8. His aggression paying off there, despite a couple of mistakes there at Clip 2, but overall doing enough to take the win there. And Matt Smith is being sent back to the UK with his head held high because he did a fantastic run there, but just not enough to beat the mellow man. That's for sure, Mike. Owen Magner has this new recipe by the looks of it of sending it hard and hard charging right on the door, especially in the change position, and it's working out for him. That car looks insane, and I can't wait to see him back out track now for the next battle. Yeah, it should be an interesting one, that is for sure. And we move it along. We can't hear ourselves think there with anti-lag. And we are at the last battle, guys, of the top 16. We're nearly into the Grade 8. There's so many things happening. We might have to go back to another battle. I can't even remember, to be honest. We'll go to Sean Healy and confirm that in a second. But it is Matt Darren on the line, having a dream weekend, versus the one and only Daryl Barnett and his BMW M246. So it's a 2 Series body kit on an E46. I will deduct from that to that code, I would say. I'd presume so, and it looks absolutely outstanding. So technically it's E36 first, E46 on chassis wise, but here they come. It's Daryl Barnett in the lead position, Matt Darren chasing him down. Is Matt Darren going to be able to keep up with the pace? And he sure is. Look at that dive, oh my god. Contact as well. Contact leaving a mark on Daryl Barnett's brand new car. Look, you can see Daryl Barnett trying to get away from Matt Darren now. Matt Darren looks like he's back on form right there with him, putting another mark on the door. Insane stuff. Matt Darren doing exactly what we were used to seeing him do in the Pro 2 season last year. Just hard charging, putting it right up there with any driver that tries to go away from him. See the grip that Darren has there. He actually backed out of the initial transition and then just hit the loud pedal, and the car just absolutely catapulted forward back onto the door of Barnett. So lots of grip here from Darren in the E36. Really dialed in. And yeah, pity for Daryl Barnett there, because that car looks so good. I'd be afraid of getting near a wall with that thing, to be honest, because I can't imagine that body kit is very cheap, and I can't imagine it's not a big enough job to fit it. So very brave to come out here and put on a show for us and risk damaging that absolutely beautiful new build in the process. But you know what, we're not going to complain. Matt Darren is smoking a lot there, a lot, and I smell oil again up here in the tower after he's passed. I know now that his catch can, he's breathing a lot, so we might have an engine issue here in this car. I can actually smell the oil from the car. Quite possibly. I watched him here on the live stream. Look, a lot of smoke coming out of it now, to be honest. Even our we have a fire. Yeah, we have a fire, so the cars are fitted with internal fire suppressors, of course, under bonnet that can be pulled from the cockpit. Now, if they open the bonnet here, you've got to be careful, because the flames can actually just absolutely jump out of the bonnet when you let the oxygen from above into it. But I would say like our track team have it all under control. Yeah, now. What's actually probably after happening is that breathing now has just gotten so bad that there's oil after getting onto the exhaust manifold somewhere, the turbo or something, and yeah, it's just gotten to the point now that it's hit a flash point there, and unfortunately
possible fire, but I'm not sure is it going to be something to stop him running. I would say it probably is, but we'll have a look. Yeah, Sean Healy's doing the universal cutthroat symbol here, the kind of the
universal.
It's over. Yeah, he's out. So Matt Darren, once again, it is round one, guys. We do see it sometimes. Mechanical issues do creep in at the first rounds. You'll see a lot of the gremlins. It's not a new build for Matt Darren, to be fair, but it actually has done quite a lot of work, this car. Not sure if he rebuilt it over the winter, but you know what, it's done a lot of work either way, I'm sure. And yeah, might be just after getting to the point now that it needs a refresh. Breathing quite heavily there all event, so
it might possibly do
a few rings.
A few rings for sure. Matt Darren looking like he's really on form there as well. Figured out the recipe for himself in the pro class.
Well, he's got Matt's garage port there, so he's all right. He'll manage it.
Very true, yeah.
He'll manage it. He'll figure it out.
I'm sure Cat will fix the car for him if he's having issues.
Cat does all the work.
Yeah, exactly. I saw Matt there one day just lying down and Cat was doing everything.
Absolutely. So if you're a fan of the builds, if you're watching online especially, you're a fan of that stuff, the geeky stuff, Catch, Matt's wife actually runs an E30 V8 as well, but it runs the 8HP BMW automatic 8-speed gearbox, which you'll find in all relatively modern 8-speed BMW automatics. And yeah, you can actually run a manual clutch with that gearbox, so she has essentially a sequential in there. It's a BMW sequential. I think they've got all the ECU issues and all that kind of thing sorted out, so she has essentially a sequential gearbox, but it's out of a production car.
Quite a unique one as well, but actual Jaguar supercharger fitted to it.
Yes, a Jaguar supercharger as well, yeah.
It goes around the track. We've seen that car being borrowed to some drivers as well last season. Quite a reliable one as well. Cat struggling with it sometimes, but getting the hangs of it as lately.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, one of our female competitors, of course, and we have Saoirse Lee Barrett as well, and we of course have Adrienne Wheatley, who is absent from competition this weekend. Actually, I'm not sure what's going on there. Is her car back from Oman? I presume it is, but not in competition. Adrienne Wheatley, a pro driver, of course, and we will be hoping to see her back very, very soon, because she's a great addition to the grid and a long-term driver. So it's great to see her making her way to the pro class. So just recovering Matt's car here, and that will mean that it will be Darrell Barnett that will go through to the Grade 8, and he will take on Owen Magner actually in the Grade 8. So Darrell Barnett having a good weekend as well. And I remember driving against him when he had M3 power in I think that same exact chassis a long time ago now at this stage. So Fionn Roach will take on Declan Byrne. That's going to be good. Jack McWini will take on Jason McInerney. That's going to be close. Kuba takes on Ben Rogers. That's going to be insane. And then Owen Magner and Darrell Barnett will face off against each other in the Grade 8.
That's for sure, Mike. And once we get through our Grade 8, we're going to be going straight in to our third and fourth playoffs as well as our finals. So it's going to be a very interesting one to see. I'm looking forward to this.
Absolutely. So we are just getting a little bit of news here, despite you can see the start line marshals down there on the line throwing out a bucket of oil dry there on the start line because Matt Darren's car was leaking so much oil. He does want to try and fix it, so he is calling a 5-minute rule here. So Matt Darren going to try and fix that car and calling a 5-minute rule as a result. So it is the last battle in the bracket. We cannot go to another battle until the we're cleaning up the oil anyway, so we can't go to another battle until we finish the Grade 8 bracket. So we're just going to go to an ad there on the live stream again, and we will be back with you within 5 minutes at the most, because Matt Darren has a 5-minute rule called. So we will be back, guys, with live action from the last battle of the top 16 in 5 minutes or less.
Fight.
Det viktigste med drifting, det er dekka. Det er eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så er dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Kildare i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med en vurdering av ikke bare hvor Kildare var da, men hvor de er på vei. Det har spilt seg ut ganske bra, kan du si, hittil i sesongen.
Check this out.
Okay.
I look good.
Okay. On the street and I got my swag on. Okay. Get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay. Triple back.
King of legacy, too ruthless to transcend. It's how we do.
Diving to me is like a sense of freedom. Nobody forces me, nobody pushing me. I choose to do it.
My grandfather would refer to it as like the last place that God made, as far west as you can go in the country. The last sunset in Europe in the millennium was over Jersey Island, you know. What better view can you ask for?
Det viktigste med drifting, det dekka. Det eneste vi har som binder bilen.
Hello guys and welcome back to IDS Round 1 2026 here at Mondello Park. Our apologies for the delay. A lot of oil on track there left by the stricken car of Matt Darren. Unfortunately needed quite a lot of cleaning up there unexpectedly. So it is just about on the racing line as well. So very important that that oil does get cleared up properly. Obviously you don't want to be entering at about 95 miles per hour on an oil slick, so we had to get it cleaned up. And Matt Darren is out of competition as well, just to let you guys know. So Matt Darren out of competition, and hopefully the track is relatively safe. We are going to send the next two competitors just for a quick boy run in order to make sure that the conditions are okay, because as you can see they're down around the second corner and out of it. It is pretty much right on the line there where the front tires would be kind of hanging around, so very important to make sure that it is safe for all competitors. And yeah, it is a big oil slick, but that's what you're going to have. A bit of a 10-minute delay there or so, maybe a little bit with it, but we are ready to rock. And within, I would say about 50-55 minutes, we will be on the podium here at the Irish Drift Series. So it is all going to happen here, guys. The Great Eight is among us, and Fionn Roach and Declan Byrne are now going to do battle out on track here. We had a couple of lulls in the action because of mechanicals and stuff. But we're seeing the cameraman here now, Declan Byrne versus the Honey Cork man, Fionn Roach, just checking out the conditions, getting rid of some of that oil dry dust there as well, and making sure that the track is okay. All looks good. We're going to see a lot of dust kicked up for the first couple of runs. That's to be expected. But you know what, Adam? It's going to be a crazy battle. We called it earlier on. Fionn Roach and Declan Byrne. Neither one of these guys know when to chill.
That's for a fact. Either of these two drivers could make their way the whole way to the podium, but they can't now because they're facing each other.
Exactly.
Both of them driving insanely well today. Fionn Roach topping qualifying, beating everyone he's come up against, driving insanely fast and showing why he's a Driftmaster driver. Then Declan Byrne coming up from the Pro 2 Championship last year, out here today on them semi-slicks, some sticky tyres, and he's really enjoying himself. He had some car issues Friday during practice, but he's feeling confident now. He loves them. He can send it in as hard as he wants. There's so much side bite in them tyres that he feels confident, and this is going to be really entertaining to watch because he's not going to hold back from Fionn Roach, and Fionn Roach will not hold back from him.
He will not indeed. And get in the comments there, guys, on the live stream. Let us know who you think is going to win this one, because it is going to be a tight battle. And also let us know if you haven't already dropped in your country's emoji. Just drop it in there, drop in your national flag. Let us know where you're watching from on the stream there. And thank you for your viewership. And once again, guys, thank you even more for being here in person in Mondello Park here at round 1 of IDS 2026 at Japfest. Always a great time, and you know, even better I think since they made it the first event of the year, because we get this beautiful spring weather as opposed to the often rainy event we used to get in September as of old, towards the end of September when it was the finale of the year.
That's for sure, Mike, and we can see both cars are up on the line at the moment, warming up their tyres, getting ready. They're confident. They know the conditions out there now. They know that maybe a bit sketchy parts with this dust.
Well, you don't have a choice here, Adam. You've got to send it.
Exactly, but at least they know the conditions now. They got an opportunity to go out there and see how it is. Fionn Roach, only 23 years of age from County Cork, 800 brake horsepower in that GD86, powered by a 2JZ, insane stuff. Declan Byrne in his S14, freshly designed all for this year, 600 brake in his car. Bit of a power difference, but Declan Byrne looks fast out there today. So will he be able to keep up to the young Fionn Roach?
Right, well, we got to get the energy back up here, guys, because there was a lull in action, but it's going to be all action once again here as Fionn Roach, the highest qualifier, leads us in. Declan Byrne almost makes contact before initiation. Both drivers get through the oil safely now. Look at that, Declan Byrne is in the smoke and he pops back out the other side, right on the door. Fionn Roach, look at this from the Carlo man, absolutely textbook chasing once again. Rotated back, just gets caught a tiny bit in the transition, looking for a finds it once again. Oh, almost over both heads, and they cross the line.
Declan Byrne, what are you doing? Right on the door the whole way through zone 3 and everything. I don't know how he managed to get to the other side of that car in the transition for 4. He just pops out of smoke out of nowhere, and Fionn Roach just gave him every single opportunity, fulfilling the line perfectly the way the judges want to see it. Bit of a proximity open up there coming through 5 and into 6, but Declan Byrne closed that, as you saw on the end of the run, just getting off his door, making a tiny bit of contact. This is going to be really entertaining. Fionn Roach is not going to hold back now when it comes the other way around, and I know for a fact Declan Byrne is going to send it in hard over that hill.
Yeah, absolutely. Declan Byrne, an absolute style king when it comes to initiations, and always really nice to watch. But yeah, you know, again, we had a bit of a lull in the action there, unfortunately, with the oil issue, but it hasn't definitely dulled the sharpness of these drivers, even though they would have had a lot of time to think about this battle. And you know, the adrenaline can wear off. You're tired, you're probably fatigued, you've had a long run into the first round, and a lot of late nights coming up to it, probably on the dyno, probably like running on chips and the odd goujon if you're lucky and stuff
Drifter's
like that.
diet, it's an athlete's diet.
Yeah, an athlete's diet, exactly, if you want to be absolutely unfit. But yeah, so the bodies will be tired at this stage, the minds will be tired, but you know what, these two fellas, despite all of that, putting in a fantastic run there. Now we swap them around and let's see what they can do.
This is going to be wild, Mike. I'm really looking forward to this. Declan Byrne leading us in. Fionn Roach in the chase position. Here we go. Declan Byrne sends it in over the hill. Huge initiation, loads of backup, bit of proximity. Fionn Roach falling back away from Declan Byrne, but he's making the dive here around zone 4. It sends up Fionn.
Oh, and the judges put their heads in their hands, and Declan Byrne shuts it down there. Unfortunately, Declan, what happened? Oh, Declan Byrne looks absolutely devastated there. He's going to get out of the car here, guys. He's shaking the head. Guys, round of applause for Declan Byrne putting it all on the line. He's absolutely devastated here, we can see it, but you know what? He's putting on a great show there. Fionn Roach also appears to be stuck down on track here. Maybe they're just protesting. I'm not sure what's happening here, Adam.
Quite possibly, you never know. Oil pressure issues is what Declan seems to be shouting up to
oil
us.
pressure. Nothing. So Declan Byrne saying that he had oil pressure issues there. Direct communication there from the horse's mouth. No need of marshals or radios for this one. So guys, let's hear for Declan Byrne.
Huge round of applause.
What a great
showmaker throughout today.
Be sure to follow Declan there on the gram. He's really good for making the odd video. He won't be making video of that though.
Foot pressure issues.
He's got foot pressure issues, yeah.
That was on the live stream, just so you know, Declan.
At least he didn't fall off the roof like Damien Mulvey did before, but close enough. But yeah, so Declan Byrne putting on the show there, and a great show, man. But unfortunately, oil pressure issues. Hopefully the safety systems in those cars, as we touched on earlier on in the ECUs, would have saved that engine. Because you know what, when you're in the midst of the battle there, especially if you're chasing, you really don't take any notice of your gauges unless you have the big red light. And even if the big red light comes on, you're like, keep the shoe in.
That's for sure, Mike. I'm looking down here around zone 4 as well. Fionn Roach seems to be struggling as well. Looking like he's getting recovered here to be taken off track. I'm not too sure. Was it due to him going off track and maybe suspension issue or something, or is it the case of a mechanical issue as well?
Yeah, with Fionn Roach doing the universal side to Declan Byrne there, and he wants to fight him. So we might get this one decided with a bit of fisticuffs here. Even an arm wrestle might suit. So if you want to see a boxing match here, lads, you might be in the right place as well. So Declan Byrne, stricken car, unfortunately. So Fionn Roach is your winner, guys. Goes through to the final 4, continues his charge through competition, guys. Once more, round of applause for both drivers as they hug it out there. We won't see the fight, unfortunately, but look.
We might see it in a paddock later.
We might see it in a paddock later, exactly.
Before we say any more and say goodbye to Declan Byrne, can we just appreciate one more time that chase run he gave us in the first run of that battle? Insane stuff. So unfortunate to see him getting knocked out. Good spirits as always, as we can see him giving a bit of a Magic Mike appearance down on track, taking off the race suit for us all. But
yeah, possibly. It might be a case that we could push Declan's car off track while the other one's getting recovered. I'm not sure, but these things do have welded diffs or a quick change rear end with a spool in the back of it, so the rear wheels don't want to turn at different speeds, and they're very hard to push when you turn them, so maybe that mightn't be an option. Declan's ankles will have probably both broken after that fall, so mightn't be the best.
He looks like he's walking well. Tonight he's giving us a loser side, he just lost.
Yeah, exactly. So that is she's back up and running anyway, but
at least cocked her there.
Yeah, sometimes the oil pressure can drop if the oil gets really hot.
Not the Declan Byrne.
Wow, oil pressure issues, but still got to do a lot of rings.
Give him a round of applause for Declan Byrne, always putting on a show for us here in the Irish Drift Series.
Oh, that is absolutely crazy to go and do a few rings when you've got oil pressure issues. But you know what, Declan Byrne is a showman. Guys, give him a follow on Instagram. He deserves it after that, putting on a show for all of us despite oil pressure issues. Sometimes the oil can just get so hot there, and the viscosity at them changes, and you know the oil gets so thin that it can cause pressure issues as well. So that might have been the issue there. But both cars off track. We'll hopefully see Fionn Roach back on. Not exactly sure what went wrong there, but Declan Byrne is still trying to kill his engine his best there. His not at all expensive
to couldn't even concentrate what we were saying there, Mike. Declan Byrne just went the whole way off track
with high pressure issues.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, as you do.
But the action is back, and it's back to the line as we have our next battle up and coming. The drivers are up on the line, warming up their tyres. It's Jack McWini taking on Jason McInerney.
You almost pronounce that like McWini.
McWini?
It's McWini. Kind of sounds like my weenie. You're saying that's not good.
Too many viewers for this kind of stuff, Mike. Too many viewers. We won't be saying nothing like that.
Jack McWini and Jason Mack. Jason Mack having a dream weekend as well here. You know, Jack would have seen this level at this side of competition a good few times. Jason slightly less so, a bit newer to the class as well. But Jason McInerney here in the lead position, the higher qualifier. Just about qualifying in 12th position, and Jack McWini in 13th. So Jason with the slight advantage here of leading first as we leave the line under the Red Bull start line. It is Jason McInerney, the clear man, to lead us in, and now flicks the BMW onto angle over the hill here. Now dials back off the angle and on the grid, full throttle. Now look at this from McWini. Can he find the quarter panel? He can indeed, absolutely he can, no doubt about it. As both drivers now put foot to shore, rotated one minute back the other, and beautiful line on the wall there. And McWini possibly not having the proximity at the end of the run there, Adam, that he would have liked.
No, not at all, Mike. Through 1, 2, 3, and just in the 4, things were looking so great. for him in the chase position, but as things got through 5 and into 6 here in front of Grandstand 1, proximity did open up. We can watch it here on the live stream. He's doing exactly what the judges wanted to see though in the chase position. He was matching the line, he was getting his car into the zone as well, but just here on zone 6 he initiated into it just a bit too tight and shallow, not getting into the zone, but fixed himself after that.
Yeah, just kind of went for the dive and backed out of it again really quick, so not the perfect proximity, but it is still all to play for. As we've seen, it's nothing if not dramatic today, to be honest, so it is still all to play for. And Jason McInerney, as we getting increasingly wind burned up here in the Tower Adam, you always leave Mondello with a bit of sunburn or windburn or something for whatever reason on a drift day, but we're not going to complain because it's been a great weekend of drifting so far. If a bit stop-starty today, if that's a term, but because of mechanicals, but nothing you can do about it. That's just the nature of the sport when you're getting engines to make 700-800 brake horsepower.
That is for sure. I'm just looking at the comments here on the live stream as well. A great bunch of people tuning in. Over 1,300 people at the present moment as well.
Great bunch of lads.
Sure, for sure. So Monkey actually tuning in from Ohio, saying this is the funniest event ever to watch. He hasn't seen one like this in such a long time. It's a good reason to wake up this early from Ohio. So it's cool to see people all the way over in the States are listening.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
if they can even understand there's two cultures.
Culture commentators, exactly. Well, we watch a lot of FD, so it's good to see it going back the other direction across the Atlantic as we are ready to rock here with the second half of this battle between Jason McInerney and Jack McWini as both drivers leave the line and accelerate up the straight.
It sure is. He leads us in here over the hill. Lots of pace from right there in the transition. Look at that transition right there on the rear bumper. McInerney pushing as hard as he can. No separating these two. 1-6 here. Gets right there, pushing him across the line. Look at this insane stuff.
And almost taking the drone out with it. The drone shots there, if you can see it, guys. Jack McWini just throwing up loads of dirt there right into the back of the drone. What a shot that was. That is one for the highlight reel. But what a chase, guys, from Jason McInerney. The crowd loving that one there.
That's for sure. So I pity everyone over there by the Campion corner that were just coming over the hill as well. They definitely get choked out by all the dust that was raised up there. It's going to be a tough one on our judges now, but that chase battle, or that chase run, was absolutely insane.
It was indeed. It was indeed. So we'll wait for the judges to drop in their scores. And we can announce that it is Jason McInerney books his place in the final four. Jack McWini there, maybe not just having the full proximity what he would have liked, as Adam Driver hits his head in, on the stuff here in the tower, nearly takes our satellite stuff out of it as he tries to get the tunes back going there. Double jobbing here in the tower, Adam, always the DJ. And Jason McInerney having the dream weekend, taking out now Jack McWini in the Great 8, booking his place in the final four against Fionn Roach. So into the finals goes Jason McInerney, the clear man. Always showed massive amounts of promise, and now he is realising it. Now we move it on to the right hand side of the Great 8 battle bracket, and it is Kuba on the line, Jakub Krysiak against Ben Rogers. Now the way Ben Rogers is driving, this guy might be a championship contender. Kuba definitely is a championship contender. So to mark their intentions, let's see who puts down the bigger runs here. It is Kuba to lead us in the 830 brake horsepower S14.9. Ben Rogers is right there with it in the smoke. Kuba touches the left foot brake, but Ben Rogers once again pops out of the smoke right on the door of Kuba. What is Ben Rogers after having for breakfast? Look at this. Absolutely great line down from Kuba. Beautiful line. And across the line both drivers go. What a run there.
Mike, how is this just an Irish championship? This is like something you'd see in Drift Masters. These two drivers giving it absolute willy, coming over the hill through zone 1, 2 and 3. Jakub Krysiak winning the Podium championship 2 years ago. He has the ability to take over the Pro 1 championship this year, but is Ben Rogers going to be the one to stop him do so?
Well, they are two fantastic competitors and they bring some great fan bases with them. You know, Ben has Gordon and Jack and all the crew there, and Kuba as well, of course, bringing the whole gang there of all the guys and Natalia and all the guys there, big supporters and very vocal fans. So we're going to get them involved there before the results, I'm sure, because they're always well able to pipe up when they want to. It's still very much to play for here. Both of these guys wanting to take this championship, and they're going to lay down the gauntlet by doing so. Just looking at this one though, Ben Rogers did actually miss outer zone 6 quite a lot. So despite his great proximity for most of that run, I think he's going to bleed off a few points. So it might be, you know, a bit of a dead heat in this one so far.
Do you know, we often speak about drivers prioritising to put on a show for everyone in expectation, but Jakub Krzyzak always prioritised making results, and I'm sure he's going to do so here as he tries getting off fast from the line. Ben Rogers leading us in. They're about to transition. Here they go. Look at this.
Look at this,
speed of two drivers. Ben Rogers slight bit wide there, making it work, and Jakub Krzyzak is right there on his door, pushing him around zone 4. Insane stuff. Ben Rogers put on a is insane. Right down his door, pushing across the line. What an insane run. Give a round of applause for Jakub Krzyzak and Ben Rogers.
Oh, the crowd in the grandstand loving that one. Everybody on the bank loving it as well, guys. Keep the atmosphere up. We're all tired at this stage of the evening. We've all been through the wars trying to get to this event with the build up to it. But you know what? When battles like this happen, it keeps the energy up. It keeps the dream alive. And I honestly don't know how to call that one. I mean, it might come down to Kuba's line around that last corner. Ben might have just taken himself out of it with that line. But guys, they're out of the cars one more time. The big grandstand. Let's hear it for Ben Rogers and Jakub Krzyzak.
Insane stuff. I don't know how the judges are going to separate these two. We're going to ask you guys, who do you think should win? Do you think Jakub Krzyzak should get that?
Oh, the Kuba fan club is big and loud. And who thinks that Ben Rogers should get it? Oh, they're all the hardcore players.
Separated.
Yeah, they're separated.
Maybe for their own safety.
There's a bit of,
maybe for their own safety.
We might have a bit. One more time, guys. Who thinks Jakub Krzyzak should get it?
And who thinks Ben Rogers should get it? Ooh, it's... Oh, I don't know how to separate it.
Louder.
But we have a result, Mike.
Well, you know what? They were a tiny bit louder there, I think, and the people who will be the happiest are the Jakub Krzyzak supporters because he books his place in the final 4. Ben Rogers, guys, huge round of applause for this man. Absolutely fantastic driving. Up at the front and briefing this morning, taking notes, and you know what, it paid off for him. But he is going to be still in the championship hunt here. But Kuba now putting out Ben Rogers, and of course Dylan Garvey bowing out a little bit earlier at the hands of Ben Rogers, and it is definitely shaping up to be an interesting championship. But we have one more battle in the Great 8. We have Owen Magner to face off against a resurgent Darren Burnett.
We sure do so. Great look we can. We're going to see out on track. I'm sure they're up the line now, warming up their tires, getting ready for this one. Owen Magner is on form. We thought we lost him earlier on, but he came back after that one more time and showed why he should still be in this competition. He could make it on podium today. I truly believe he will make it on podium today. Young Owen Magner pushing 650. Sorry, you say about 700.
Yeah, he told me
so
he actually made more on the dyno the last pull there, so he's over 700 brake horsepower on the Driftburger 180SX as they both absolutely pin the throttles to the floor here in Mondello Park and smash the cars in over this iconic hill. Darren Barnett now needs to make up the gap, cuts the track a little bit to do so, needs to get a tiny bit closer, even though it is quite good proximity, but absolutely insane now. Owen Magner looks so fast, and Darren Barnett doing what he can in that beautiful two series bodied E46. I'm not sure. I mean, it was a great chase, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't a great chase. He didn't quite have that proximity, and he also sacrificed a lot at the start of Zone 4 to get there. Now, Magner, on the other hand, has a really good lead here.
He sure does.
Once again, I think he's set this car up extremely grippy. He has the horsepower to do it. Looks like his engine is quite responsive, despite just being a 4-cylinder. With that much horsepower, usually, you know, they'd be quite laggy, but it's very, very sharp with that head that's on it. And the thing is, though, I don't know if Magner can adjust in the chase position. It all has to go very right for him, because that car looks like it's on the very, very limit of adjustability, that it can't actually make a change if he really, really needs to in the chase position. So as long as things keep going his way, I think he's good. But if he has to make an adjustment, I think he's going straightening.
That's for sure. Owen Magner looked very comfortable as he went around the track there. A lot of pace on him, and Barnett looked like he was struggling. He did not expect Owen Magner to have that much pace. But the table's going to turn now this time. Is Owen going to be the one that is struggling? I'm not too sure. We've seen him in battle action earlier on in the chase position, and he was really, really pushing hard. So I'm saying he's going to do the same now. He's going to be betting on Darryl Barnett to continue what he's been doing all day and putting down very solid lines. So Owen's going to send it in hard here, I'd imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got no choice in the matter. It's the Great Eight. It's going to be go hard or go home, literally. And sometimes you go hard and you go home anyway because you make a mistake. So it's going to be one of the two here, I think, from Magner. I don't think it's going to be like proximity is going to decide this one in terms of, you know, Barnett pulling away. I think it's going to be Magner having the pace, and it's either going to be a mistake or he's just going to take it. That's my opinion. Who knows? Let's see.
We're about to find out. It's Darryl Barnett leads us in. Owen Magner right there behind. Look at this dive from Owen Magner already. So 1-2 and into 3. Owen Magner trying to close that proximity as much as he can. These two cars look absolutely immaculate. Darryl Barnett one really wide there. Closes the gap as they cross the line. Oh my God.
Wow. And Owen Magner with an early transition before the wall. I thought he was in trouble, but he managed to just stretch out the drift a little bit in order to get back on the door there of Barnett. Great chase there from the Cork man. Really nice lead line from Barnett as well. And yeah, I think though there might have been just a proximity advantage there to Magner from the chase, as we kind of guessed. So both drivers here right in front of the grandstand here in Mondello, and putting it all on the line, that's for sure. We do have a result, I do believe, as the drivers await their fate and they get out of the car. One more time, guys. I know your hands are probably ringing from clapping, but can we hear your appreciation for Owen Magner and Darryl Barnett?
We sure do, Mike, and we have our result in. It's Owen Magner making his way through to the next round of competition today. Completely deserved. That's the last we'll see of Darryl Barnett for this round, but I'm sure we'll be seeing him again very, very soon. Give both drivers a huge round of applause, especially Darryl Barnett, after outstanding driving today.
Outstanding driving is right. We thought Owen Magner actually was out of competition earlier, but how the tables have turned, he is right in the mix here in the final four at Japfest. What a stage to do it at. Such a special place to drift. Such fantastic memories being made, and you know, cementing your place in Irish drifting history with a big result here. So that leaves us with 4. That means that Fionn Roach, who has made his way from winning qualifying all the way through the top left-hand side of the bracket, will now face off against a very consistent and very hard-charging Jason McInerney. I would say that this is as far as Jason has gone in pro competition so far. He will be very happy. He's not making mistakes. He's just taking the battles away and doing it very, very well. Fionn Roach is extremely aggressive, and he's driving like I've never seen him drive before, so let's not bet against either one of them, to be honest. Now, on the right-hand side of the bracket at the top, Jakob Krysiak has come through, Dean Martin, and you know, several other drivers, Diarmuid O'Connell on the way, and he's just looked so good. Took out Ben Rogers there when it looked like he was on the ropes, and he's been really also not making those mistakes, and he's been really like just consistent. Now we just saw Owen Magner, who seems to have the pace of everyone here. Kuba might be the guy to actually match his pace here, and Kuba with that big 6-cylinder has that adjustability. It'll have more torque, it'll have a little bit more in the reserves to get the car, you know, a little bit out further to the clips possibly if he has to adjust. It's going to be a very, very interesting final four. I'm looking forward to it, and you know what? It's been a day, despite the stoppages, it's been a day worthy of Japfest.
That is for sure, Mike, because I look at our battle sheet right here in front of us, the 4 names on it: Fionn Roach, Cuba, Jakob Cuba, Jason McInerney.
Cuba's a country.
You keep calling him Cuba. I'm used to calling him
Cuba. Jakob, yeah.
Jakob.
Cuba.
And Owen Magner. Any of these 4 names I can see on the top spot of Podium today, but which one is going to be, I'm really unsure.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if any of them won it, to be honest. If you had to call it right now, Adam, if you had to call it, and we're going to get the crowd involved again a little bit more later on, who you're calling if you had to call it right now?
Ooh, I want to see Owen Magner take top spot.
But who you want to see Owen Magner take it? Okay, but who are you calling? Who do you think?
I feel like Jakob could have it.
And I think it's Fionn Roach's day. I think it's Fionn Roach's day. He's just on it, and he's just more relaxed than I've ever seen him.
But everything's been going so well for him. He has to have one bad run.
Not necessarily. I mean, he's only got 2 left. So, I don't know. I mean, Kuba's looking great as well. Any of these guys could take it. It could be the dream weekend for Jason McInerney. I mean, either way, he's in the top 4 here. But I think I feel it that it's Fionn Roach's weekend. He's relaxed. He was having the laugh this morning in briefing. You know, he's often been quite uptight when it came to battles, and you know, he's really hard on himself actually. If he didn't like get the result, he's always like, you know, he's super hard on himself for a little while after the event. He's a competitor, you know. He just seems like relaxed, and I think it's coming out in his driving style that he's not like over driving the car or over trying. He's kind of just letting it happen, and as a result, I think he looks all the better for it. So that's my take on it anyway.
Well, that is very true about Fionn, because he's been competing the last 5 years, doing nearly every season or opportunity or championship that he possibly could, and he said this year that he's taking a step back from it, not competing in Drift Masters for the full season at least, and doing Japfest here this year, possibly doing the last round with us as well. So this year he's really focusing on just making driving fun for himself again.
Yeah, well, you know, we're going to see him hopefully doing the whole championship, especially if he gets a big result here. He's going to be very much inclined to do so. And yeah, we're just getting the cars ready to rock. So for the final 4, of course, these monster pro cars go through tyres at an awful rate and fuel at an awful rate. Again, most of them will be running lean race fuel, not mixed with petrol or anything. It's just absolutely give it what she needs, lean race fuel, like 110 octane Sunoco or whatever your poison is. And yeah, they do go through it at quite the rate, and it's expensive stuff these days as well, so keeping these cars going is quite expensive. The semi-slick tyres that they use on the rear, it wouldn't be uncommon for Fionn Roach's car to go through a pair of tyres in 2 runs. So that's the kind of running cost that's at the pro level. Now, drifting is a very cheap sport to get into. It's not expensive at semi-pro level in terms of motorsport, but once you get to this level, things change. Things change pretty quickly.
So we're about to see our first battle, top 4 take off. Here we go, Fionn Roach leading us in. Look at the pace of these 2 drivers, Fionn Roach and Jason McInerney. Right there, Fionn Roach transitions now into zone 4.
Wow, look at McInerney go. What is he at in the chase position, Adam?
Insane stuff, so it is Fionn Roach. Not McInerney, we see him on the left, saying he can't have it. It might just be him. Look at this driving, putting it right up to the Drift Masters driver, Fionn Roach. Insane stuff.
Oh, wow. I'm not sure if I haven't met him yet this weekend. I was avoiding Connor like the plague last night in case we go into town, but Jack Shannon is usually Fionn's spotter there quite often anyway, and whoever is his spotter, they'll be telling him, you know what here, buddy, he's after putting it up to you here quite a lot. Now, Jason did actually sacrifice the start of 6, but it's not a big deduction, that's for sure. So I think the Clare man might find himself in a favourable position here going into the second run as they cool down the cars as they pass us here at the tower. And yeah, I really liked the chase there from Jason McInerney. But the one thing is, I think that Fionn today has it in his, I think he has it in reserve. I think, you know, when you battle James Dean and you put in the run of your life chasing him, okay, the next thing then he just comes out and he has another gear or 2 if he wants to. I think that's Fionn today. I think he has another gear in him when he needs it.
Quite possibly.
No, he has had the mistake in him in the past. He definitely has had the mistakes when the aggression really needed to show, but he just seems like a new Fionn, a more relaxed Fionn to me.
So no, I'll absolutely give you that. Fionn Roach definitely looks a lot more comfortable and determined, not even determined, just like relaxed.
Yeah.
He's really set out just to kind of have fun, and it's working for him. Maybe this is what he needed.
I'd be delighted to see Jason McInerney taking a step on the podium as well. The Clare man absolutely deserves a complete gentleman outside the car as well, and he's worked hard to get to where he is, and he's driving absolutely fantastically as well. So either one of these guys absolutely deserves to go into the final here, and we're going to know, guys, in about a minute and a half or 2 minutes time if the judges get their skates on, because we're ready to rock for the second half of this run where Jason McInerney now leads us in. Fionn Roach is right there with him in the GT86, goes a little bit of a shallower line. McInerney might be after opening up a bit of a gap here, and Roach finds himself in the middle of the track as a result. Not a great entry from Roach. Is the Clare man in the driving seat here now, Adam?
He might just be the final proximity closing but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do so put across the line. He doesn't. What just happened there? Where's McInerney after putting this from?
I think my prediction might be in the bin here, Adam. I'm not sure, but you know, Fionn Roach just there, just on initiation. I think he just maybe didn't quite get the grip or get the drive up the straight there behind McInerney, and just lost him a little bit on initiation. Now, he did find him again definitely around 4. And he did have a little bit of a better line than McInerney had, but not quite the proximity. So it's very close. It's very close when you weigh up the pros and cons of both runs. But we're going to have to see what the judges say as we watch it one more time here in the replay. As both drivers coming up the straight, they were side by side, and then McInerney just initiated a bit quicker. And Fionn Roach was a little bit in the middle of the track as well, misclipped 1-2 on initiation. So it's going to be all to play for, I think, here. Guys, one more time, can we hear your appreciation for a big semi-final battle between Fionn Roach and Jason McInerney?
Absolutely incredible stuff. Both drivers really deserve that top spot on the podium today, but only one of them could have the opportunity to make it even further and fight for it.
Yeah. The loser of this, of course, will go into the playoffs for third and fourth place for the final step on the podium, and we'll get all 4 drivers on the podium here. And we invite you guys down as well to the podium, guys. We'll open up the track and allow everybody in to celebrate with the drivers here. And you know what? At Japfest, you're stuck in traffic anyway, so you might as well just come down to the podium, and instead of being sat in your car for half an hour there waiting to get out, you might as well just spend it on the podium and share in the excitement and the champagne with the drivers there, and give them a pat on the back and check out the cars or whatever if you haven't already seen them earlier on at the break. And once again, guys, thanks very much for being here and staying. And it's been a bit of a stop start, top 16, but it's been all entertainment when we were going, so thank you for supporting, and hopefully you are entertained as we are. So, judges still having a chat about this one. I see Kieran Hines looking over at Tomas Falvey here, and they're chatting away. There's nods of approval. There's a little bit of Sean Healy trying to get him to get a move on because we have to finish by 6 o'clock. So yeah, definitely needing to make a decision, and we do have a decision. Decision has dropped in, and the winner going on to the final, it's Jason McInerney goes to the final, guys. Fionn Roach drops out at the semi-final, and you know what? I think it's the right call, but it was not what I thought would happen based on the form of Fionn Roach. But the Clare man goes into his first final, I think, ever. I stand to be corrected on that, but I think it is, and looking very, very concentrated there on his profile picture on the live stream. But Fionn Roach, we'll see him back in a couple of minutes' time after this next battle for the third, fourth place playoff, where he will be taking on either Jakub Krysiak or Owen Magner, the loser of the next battle. Which does bring us on to this. I mean, who's going to call this one? It's, you know, you have to say on paper that Kuba might be the one to take this one. He has slightly better machinery in terms of engine, but Owen's SR is like, it's making the same power. Plus, it's lighter. It's going to be giving, like the 2J is going to be giving away like 100 kgs easy to the SR20, you know, so it's going to be a lighter package. He reckons that it's very responsive and it's quite good to spool up through the mid-range, so, you know, who knows.
That's very true. We'll look at it this way. We already have one man that has a spot in the final to fight for first place. Is it going to be he facing up against Jakub Krysiak or Owen Magner? And even at that, could he take down either of these two giants? I'm unsure. But after the driving we're just seeing from him today, taking Fionn Roach out of it when he looks so strong, Jason McInerney might make it the top spot today. I'm not too sure, but we're going to find out which man he will be facing. As we can see up on the line, Jakub Krysiak and Owen Magner are warming up their tyres. This is going to be an entertaining battle. Two insanely skilled drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. So they both deserve to be here on merit as well. Nobody's actually had an easy run through. Nobody's gotten through from repeated mechanical failures of their opponents or whatever. So they're going to battle it out here, and we are going to see an absolute battle for the ages here, I would say, in the second semi-final here at IDS Round 1 2026 at Japfest, and they leave the line. Jakub Krysiak, the higher qualifier, leads us in, followed guaranteed very closely by Owen Magner, who's right on his back bumper. Both cars initiate, firing it over the hill. Owen Magner's gone very shallow once again, and like we said, that 186 set up super tight, so not a lot of adjustability, and there she goes. There she goes. Initiated somehow.
I'm sorry, I forgot to talk there.
Yeah.
What?
It does manage to reinitiate, but it's exactly what we said. This 180 is set up so tight. Look, the car just wants to go forward all the time. It doesn't want to drift. And yeah, I don't think he threw it away. I think he's just set it up super tight. I actually thought he had spun, but he reappears then now to big straight, and it's a big mistake. So Jakub Krysiak is going to be finding himself at possibly a 10-0 or definitely a 9-1 advantage in this. Was Owen almost nearly was 4 wheels off there, to be honest, as well. So Jakub Krysiak could be after booking his place here in the final. But you know what? Owen won't throw it away yet. Kuba could have a mistake in him, unlikely, or he might have a mechanical also so unlikely from the way this car is looking, but it's not over till it's over.
That's for sure. Jakob Krzyzak played safe here now, knowing he definitely has things facing towards himself. Maybe just leave a bit more proximity open for mistakes to happen, or is he going to dive in right in that door?
Yeah, I knew it was going to catch on in the end. The car just looks super tight, and that works. It's almost like Dean Carney's Viper was an FD. It just always wants to go forward.
We're about to see it's going forward over the hill here now. Now it's going sideways as he opens that throttle up and initiates now back into zone 4. Jakob Krzyzak, is he struggling to keep up with the pace of young old Magna from County last zone there for Jakob Krzyzak. In front of the ground, my mind's just blowing. I can't get over what just happened to Magna in the first one there.
Use your words, Adam. Use your words. I think they're all mind blown. We've had quite the run into this event, and Group D has been extremely busy. I've been busy myself, and it's been a big run up to this event. So yeah, we're all definitely feeling the fatigue now. But you know what? We've got some fantastic battles keeping us going here, and we're almost there now, just to get a result here. So guys, let's hear it for Jakob Krzyzak and Owen Magner. Owen setting up the car as best as possible, and trying to give himself every chance to get the pace there. And Jakob Krzyzak does indeed take the win, booking his place in the final and putting his stamp on this championship early doors. Owen Magner dropping into the third, fourth place playoff, and that means we have just 2 battles left, Adam. We have the battle for the last step on the podium, and we have the final. So guys, once again for the Jakob Krzyzak fan club, let's hear cheering for Jakob Krzyzak, your hero.
And of course, young Owen Magner from County Cork putting on an unreal show for us today.
Yeah, and we'll get you guys getting very vocal now before the final, which we will see, of course, Jakob Krzyzak against Jason McInerney. So we're just going to go back to the pits, get Owen Magner retired up. I would presume he needs tyres. Again, these cars generally only do 2 laps per set these days. With that much horsepower anyway, it kind of tends to melt them. So Owen Magner, yeah, is heading back into the pits. So we are just going to get Owen Magner retired up, refueled up possibly, and Fionn Roach, I should say, would be ready to go at this stage. I would say, sorry. And we just have to wait for Owen Magner now, pretty much, Adam.
I'm sure so, Mike. So he's going to go into pits and change his tyres. But before we head into our final 2 battles, as a sheet goes flying into Mike's face here in the tower,
I just got absolutely taken out of it by a sheet.
As I try to hold myself together and not laugh too hard at that, I want to give a huge shout out once again to our sponsors. Today would not have been possible without them. That's Lucky Day Competitions as well as Red Bull with their lovely energy drinks. They're powering us through this weekend, supplying stuff to the drivers and so on. And I want to give another shout out to the rest of our sponsors: Kenda Tires, Drift Mafia, Strom Wheels, GMD Tires, Eugen Factory, Group D, Turn Tire Distribution, Max Flow, Exemplar, Exact Signs and Lexi Brake. A big bunch of local and national Irish suppliers and businesses that have been making the Irish Tour Series 2026 become a possibility.
I said it before and I'll say it again, Adam. A great bunch of lads.
Great bunch of lads, pure sound.
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, we're just going to wait for Owen Magner to get his tyres on for the 3rd, 4th place playoff, and we'll be straight into final action here at IDS Round 1 in 2026 in Mondello. So we're just going to go to a quick ad break on the live stream there, and we will be back with you as soon as we have Owen Magner and Fionn Roach back on track for the 3rd, 4th place playoff.
aller viktigste med drifting, det dekka. Det eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Kildare i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med...
Okay, guys, and we are back for the finals action here at IDS Round 1 2026, and I'm being told that both cars have left their pit boxes, are retired, refueled and ready to rock. Owen Magner just eliminated from competition there by Kuba, and Fionn Roach eliminated by a very, very hard charging and very, very consistent Jason McInerney. We'll be doing battle now in order to claim that last step on the podium. We won't be announcing the winner of that battle until the podium, which we will be doing in, I would say, about 15 minutes time. We will be announcing it down there, and of course announcing the winner of the final. So guys, once again, thank you for sticking it out here. Getting a little bit cooler now here this evening. Track temps cooling as well. The grip levels might be dropping a little bit now. Not if you're on Magner, because he's got the fastest car in the world apparently, but the track temps definitely cooling down a small bit. And Adam, you once again might run through the schedule there, guys. If you want to catch any of the other events, remember Irish Drift Series on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, etc, etc. And we have several more events coming up this year.
That's for sure, Mike. The action does not stop here in Japfest, as on the 4th and the 5th of July we're heading down to County Cork, just outside the city, in Watergrass Hill Kart World for round 2 of the Irish Drift Series. The energy and the level of driving is just going to be just as intense as you're seeing here this weekend, as well as every other round. Round 3, we're going to Bishop's Court up north on the 1st and the 2nd of August. It's going to be a great event as always on that ex-World War II airfield. Then we're going down to Kerry, one of the most newest tracks, purpose-built drift tracks, 360 Motorsports in Kilflynn, just about 15-20 minutes away from my home. So convenient, on the 29th and 30th of August. Then we're back to Cork in Watergrass Hill for the Pro 2 final on the 3rd and the 4th of October. But drifting doesn't stop there. There's 6 rounds this year. We're coming back to Mondello for our grand finale right here in Mondello Park in front of a huge crowd on the 31st of October and the 1st of November with a brand new layout. Rumours have it, Mike, there's going to be a roundabout involved, quite possibly. So that would be something you want to see in person. So if you are around that weekend, October 31st and the 1st of November, you should be here in Mondello Park.
Yeah, I remember we actually used a layout one year with, you used the Japfest entry, and there was a kind of a roundabout there just around zone 6, and you had to run the wall around the roundabout, and it turned you back down the track then, and you managed down into the bottom corner here again, and up into the finish line, where the finish line is pretty much there now, a little bit further down maybe. And it was very entertaining actually. You were very busy in the car, there was no second at all. Not that there's a lot of time to think in drifting anyway, but you were extremely busy. You were no sooner past one clip but you were into the next one and thinking about what you were going to do after that. So very entertaining from a driving point of view and a spectator point of view, because there was great proximity there too. But we do have 2 drift cars warming themselves up in the burnout box, once again pushing the front tires around to scrub them off. And we have about 10 minutes left to finish the competition here, so we're going to get through these pretty fast. We will have, of course, Jason McInerney is ready to rock there in the background, and Kuba, I would say, is around there as well. I don't see him, but he will be making his way out. So we'll be ready to rock for the final straight after this 3rd and 4th place playoff here now, guys. And thank you once again for being in attendance, and thank you for staying till the bitter end. And despite the stoppages and the mechanicals in the top 16, we hope you were entertained. So we are ready to go. The highest qualifier of the day, Fionn Roach, who will have picked up championship points from qualifying as well, with a great weekend under his belt already. He's ready to rock here, as is Owen Magner. These 2 lads will know each other very well. Both Mallomin, look at this, absolutely great proximity from Magner, trying to take this last step on the podium. Oh, Magner pops out of the smoke on the other side, Adam.
He sure does, trying to get right up in the door of Fionn Roach. This is the Drift Masters spectacular. Fionn Roach back. Showing his hand, these 2 cars are so fast, creating so much smoke, filling Mondello. Mondello, give him a huge round of applause for the first run of our 3rd and 4th place playoff.
Well, You know what? We spec the suspension in Group D there for Owen Magnor's car, and I'm seeing it pulling wheelies through the track here. It's hunkering down so much, the BC Racing coilovers. I won't give away his spring rates because that'll be telling, but you know what? It looks like it's very much working. Watch it here. It's literally popping wheelies as he goes over the bump there at 6, so very, very good to watch. Fionn Roach's car, no slouch either. The GT86 chassis, of course, being campaigned with great success by the Shanahans. Conor Shanahan, of course, most notably taking the European Championship and taking the win in Long Beach there in Formula Drift just a couple of weekends ago, followed closely in 3rd place by his brother Jack Shanahan, of course, who built that car in 3 weeks, literally built it in 3 weeks. Just to know, you know what goes on in this sport, like build the car in 3 weeks. Lloyd Patterson is over there with him. The next thing then, they pretty much wrecked the engine on the dyno. They rebuilt it using what they had with the same pretty much engine again. They know it'll only do the rounds. They get to the podium, they had to retire the car. They stripped the engine on the Sunday. Lloyd flies home Sunday night, then maps Dave Egan's Supra Monday pretty much afternoon. And I don't know where they sleep or anything, but I don't think there's a lot of it happening.
I would imagine
it's crazy sport.
It's crazy stuff to think that 2 Irishmen, not just 2 Irishmen, but 2 brothers, in fact, on the podium over in the States, that you would have seen here about 5 or 6 years ago, if not maybe a bit longer, when the Shanahans were competing in the Irish Drift Championship. Something you'd see here, and now you're seeing it all the way over in America. So think about that. The drivers you're seeing out here on track today could be over competing in the likes of Formula D and Drift Masters in the very near future.
Absolutely. Well, you'll give poor Finny Magnor a heart attack there, Owen's dad, if you talk about the Formula Drift.
Well, he deserves to be there. I think he should be.
He might be the way he's driving, to be honest, because after that chase run there, he looks very much the part, but he's going to lead us in now this time, followed by his good buddy Fionn Roach here. Both Mallow-Min once again live very close to each other. Oh, look at it flick in over the hill in the just going the 180SX from Owen Magnor. Fionn Roach is right on the inside there of the track now, really finds the door here now of the 180SX of Magnor. Look at the proximity, absolutely perfect. On the right hand side of the track, not a big issue. Now looks for the door, but wow, I don't know, does he have the proximity that Magnor did?
I'm not too sure, but it was a very, very clean run in the chase position there by Fionn Roach. Quite consistent in the amount of proximity that he had there on Owen Magnor, but Owen Magnor, the pace of him, the line he was putting down right there on the edge of zone 4, as we can see on the replay.
So we're going to just let you know if we have a result or not, guys, but we're going to go to the crowd, guys, for a bit of a vote on this one. So I'm going to ask you and everyone all around Mondello Park, who thinks Fionn Roach won that battle? Owen Magnor does the universal sign that it could be Roach. Well, let's go to the other side. Who thinks that Owen Magnor won that battle? Oh, I think the Owen Magnor crew are a little bit louder there, yeah. So
quite possibly.
Do we have a result? We're still in deliberation here. We don't have a result yet, so the judge is still looking at this one. It's a very tight one. Now, I have to say, I was really impressed by Magnor's chase there, but then Roach came out of the blocks, and you know what, did pretty much the same thing in the chase position himself. So, judges having to really, really watch the replays to split this one. As the lads burn through another tenner of race fuel there to stick you over on the finish line.
Tenner, you're being a bit optimistic there. I'd say probably only a bit more today's prices. But well worth it. These 2 cars are running outstandingly for both of them today.
Just look at the rear camber there on Fionn Roach's car, the positive camber. The back wheel's actually leaning way out so that when the car squats down and is on acceleration, the rear wheels will be dead flat on the track so that you have all of your tyre on the track. Interesting geometry there. So we do have a result. We do have a result, guys, one way or the other. I don't actually know this result, to be honest, and we're going to give it to you on the podium. Genuinely, I don't actually know it. So we'll announce that one, guys, in about, I would say, 10 minutes time on the podium. Feel free to join us on track. Get up and close to these guys. Check the cars out. And once again, give them a pat on the back for providing entertainment for us for the day. And that means that there's only one thing left to do.
It's time, Mike.
It's time. It's IDS. Well, I'll wait because have to few moves. Few rings, lad. Few rings, lad.
Put on such an amazing show for us here today and driving absolutely incredible. But as you were saying, Mike, before you got very non-rudely interrupted, it's time.
It's time. It is time. So we've gone through the entire battle bracket. We had 80 drivers yesterday, guys. whittled it down to 4. They came into today. We had 40 drivers on the grid today, and now it is down to 2. So Mondello Park for IDS Round 1 2026. Are you ready for the final? That's what we want to hear, guys. No need to ask twice. We're ready for the final. We have 2 cars on the line. We have Jakob Krzyzak and we have Jason McInerney, both here on merit. Neither had an easy battle bracket in. Jason McInerney is already on the way up to us. He has jumped the start, which he is allowed to do in the chase position. Kuba's doing a rolling burnout. McInerney is right in the pocket with him. Look at this. McInerney wants to take the trophy back to Clare. Oh, he straightens up. He loses bodywork. Absolutely crazy stuff. McInerney's in trouble from his own aggression here. Oh, he shuts it down, and I know exactly what's after happening here. Jason McInerney, with his own aggression, has pushed his intercooler out of the way, and he has lost a boost pipe. I don't even have to look.
As he drops his head, Mike, he was so disappointed.
Well, he had to go for it. It's records or checkers. He did the right thing. He did the right thing, Adam. He had to go for it. Just through the transition, he made contact. He went to reinitiate, and I know for a fact he has moved his intercooler there, and he has lost boost or something of
for sure, Mike. But when he's out of the car, everyone give him a huge round of applause for the incredible driving he's been putting down today. I was just looking at our notes here as well, Mike. 310 brake horsepower, the difference between these 2 cars, with Jakob being the greater one on that.
Yeah, of course. Well, McInerney knew exactly what was going on there, guys. He knew that he was outgunned. He knew that Kuba is one of the top drivers in Ireland and Europe, in fact, at this stage. And he knew that he absolutely had to send her right in the pocket with Kuba and pop back out of the smoke as he's been doing all day. Now he had to take it up another notch for the final. It's risk versus reward. Sometimes you get the reward, sometimes you don't, and unfortunately for Jason, it just seemed to not work out for him that time. The contact there just making the car, unfortunately, unable to move under its own power, and probably just simple enough like a boost pipe and a bent intercooler bracket there or whatever.
Such a shame. He was looking so strong, as we can see him down here on track, fighting to get his bonnet open, try to sort things out as his helmet keeps repeatedly hitting him in the head.
Yeah, the hands device there, keeping the helmet close by. So let's see if we can get this machine fixed or recovered, and we'll see if he's going to try and get a 5-minute rule, or if he is going to just retire the car. I'm not so sure if that can be fixed. It probably can, to be honest, if there's not an oil cooler involved, which there doesn't seem to be, thankfully, because that'd be another situation of drying oil. But if it's just an intercooler, we might be faced with the fact that he's going to try and fix it, and then of course Kuba has to have a zero himself. He has to have a spin, a big straighten, or a mechanical issue in order to let McInerney back into the battle. So I'm sure Jason is going to want to get back in and have have his 5 minutes here, not retire his car, and give himself a very, very, very slim chance of making it back out onto track and having one more time with Kuba. But yeah, he is calling a 5-minute rule, but it'll remain to be seen whether he can fix it or not here, guys. So a 5-minute rule, and we will let you know whether or not Jason McInerney will be able to make it back out onto track. So once again, guys, be sure to join us for the podium there, and thank you once again for being here with us in IDS. Bit of an anticlimax there in the final. We didn't get to see a full run, but you know, we got a great entry, and I think he did the right thing, Adam.
That's for sure. He gave me the universal sign there for I'm not too sure. So hopefully he does get us started, taking one more 5-minute rule to see if he can get back out on track and put the pressure on Jakob Krzyzak. So Mike, before we get back out on track for more action, we're going to check out the calendar one more time, see what else is coming up this year. So as I said, round 2 will be taking off on the 4th and the 5th of July in Watergrass Hill in Cartworld. It is always a great event, so many different layouts that can be ran on that track with such a diverse different styles of driving that can be beneficial and non-beneficial to people. As well as round 3, we're going up to the north. We're going to Bishop's Court in County Down, Bishop's Court Diff and Drift, the 1st and 2nd of August. Then we're back down to Kerry, 360 Motorsport Park in Kilflynn, just outside of Tralee, on the 29th and 30th of August. Always a great event, a great show, and you can see the action throughout the whole track from no matter where you stand. Then round 5, Watergrass Hill, Cartworld, back again once more on the 3rd and 4th of October. We'll be running a new layout there as well, so that'll be quite entertaining. And then the grand finale of the Irish Drift Series 2026. We're back here in Mondello on the 31st of October and the 1st of November with that whole new layout on the main track here right in front of you. It's going to be one you do not want to miss, so book that weekend off work.
Absolutely. So the guys here just telling us as well that Jason McInerney, that car still has a front radiator. Most of these cars, the pro cars, going to a rear rad setup for heat dissipation advantages, of course. But it looks like as well that he might have a punctured radiator possibly. Didn't see a lot of steam coming from it, but apparently there is water on track there. So Jason McInerney with a big ask here if he's going to fix that car. I don't think it's going to be done, but we'd have to find out, and we'd have to give him the chance by the letter of the law. We have to give him the 5 minutes. He has called it. He is entitled to try to fix that car, and if his guys pull out a miracle in the pits, we will see him back out for battle with Jakub Krysiak for the second half of this run. And yeah, not the way you want to exit the competition, but sometimes it kind of is. At least he went out fighting, he went out swinging if he does go out.
That's for sure, Mike. And just while we're waiting for that 5-minute rule to be taking place, we're going to go to a quick ad break, but we'll be back very shortly for you, whether with it's Jakub on track alone or with McInerney there with him, and then we'll be taking our podium and seeing who's crowned winner of Japfest 2026.
Absolutely, and if you want to get down to the podium, guys, the way to do it is get in under the bridge there. We'll open up the track as soon as it's safe to do so, and you can just join the drivers, then go around the wall and join the drivers and all of us on the podium in a couple of minutes time. So maximum, once again guys, it's going to be 5 minutes from the time they put their hands on the car in the pits, and we will be back with the result, either yay or nay for Jason McInerney, and we will be straight into either the second half of this battle, but most likely I would say it's going to be the podium. Talk to you soon.
Det viktigste med drifting, det er dekka. Det er eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så er dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Kildare i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med en vurdering av ikke bare hvor Kildare var da, men hvor de er på vei. Det har spilt seg ut ganske bra, kan du si, hittil i sesongen.
Check this out.
Okay.
look good.
Okay, on the street and I got my swag on. Okay, get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay, triple back.
King of legacy, too ruthless to transcend.
It's how we do.
Diving to me is like a sense of freedom. Nobody forces me, nobody pushing me. I choose to do it.
My grandfather would refer to it as like the last place that God made, as far west as you can go in the country. The last sunset in Europe in the millennium was over Jersey Island, you know. What better view can you ask for?
Fight.
Hello guys and welcome back to IDS Round 1 2026, and we have interesting news to give you. We're not sure how this happened, but with 30 seconds to spare, Jason McInerney has left his pit box and he is coming back out here to battle Jakub Krysiak once again. No idea how he managed to do that, but they have gotten the E36 back together and he is going to give it one more go. And you know what? It's a big ask because he's at a big 10-0 deficit here. We think, unless the judges see that Kuba did a funny braking situation or whatever, I don't think that's going to be the case, though, to be honest. So basically, Jason McInerney, we're going to see the second half of this final battle, and if Kuba has any issue that gives him a 0, it's going one more time.
They sure are, and a huge shout out to everyone that stayed on the banks and in the grandstand and so on, waiting and hoping that Jason McInerney will make it back out, because he sure has, despite all our disbelief, he has, and he's going to put it up to Jakub Krysiak here in the second run of the 2026 round 1 final. This is going to be interesting. As I said, 310 brake horsepower between these two drivers, but Jason McInerney looks fast.
He does look fast indeed, yeah, absolutely. And as you said there, Adam, big thanks to all the crowd there for staying, and also thanks to all the media guys for capturing it all. Megan and all the lads over there in the centre doing their thing, bringing out all those cool pictures and videos, and making heroes out of these guys. Almost heroes for the weekend, you would say, Adam.
Sure, so.
To use a movie title.
Bit of a throwback there, nice.
Bit of a throwback, yeah, exactly. So, great movie there on YouTube from the Drift Games, guys, if you want to watch that. So, yeah, basically, thank you to everyone for being here. It's been a long weekend, it's been a long run into this event, but we're all still here, and Jason McInerney, most importantly, is still here and he's still in competition. So we do have a car out on track, if I can see. Is that is Jason's car out on track? I believe.
Looks like Jason's car up by the top of the track, by the start line.
The boys with Kuba already have the champagne opened, I think, in the pits probably, but you know what, he has to do one more run in order to make it official, and we've seen stranger things happen in drifting.
What are we going to do if this goes one more time? We're going to be here till by 8 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, we are, but sure, look. It's got to go one more time. Isn't the grand? Exactly. It's going to go one more time. If it's got to go one more time, and we can just be dealing with Mondello Park giving out to us because we are now beyond the curfew. But look, that is life.
Be grand. There's a stretch in the evenings.
There's a fine stretch in the evenings in Ireland, exactly. So once again, guys, if you are watching at home, thank you very much for joining us, and we will be back with several more events this season, which we've ran through a few times at this stage, so be sure to join us once again, or better again, if you are in Ireland, or even if you are within easy flying distance of Ireland, be sure to get over here and just give us a shout, and we will make sure to make your trip memorable and worthwhile. So we do have Jason McInerney with a functioning car on the line, and Jakub Krysiak hanging back here. Now remember, Kuba doesn't have to do a lot here. We think that it is a 10-0 advantage to Kuba, so all he has to do is hang back here. But you know what? I know him, and he's going to put this one to bed in style if he is doing Kuba things.
He sure is. And look, is he going to do Kuba Kings? Look at this entry from Jason McInerney as he sends it over here, trying to get away from the paddy Jakub Krysiak. Jason McInerney fix that car. I don't know how, but he's putting out an unreal line. Only 2 zones to go. Oh my God,
yeah, and it's just too much to ask for Jason McInerney. She shuts down again, and the quick repair there. Maybe a boost pipe came off again, maybe when the pressure came on there in the intercooler. And he knows that he is after absolutely stamping his authority in the first round of this championship, where he put out Ben Rogers, and indeed, of course, as I hold my breath,
yeah, blowing away this smoke, so we are. But a huge round of applause to both drivers for driving remarkably all day, making our way straight through to the final. It could have been anyone's fight, but Jason unfortunately suffering with car issues. Once again, thank you to all our sponsors, thank you to everyone here in attendance.
We do have to make it official on the podium though and get the word from the judges there, but I think it might be a foregone conclusion, but we'll just give you the official results on the podium. And of course we have the 3rd and 4th place playoff as well between Owen Magner and Fionn Roach. So once again, as Adam said, guys, thank you so much. We're going going to join you back down on the podium in about 3 or 4 minutes time, so feel free once again to make your way around by the bridge there and join us on track. We will open up the gates and you can get yourself there and get the pictures on the podium, etc. for the round 1 of the Irish Drift Series Pro Championship 2026. We will talk to you in a couple of minutes.
Det viktigste med drifting, det er dekka. Det er eneste vi har som binder bilen til asfalten. Og akkurat som i all annen racing, så er dekka det som avgjør en seier eller en fiasko. Så da vi gikk til Kildare i år, så var det etter flere år med undersøkelser, med tester, med en vurdering av ikke bare hvor Kildare var da, men hvor de er på vei. Det har spilt seg ut ganske bra, kan du si, hittil i sesongen.
Check this out.
Okay.
I look good.
Okay. On the street and I got my swag on. Okay. Get the money, gotta get my bag on. Okay. Triple back.
King of legacy, too ruthless to transcend.
It's how we do.
Diving to me is it's like a sense of freedom. Nobody forces me, nobody pushing me. I choose to do it.
My grandfather would refer to it as like the last place that God made, as far west as you can go in the country. The last sunset in Europe in the millennium was over Jersey Island, you know. What better view can you ask for?
So much for being here and staying late at Mondello Park here for Japfest. It's always a special one and it's always such a fantastic event. Completely new crop of drivers on the podium to what we had just a few years ago here, and I think we can all agree that the future of Irish drifting is safe and sound and in good hands. So guys, once again, thank you so much for everyone that was here yesterday, everybody that was here today. Well done to all the media crews, all the marshals, everybody. Japfest is always a big one. It breaks attendance records year on year. And I think we can all have a big collective round of applause, guys, for Irish drifting. And so we did whittle it down from 80 cars yesterday down to 4, which made it through to today, and once again 40 cars then competed today, which we whittled down to these final 4. It was gladiatorial, to be honest, because the conditions were tough. It was a hot day, the cars were under pressure. It's the first round of the year, they're just off the dynos. But the lads did good, so to speak, and I can announce in 4th position, absolutely pushing the little SR22 to its limits, it's Owen Magner. Which must mean, guys, a man that was lighting the dance floor on fire tonight and the track on fire today, pushing his GT86 to the limit. Let's hear it for the Mellow Man. It's Fionn Roach. Get up there, young Roach, into 3rd position. So, guys, we were promised an absolutely crazy final because Jason McInerney made his way through the ranks absolutely like a man possessed, as we said. Super consistent, super aggressive, but measured, very measured in his approach. We had a great final up to the 2nd corner, and unfortunately Jason's aggression just got the better of him, so I can announce at that point, as we all know, in 2nd position, guys, huge round of applause from Clare, it's Jason McInerney! Which must mean, guys, we all knew that this was coming. He drove hard all day. He's come out with a new livery. He was christened Jakob, but we prefer to call him Paddy. Let's hear it for young Paddy Christiak!
Now I recommend everyone get back.
Guys, once again, a massive to your top fours: Owen Magno, Fionn Roach, Jason McInerney, and your winner, Jakob Christian. And that was from 2026, guys. We'll be back. No bother opening night, but anyway, we'll be back with action again at round 2. Plenty of time to fix the cars, guys. 4th and 5th, that we'll be back. So, looking forward to seeing you all, guys, at round 2. Congrats once again to everybody, and from all of us at IDS, thank you once again. Over and out.